2 plus 2 does not equal 4?
No, because that's literally what those words mean. I don't know what you mean by that. You're literally using... That's literally how they're defined.
Oh, so you're saying subjective language is not subjective, it's objective?
No, I'm saying that within the bounds of the system you create, it's subjective. If you define things, that's how you define
Maybe
them.
in a world where there is no separation, where there is no distinction between particles or just anything, 2 wouldn't it would mean something else, or it wouldn't apply.
But that still doesn't make sense, because 2 literally is one of the definitions is 1 plus 1. It is defined that way, right? That's like asking if you are not you in a different world. Well, no, what you are is what you are, and you'll always be you. It doesn't make sense to ask if you would be someone different in a different world, because then we're no longer talking about you by definition.
It's not not arbitrary. It's not subjective.
They don't understand identity,
No,
right?
It's like,
this is
it's
a
part
law
of
of identity.
the law of identity. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The law of identity. So when you identify something, you had that identification comes with boundaries, comes with definition, right?
Yeah.
You have to know how to rightly divide reality. You have to know how to rightly divide the logos, rightly divide the word. Otherwise, yes, everything seems arbitrary because you don't know how to rightly divide reality.
What do you mean rightly divide reality?
You'll either oversimplify or overcomplicate it.
Sure, you can say that. We can go back. Someone asked that we go back to the morality thing, so we can go back to the morality thing. How did you get an objective awe?
The revelation from the scripture, dude. Divine revelation.
Okay, and do those revelations apply to God?
Excuse me?
Or do the revelations, like, thou shalt not murder, does that apply to God?
Obviously not.
Yeah. I was asking Yahweh.
Alright, sorry.
Now, see, this is the issue with objective morality. It doesn't make sense even in your view. It's just not how language works. Saying an objective statement, like something that's objective, that's defined as an opinion, it doesn't make sense. Oughts are opinions. You, the subject, think someone else ought to do something. It's just how the language works. I kind of feel like you guys are committing a Jordan Peterson on this one and not even realizing it. Well, I think you do realize it. You just don't realize you're doing the thing that Jordan Peterson does, which is where you're just taking words and using them in a way that no one uses them. You guys see Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor discuss subjective morality? It's kind of embarrassing for Ben Shapiro. Hey, Omni, you there? Omni. Anyone else have a different topic? We're shy today. No one?
You're paying $4.50 a gallon for gas.
I paid $2.39 for a gallon.
Where do you get $2.39? What?
Yeah, here in Colorado, it's $2.39.
$4 per gallon, bro.
Yeah, That's crazy.
Is that the soundboard? Or is that him?
That's the soundboard.
The-
Why are we so quiet today?
You all right there, Lion?
Yeah, what's up? I'm chilling.
Nothing.
Raw milk's like $12 over here for half a gallon. Organic, it's just regular organic at the store is probably like $10 for a gallon. By the way,
Isn't it kind of crazy that prices have gone up a lot? I wonder what caused that. Anyone know?
Making America great again, bro.
Feels pretty great, right? Why are we so quiet, guys? Come on. I might have to go back to being a globe earther to get someone to talk if this is how shy you all are. Omni doesn't like it when there's no conversations.
Could it be maybe that nobody wants to talk with you?
Oh, then I can just talk. I have no issue with that. Right? So, like I said, I prefer to be here for the biology thing. The flat earth thing is kind of boring to me. Right? But
It's actually a really interesting topic, Essie. We should probably dive into that.
Yeah, true. So I think it's kind of a lot more interesting to discuss things that apply to our lives. So where the biology would come in for like medicine and stuff like that, because we have an amazing Secretary of Health right now, absolutely amazing. Who
Why
absolutely
is
knows what
it
he's
that
doing.
nobody likes talking with him? Let's talk about
I don't
that.
know. Maybe it's because I end conversations really quickly. That could be the reason.
No, keep going, bro. You were talking. It was quiet. You're bringing up a topic, so.
Yeah. But anyway, that's why I enjoy talking about the biology thing more. So I'm more here for like evolution, biology discussions, chemistry, because I need to learn a lot of chemistry, and I don't know shit from chemistry right now. So if anyone does, please let me know. That's why I'm.
Those are all off-limit topics.
What?
I think you know your way. Well, go ahead. You just can maybe just tell the room what brought you to the truth of the flat Earth, and we want to hear your origin story, how you became aware, the proofs that you hold.
Sure. So basically, what happened was that SC Montreal and a bunch of other mods got really sad, and then they started to complain to Omni, and I told Omni, well, why are you modding me? We have a bunch of flat earthers here who break a bunch of rules. And he was like, well, I can only talk to you. I can't get through to the flat earthers. And I was like, oh, so you admit that you have to mod the globe earthers more than the flat earthers in order to keep your server alive? Because if you modded evenly, you would have a server because all the flat earthers would leave. And he's like, yeah, I think
It's
that's
not
the
just.
case. Yeah, that's true. So I was
It's
like,
not just
okay,
his
I'll change my
server.
approach. I'll
This is the
become
truth of the community.
So I'll become
This
a
is
flat
time
earther.
tested and well
Yeah, I'll
known.
become a flat earther. I was so
Nothing on
crazy.
Omni. He's just
Why am
trying
I
to
getting?
keep a community going for us.
Well, that really hurt my feelings that you just interrupted me there, buddy. Come on, man. Yeah, so Omni told me that, and I was like, oh, okay, so now I'll totally just change our approach to get modded less. I'll just become a flat earther, and that's how I became a flat earther.
I'm trying to
Cool, bro. Welcome.
Was I when I was 19? Was I this obnoxious or less?
Ooh, good point,
I
Omni.
think I was quite even there. I think I was as obnoxious.
I was out getting girls when I was 19.
True.
And I didn't realize it.
Brag about. See what I mean by like? See, Montreal gets sad when I talk. Gets a little grumpy. Is there a reason you get grumpy, Montreal? Did something happen to you? Were you hurt? It's okay. You can talk it out, buddy. Silent. Silent speaker. I get it. Stoic.
I dropped there. Sorry, sorry about that. After I insulted Akna, I dropped there, so I didn't know if there was any comeback. By the way, the Stoics. Now that's something. Like Marcus Aurelius. That's pretty cool.
Tell us what you know about it. This is so weird. What the fuck?
Dude, I've told you many times I'm not interested in talking to you, bro.
I asked you to tell us what you know about it. That's not a discussion with me. That's you being able to tell us what you know about it. Do you guys just not know how language works?
Sorry.
What weird people.
Like SD, man. Like I think this is a waste of like life right now. Like talking to people who never change their mind and shit like that. At
I agree.
19,
That's why I don't go to
fuck
church.
me, I
much.
would have never ever talked to. I never would have done this shit at 19. Never.
Maybe because you're not me. That's not surprising. People have different
Yeah, I'm not
personalities.
SD either, I guess. You know. So what I all I can speak on is what I did at 19, and it wasn't this. That's for sure.
Well, I do a lot of other things.
He's probably getting some good training. If I was here at 19, I would have probably been much sharper and
True. You
Make
would have
sure
told us
we're
what about the
aware of
concave Earth.
make sure we're aware of conversation dynamics that makes you, yeah.
Wait,
Who's
what practice were you
19?
getting about conversation dynamics?
Akna, are you 19 years old? Is that what they're
Yeah,
saying?
what's up? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 19 years old. Yep.
All right, that explains so much.
True. But so much.
So it kind of reminds me of me when I was that age, you know.
Oh
So I
God,
can't
please
really
don't say
hold
that.
that much against him, but he's, you know, it's hard to listen to him, you know, in my opinion,
True.
anyway.
Yeah, it's really hard to listen to someone who knows what they're talking about. I agree.
You know, I think if we did like a survey of people who are older and said like, hey, when you look back in life, when you were 19, like, what would be the best description of you when you were 19? I bet you almost everybody would say, I thought I knew everything back then.
Exactly.
Yeah, but remember, you're doing the survey to a bunch of people who are flat earthers and still think they know everything. Just a reminder of what the survey is going to be. Because I feel like we're forgetting this part. So even as arrogant as I might be at 19, you have to remember, these are full-grown adults who are denying the work of literally millions of people. And still to be clear on what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't know if you know your audience here, my friend.
Okay, I don't think half the people in this room know reality, so...
How you know the reality? Does the reality speak to you? Do you have conversation with the reality?
No, I get divine revelation from God. That's how.
And for Stoicism, you would most likely be referring to a pantheistic God as opposed to a individualistic or transcendent deity.
I mean, I would like to know more about it, but I see Montreal is just a little sad today. He gets a little depresso. You might need an espresso.
You see, I bring up Marcus Aurelius, and instead of like, you know, following the combo, oh, tell us, what do you know about him? Like a little like 19-year-old schmuck, you know? like
Yeah, who asked?
asking somebody much older that brought something up. Like you just want to smack him, like, you know. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro?
Yeah.
What the hell?
You're like the little cousin, you know, that kicks everybody in the shin at parties, and that's the way I see it.
True.
But it's
And
cool.
of course, you want to beat up your little cousin. True.
You know, that pesky cousin that that bugs everybody at parties and get-togethers. Yeah.
I love how you're mad at both me wanting like pretend more. I love how you're upset at both of those at the same time in the same conversation. Kind of funny.
No, I'm not upset, bro. I'm just
That's just,
relating my opinion about you.
Your grievances,
You like
yeah.
to steal the show. You like to do what you're doing now, and I'm just expressing my opinion. That's all. I'm
Complaints.
not
Yeah,
mad.
your complaints.
You're just a pesky little young dude that thinks he knows everything. That's all.
True. And then you're also
What would
mad
I
when
tell
I
my
ask questions
19-year-old
and I
self?
don't know about something. Right? You don't like
That
either
was,
of
I
those.
think I would tell my 19-year-old self, that girl isn't worth the 2 years you're about to pour into her, and you know that. So don't do it.
Yeah. Amongst other things, I tell myself for sure. Yeah.
Oh, so sad. Essie, can you tell me about a good moment of your life? Tell me about something that made you happy. 'Cause I feel like you're a little grumpy and we need to change the energy vibes in here. The vibes they're not vibing.
A good moment in my life is when I come into VC and I see you're not here. I know we're gonna have a good combo. Yeah.
Tell me about that good combo. I want to hear about it.
What's not happening right now?
That's what the conversation was?
Although he did make a good point. I would be interested in your views on Stoicism because it actually is a very interesting school of philosophy.
I honestly don't think he knows anything about it, and he's just using me here as an excuse to not, like, embarrass himself. Like, I legitimately think that's what's going on.
See what I mean?
That's even a place where I don't have a lot of knowledge.
Pesky little schmuck, yeah.
He's so proving me wrong right now.
See a giggling little girl. Yeah, exactly. You're proving
the meta. Does he have any reason? Is there any reason for him to giggle, or is he doing things without reason? I'm not sure.
This is subjective. You don't understand, bro. Remember when you were 19 and you were doing like little games with your friends? That's what he's doing, and he's been doing it yesterday.
Friends.
He's doing
we're
it
not
today.
Friends. Just to start, we're not friends, so I don't know what games we're playing. I'm laughing because all you do is whine the entire time. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, see, you kind of got it mixed up, and I can be fair. I can be fair about that. You do have it mixed up. Like when you might be thinking of, I don't know, like your cousin, like twice removed. She's tiny. She's always flirting with you, but it's annoying. And this is how she flirts.
What the fuck?
It's kind of mixed. You know.
Can we skip this meta talk?
No, they can't because they can't actually engage in any discussions while I'm here. They just get really sad.
Yeah, please bring something up that doesn't involve this dude.
I did. I asked you to bring up
angry.
Stoicism. Talk about Stoicism. Talk about it. I want to learn.
Yeah, I asked you if you had any reason for your ridiculous behavior, or is it possible that there's no reason for your behavior?
Me? I do it because I think it's funny.
That's what he asked about.
Yeah,
Mailman.
I think it's funny. Yeah, that's why I do it.
Where you're not
True. But we asked an actual conversation. I asked, why don't you talk about Stoicism some? And someone else asked it too, and I see Montreal just refuses to do so because I don't think he knows anything about it.
See, again, meta. Again, a little schmuck.
So prove me wrong. Go ahead. Talk about Stoicism.
Just doing his meta thing, and
yes, I'm the one
we're
doing
allowing
meta.
him to do this. So
yeah.
That's a great.
So why don't you tell us about Stoicism?
Temperament
so please, guys, somebody bring up a topic, please.
Stoicism. Talk about
he's
it.
Fair and temperate justice.
We should talk about. Someone else asked you to talk about Stoicism. I think.
Bro, can you just keep quiet? Can you take 5, please? Like close your mouth for 5 minutes. You think you can do and let somebody else talk?
What did you think? What did you think of B-Ball's drawing? Was that I saw you put it up there. Was he?
Oh yeah. That's a good one. Thanks. Yeah, he drew you a plane, right, for 15 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And like I asked him, is that in the real world? And he said no. And I asked him, can you explain it? And he didn't answer me after that.
Yeah, I don't remember asking him to draw.
You're breaking up. Thanks.
Come on, Takes. Do better with your internet.
I've been asking people to just go out in reality in the real world somehow and just
His connection's trying to match his mentality. It's broken.
establish 3 points
Thanks. You're breaking up.
of equal elevation, if it's possible.
Thanks. You broke up there through the whole thing. Try again.
You're gonna mock my internet now.
We're mocking you, buddy. Anyone want to talk about Stoicism?
B-Ball, you there?
I'm curious to see what he says about Stoicism, or anybody for that matter.
3 people have asked at this point. I just don't think he's going to talk about it.
I mean, it is an area that I'm fairly weak on because I don't get to hear a lot of conversation about it. Stoicism, by and large, doesn't really get a whole lot of screen time because it's pantheistic in its base form, and people prefer personal deities versus the universe in and of itself being essentially a non-deity.
Yeah, that's one of my gripes against Stoicism. Actually, is their idea of a pantheistic deity that's not personable, unfathomable, ineffable, and also their idea that eating meat is evil or killing animals is a transgression against nature.
There are plenty of theistic religions that would also agree with that, though, which is why there are so many Hindus that are vegetarian.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe thinking like eating meat is against nature. Like it makes 0 sense. I don't even know how like you came to that conclusion. Like how would that even develop?
No, it's not against nature, but provides an unnecessary amount of suffering to something that probably can understand that it can probably understand in some ways that it is being killed.
Yeah.
Even though it's still kind of cringe. If you look into it though, no, because they think like nature in their pantheistic view of God is God, right? So nature, the universe is God. And killing an animal is like killing nature, right? You're destroying nature. And it's more emotional than anything. It's emotional reasoning. You know, they're convicted to not eat meat. Now, I'm not saying all Stoics, but there was a good portion of them that thought this way.
But they also have the same view of plants. They also have the same view of plants being a portion of God as well.
Right.
So how did they make the distinguishment if it was just based on the emotional response of the plants, of the animals being a part of the creator?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it was more of like an emotional response, right? Emotional reasoning, which is fallacious. Just because you feel bad, does it actually mean that it's bad? No.
This creation is corrupted. The only way to make sense out of any of this is to understand that this creation's corrupted. Something went wrong. The idea of this all-loving sky daddy in the clouds, it's just there's a lot of things wrong with that. Creation's corrupted, the world's fucked up, everything's eating each other. It's actually not the circle of life, it's the circle of death. This is the case micro to macro. It's not a human condition. It's not like humans. Everything is eating everything else. Go look up any video channel of microscope hobbyists looking at germs and cells and shit. Everything's designed to have suckers, and it impales into the animal cell, cuts their fucking cell membrane, and sucks their juices out. This shit is happening micro to macro.
Right. So why would they care if it's natural, right? The circle of life is natural, and you see animals eating animals. Why convict somebody for eating animals?
That's correct. What is the moral obligation? Isn't it possible that there could be something morally okay with it that we just don't understand yet?
Are you familiar with kosher law? Are you familiar with kosher law?
From my understanding of Stoicism, though, it's not that they had to be vegetarians or vegans, but that was the ideal to strive towards because it was the one that was going to reduce the amount of suffering for the individual.
Yeah, and also to maximize virtue, right? Like virtue signaling. They wanted to. It was all about virtuous living.
But that doesn't really follow or make sense to minimize suffering, because like basically you could call a parent sadistic then when like if their child gets rabies and then the medication for that child, you have to stick it right in their abdomen and it causes a lot of pain and suffering. But you know, so then like when you see something like that, you can just relate it to the suffering, and maybe you have a poor view on what suffering is in the first place. Maybe it is emotionally charged.
Obviously,
a temporary
that's what suffering is.
A temporary suffering to prevent the onset of a disease that will ultimately kill somebody, being compared to slaughtering an animal for your personal consumption. Can you link those two for me real fast?
No, you can't. That's the exact point. That's the whole entire point of you can't just base it off of suffering, is because you can't link like the world's problems to individuals' problems, and you can't declare the all good God is not good because of some of these problems. Exactly.
No, you don't understand what he was saying.
What sort of ridiculous ass set of non sequiturs is that?
It's more dynamic than that, dude. You guys are always trying to oversimplify everything.
It wasn't non sequitur at all, bro. It was relevant to the conversation. And if you think you're like some debate bro that can just give out like key words and you think you won the argument, you sound retarded.
His point was saying that why would you?
Or I would never throw what you just did in that category. I try to avoid buzzwording.
Well,
you literally did by saying non sequitur to a point that was right on topic and right on point with everything that was said, bro.
Well, but here's a consideration: if you don't eat meat, there are things that can it's like humans are supposed to eat meat. Like we're omnivores, right? So what's the I don't agree with mass farming. I think that's like unnecessary. But I do think humans probably should eat meat. I would probably. Oh, or not.
How can you live in accordance with nature and not eat meat?
Yeah, there's a proper way to do it, right? Yeah, no one here is saying mass farming is good or whatever.
Wait, that's why I mentioned. You don't agree with this. You think the objective morality thing. It's my opinion that mass farming is bad. It's not an improper way to eat meat. The statement doesn't make sense.
We know it's improper because people are dying fast because they're being poisoned by this meat.
Well, that's true.
That's why I mentioned kosher law. The difference between kosher meat and non-kosher meat is how it's slaughtered, and the slaughtering by a specific rabbinical appointee is to minimize the suffering of the animal. So that's what. So again, they're minimizing the emotional distress to an animal is a humane, rapid death by prescribed method. So yeah, it's recognizing the empathy towards the animal is the basis of kosher meats.
Hanging it upside down, slitting its throat, and waiting until it bleeds. That's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. As a meat eater,
that's an emotional response, though, that you just gave, Essie. That was an emotional response.
It's not emotion, it's truth. It's your emotion of dealing with what he said. He wasn't emotional in what he said.
I don't have emotion when I'm eating, okay? When I eat food, it's because I'm driven by hunger, and hunger is not an emotion like love, bro.
Yeah, but
if you slaughter the animal, but if you slaughter the animal in the correct way, it just goes to sleep, dude. It doesn't suffer like you guys are saying.
Bro, I mean, it depends what side. You guys are so NPCs. Like, you guys, I know you're incapable of putting your belief systems to the side. So your perspective depends on how you see it.
Well, the unfortunate part is even in your worldview, you have to use the worldview to make your assumption that you're claiming right now. And that worldview is fueled by emotion. So you can't put your emotions aside to have this conversation.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. You're the only one in here with the defined worldview.
Let me respond because that came to me, right? How can you say that's an emotional response when clearly taking an animal, hanging it upside down, and slicing its throat. How could that be viewed in any way but not humane?
That's
not
right.
Like, not correct.
What do you
What do
mean
you mean not
humane?
correct? That's
Can you
literally what we
define that?
do.
Yeah, it's not humane. Wouldn't be the right word. There's another word for it, but I see
Okay,
you're assuming that
take
the
out humane.
animal is suffering, that's being tortured.
Yes, it's definitely suffering for sure.
Yep. And
How
it
do you know
knows
that?
what's about to happen too. It knows what's about to happen too.
What
They're
did
not
you
dumb.
guys talk to the animal?
And see, not everyone can operate and answer your question on the level where you're at. You when you ask that question, you're willing to put your beliefs to the side. I'm willing to answer that question honestly as a meat eater. I plan to eat meat today still.
You know how animals feel is your claim.
But I can still put my fucking ego and everything to the side and look at it for what it is. And some of you kids can't do that in here. That's too bad.
My question is to SE because it's very interesting. You're telling me you know how animals feel, SE? Because that's an unprovable claim. You can't prove you know for a fact how the animal feels by its reactions. You don't know that.
That's a fair question. Allow me to answer. It appears that when they slaughter a pig, you hear it squealing, or when a lion takes down a gazelle, you hear that sound. Yeah, I can't be in the gazelle's brain for sure, but to me that looks like suffering when an animal is being eaten alive. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, that's a correlation. That doesn't mean for a fact that it is suffering.
What? Who cares if you call it suffering? That's my point. Why does it matter? So we eat animals. Okay, cool. We do a lot of things that cause suffering. What's the issue
What I think
there?
is cruel and causes a lot of suffering is in fishing called catch and release. That one kind of bothers me.
I agree. What are they doing? Trying to make the fish late to something? It's ridiculous.
Let's grab that hook with pliers, tear it out, throw the fish back, let them heal.
But hey, SC, the pork wouldn't be right in this specific example because pork is not considered kosher, and there's multiple reasons why certain animals aren't considered kosher. But one of the hypotheses is that animals that are considered kosher, they have a specific anatomy, allegedly. Now, I'm not a biologist, but they have something called there's two arteries that run through the neck, right? And pigs and horses, it says here, like pigs and horses have vertebrae arteries that supply the brain directly, bypassing the carotid system. So cutting only the carotid artery doesn't stop brain flow immediately, potentially causing more suffering. Where in clean animals, like kosher cows, sheep, goats, and chickens, have blood from the vertebral artery that joins the carotid system, meaning cutting the carotid artery during the ritual slaughter stops brain perfusion quick.
Artery.
Oh, carotid. It's the carotid artery.
Yeah, carotid. Stops brain perfusion quickly, leading to rapid unconsciousness and minimal pain.
Okay, how about when they start eating it from the groin? You ever see animals that do that? They start eating it. You're gonna tell me that?
Yeah, they're gonna suffer
painful?
if you don't do the prescribed procedure where it requires slicing the throat, where they
gas them. They put them under apparently, like they don't feel anything. But I had a debate with my philosophy teacher because he was against like eating animals, and I was like, what if they like put them to sleep or whatever they do something like that. And then I was like, he was like, no, well, it's just bad for the sake of killing them. And I was like, well, what about abortion? He's like, oh, we're just going to change the topic.
I guarantee your philosophy teacher
you got him there.
That to you.
So
no way.
Nowadays they gas them, right? So it's even less traumatic than before. But even before that method, it still was minimal suffering. They as soon as they slice their throat, they go unconscious.
Okay, how about nature though? How about nature? How about the design? The design appears to be like barbaric, no?
Yeah, that's barbaric. That's just.
I don't think it was originally designed that way.
Yeah. Carnivores have no empathy for their takedown. They'll bite it and chew it and tear it apart and eat it while it's still alive. Yeah. Carnivores are that way.
So was it by design?
No, it's just by nature. And nature is
Yeah,
not
but
by
they
talks
think it's
design.
about in
designed.
heaven.
Well, they
It
think it's
talks about
designed.
Natural selection.
the lamb is gonna lay with the lion in heaven. There's no harm and no
I
foul.
thought
And
animals
I
don't go
think
to
that's what
heaven.
it originally was. Listen, hold on. It says that Adam's disobedience, often called quote unquote original sin, brought sin and death into the world. That's Romans 5:12. So apparently before the fall of mankind or whatever happened, I think their whole nature changed, the nature of the world changed. I don't think it was originally designed this way. But that's just my opinion.
Wait, but then you also have to admit that no animals are designed either, because literally evolution started the moment life began. So the suffering of evolution began
Hold on,
with animal camp.
Tuagna, just quickly to address your claim there aren't animals in heaven. What does the Messiah come down on in the last days?
No, I don't know. I just said I
Comes
think
down
animals
on
don't
a
go to
horse,
heven.
bro. Okay, so yeah,
Okay,
there's
so I guess
animals in
animals do
heaven,
go
bro.
to. I didn't say that. I thought animals don't go to heaven, right?
What are you
But
talking about?
Yeah,
There's
they do.
animals in heaven.
okay, cool. But Taylor, your point makes no sense now because evolution, the pain and suffering, literally the process of
Why are
death.
you learning about evolution? Maybe you should learn about the Bible. Maybe you'll learn
Sure.
something.
Okay, but Taylor, you have to
Yeah, you're
acknowledge that if
invoking
it's
a
not part
whole
of
different worldview.
you have to acknowledge if it's not part of original design, then no animals are designed either.
You're assuming evolution is true, and that's how we got here.
No, I'm not assuming evolution is true. I'm saying animals killing each other occurs. If you think that wasn't part of original design, then no animals were
don't.
originally designed because all animals kill each other.
No, I think in the garden the animals there had sufficient food. I think that I don't know
Yeah,
the
so
nature of it all before the fall, but I think that they were fine. Just as it is in heaven, it says the lamb is gonna lay with the lion, and
yeah, so
like they're gonna be still.
all modern animals consume other organic matter to
I
survive and
understand
thrive.
that.
So you're admitting that no modern animals were designed.
No, I think they were, but in a different nature, like a spiritual form. I think it was all more
So
spiritual
all
before the
modern
fall.
animals were not designed because they
No,
all
you're
go through the
missing the
process.
whole entire argument. No, the design was corrupted. You don't get it, bro.
Yes, so the animals that are born today
If you
were
design
not the
something
original
and then it's
design.
corrupted, bro, does that mean it no longer has design? Are you kidding
Do
me
you
right now?
do you think the animals that are born today were corrupted?
Everything
Yeah.
was corrupted. The whole
They
world that we
keep,
live in
they keep
was
getting corrupted like repeatedly as they're born?
yes, we live in a fallen world according to the Bible, right? And it's in a gradual decay, a gradual decline of entropy.
So like as a horse is born right now, it has its original design and then some point through living it gets corrupted?
No, the whole nature of the world changed in the
Okay,
fall.
so the animals that are getting born right now, do they have their original design or are they born corrupted?
I think that the original design would have no like what do you call it? Like carnivores in that way. I think that there would be no
Exactly.
death.
We're
There'd be
born
no death.
corrupted.
So imagine an animal that would never die. Like it
But
says that
there
Adam
are
brought
those
death
animals.
into the world. So they're gonna
Yes.
be a different nature, beforehand.
I agree.
Yeah,
I don't
So
think
all
there's
modern
Juan, talking to answer your question. Yes, we're born corrupted. That's why the argument, oh, I was born this way, from a biblical worldview, is not justified, because we're called to renew our minds, right? Not stay corrupted.
just to be clear, all of the modern animals aren't designed; they were born different.
in a sense, yeah.
All right, great. So great. At least we agree on
Yeah.
that.
But yeah,
So
death is by design, you guys.
It's clearly obvious that they were born different because the first animals, the earth created them. The first man was made from dust and God blew into his nostril. So yeah, the first man didn't come from a womb of a woman. Duh. Like how, dude, you're like, you need to
What does
just
it mean
read
a
the
man was
Bible,
made from
bro.
dust? Buddy, what does
can
it
I
mean a
ask?
man was made from dust? Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah,
Is
he
it a
was
statue?
formed from clay.
Yeah, explain that.
Yeah, in Genesis, bro.
Yeah, explain how you go
Genesis
from
2.
clay to
Read it.
organs. Yeah, explain how you go from clay to organs.
With God.
Yeah, explain that. Explain the mechanism.
What's with
Yeah, God is
Ecclesiastes
the
3:18?
Well, we went from clay to life here on Earth in their theory too. So I mean,
Ecclesiastes 3. Ecclesiastes 3:18 is from the position of the vain man. What are you
True.
talking about, dude? Don't
So,
you understand that's a whole worldview he's showing of meaninglessness?
Just to be clear, we agree clay could turn into organs, right?
I mean, I think that's what your model says as well.
True. That's what our model says. Doesn't involve
Yeah.
chemistry at all.
Yeah, okay. And then what's the mechanism for clay to turn into organ?
More like
what's
a
the mechanism
vicious,
for God turning stone
deadly
into a person?
hydrothermal vent. Which
Yeah,
is
you don't
even
want to
worse.
answer it. See, whenever you're pinned down on your position, you can't answer it. You have to deflect to
said
the other
chemistry.
person's position because you're garbage. You have no answers.
Said
He's not
chemistry.
prepared.
I did say chemistry, but you guys don't acknowledge it. But it's fine.
That's not an answer.
Anyway, so
Chemistry.
it is an answer.
No, that's not
It
an
is
answer, bro. Yeah,
So then
no.
God
life-
made us through chemistry.
So you're agreeing that life could come about through chemistry?
No, what are you talking about, bro?
what Taylor
No,
just
God
said.
is the one who breathed into that chemistry, all the chemistry, and then created it to be life, okay?
Genesis
And you
2:7.
need the God to do that, or
That,
can
that,
chemistry
that's
do
a
that
whole
naturally?
nother
Undirected
process.
chemical
Like
reaction.
you could have a vessel in front of you, right? A lifeless vessel. But then that process of sparking it, like turning on the engine, like in the ignition, that's a whole nother mystery, dude.
So you guys just don't know.
Genesis
spark of
2:7.
You don't have to know, bro.
Yeah.
That's the whole problem you have in life is you think you can know all things while admitting that you can't know anything because science doesn't prove anything. It's ridiculous to hold this standard up to us as if we should know all things when you yourself don't hold that standard for yourself, bro.
Oh,
Here,
stop
just to be
it.
clear, I don't hold to that standard. I'm just asking for clarifying questions, and you guys are freaking out. All I asked is how did God?
You don't have an answer for it
Stop
either. You just said
interrupting me.
chemistry, bro. That's
Stop
not an
interrupting.
answer.
It is an
Laura,
answer because
stop
that's how life becomes life. I don't know what to tell you there.
Oh, God,
Okay,
not
what?
true.
Yeah, so I just spell the
Sure.
word chemistry out and all of a sudden life starts?
No,
Come on, bro.
you probably
Well,
couldn't
you-
spell the word chemistry out.
But yeah, just to be clear, you guys are really saying, well, God did something and turned stone into life, and then you're crying that I say chemistry, what we all agree life is, can't become life naturally. So I don't
I'm
know how
sorry,
you
but
guys-
we are going to the supernatural and you're going with naturalistic processes that can be
Yeah, you're going to-
defined more in
sure.
depth. So why don't you just not do the cop out and use your chemistry of the gaps argument and actually tell us the mechanism?
Sure.
Can
Saying
we-
we're going to the supernatural literally means nothing. Explain what that means. Even try to explain what that means.
Yeah, like Torah, you said
My
that.
evidence, my definition of why it happened is because a supernatural event
Yeah,
occurred.
explain it.
Okay, I'm not
Yeah,
giving
explain
you
that.
naturalistic processes. So
Yeah,
for you
explain
then
the
to
supernatural
demand
event.
me to have the mechanism of the supernatural just shows your lack of intelligence, bro.
Explain the supernatural. Go ahead. Please, I'm waiting. Let's hear the explanation.
Did you not hear what I just said? The
Yes, he did. He's
supernatural
doing
is
it on
not-
purpose, bro. He's trolling you. Don't engage with him, or this is gonna happen. I keep telling you guys.
Did you not hear
Torah,
what he
so
just
it's
said? I said
Can
that
I
my
ask a
God,
question?
I said that my God breathed life into his nose, so that's how he did it.
True.
so it's okay to not know that.
I wanted to ask a question to the creationists who claimed
Okay,
that
so then we can say it's a
design-
natural process, but we don't know the process.
Yeah, we don't know the specific process.
That's
but we do know
perfectly
the
fine.
mechanism.
You can say that if you'd like. If you want to say it's a supernatural process for your naturalistic explanation, that's
not at all
perfectly
what
No, I
fine.
never said that. You're
That's what
making
you're
me say that.
saying.
I said that it's a
No,
natural
you-
process.
Okay,
said
is
that
it? Go ahead
specifically.
and explain it from beginning to end. Let's
You
start
said
with
that
how
you
the
said
planet formed naturally.
you just said that we don't have to have an explanation.
Yeah. If you want to say the supernatural is your mechanism, we'll say the natural is our mechanism. There you
You're
go.
missing the point. No, I said for the supernatural, I do not have an explanation or all-knowing ability. But when you
Yes.
go to the natural, at this point, you are claiming something that you do know about because it's
No, I
naturally
don't.
occurring in the world.
Why? Why
Okay.
is it any different
No,
than the
I'm
supernatural?
saying that there's no evidence
So
for
you
the
don't have
supernatural, so it is
naturalistic,
natural.
so you have no naturalistic processes that got us to this point.
And you don't
Is that
have any
correct?
supernatural ones.
Yeah,
You
I
don't have any
just said I
supernatural
don't
ones.
know the process. You don't know the process. I'm saying that we have
Exactly.
evidence for the natural world. We have no evidence for the supernatural world. So it's more
And
probable
you can
that it's
define
natural.
the supernatural. What's the
I feel
supernatural?
life
Define it.
exists in supernatural. We can't even replicate it here in the natural world.
Okay, so you don't have you guys have evidence of consciousness being natural?
Consciousness is just a process of the brain.
Humans are
Anyway.
natural. We have consciousness.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and how did that develop naturally? Please go ahead.
We don't have to
I-
know the mechanism, just like you said earlier.
No. I invoke a supernatural mechanism.
That
You
literally
invoke
means
a
nothing.
natural mechanism. Therefore, you could
What's the
most
super-
certainly define it through the natural processes. I can't define
What's the
supernatural.
supernatural mechanism?
I don't have to. I invoke the supernatural, bro. You're not invoking
Invoke
supernatural.
the supernatural, bro. That's
Why-
the mechanism, bro. Bro.
Yeah.
I invoked the natural.
You're
Thought
just
about
saying
it.
supernatural and then stop there. I can say natural.
Well, you're
and stop
trying
there.
to say the supernatural while not at the same time because you're saying I
I'm
have
saying that we have no
natural
evidence
processes
of
without
anything
Yeah.
supernatural.
Okay, so you have no evidence for the explanation of the natural world that would actually be
I don't know the
supernatural.
explanation.
You just defined it into existence.
No,
we know the natural exists.
How much time have you spent researching the supernatural in hours, Molman?
What is the supernatural? Why don't you tell us what it is?
What is it?
No. Anyone tell us what it is. Tell us what it is.
Your God, creator of heaven and earth.
Okay, so what is God? Explain
I've
it
read
in a non-natural
I've
way.
read
How
the
can we
Bible.
understand God non-naturally?
I literally just said my definition. Creator of
God
heaven
is
and
a
earth.
higher being than any other being in the world.
Do we agree that humans are natural beings?
But do you agree that there is
Oh.
higher beings right now? Like you're a higher being than a chicken, or no? You think you
That
are a
literally
chicken?
means nothing to me. Literally means nothing to me.
What do you mean with
so
a
You
higher
have
being?
nothing.
Yeah, so just to be clear, if you think we're natural beings, how could we observe the supernatural if we're natural ourselves? How does that make any sense?
I'm not even making a distinction between the natural and supernatural. You're the one making
When
the
two
distinction.
Oculus Adderall kicks in, is that supernatural or natural?
Supernatural. I'm literally
Natural.
a god. I'm your
It's just
god. Pray
natural
to me.
chemistry. With the supernatural,
actually-
there's
Yeah,
some
that's
like
demonic.
beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature. So people might want to look it up if they don't understand
The
the
laws
definition.
of nature aren't supernatural. They're literally the laws of nature, buddy. What the are you?
Yeah, so
listen to
just
the
like
words you just
SC said, after this guy takes enough Adderall, he becomes a natural.
True. Are we going to acknowledge the laws of nature are natural because they're the laws of nature?
How would you?
Okay, then where do we find them in nature?
What do you mean find them in nature?
Yeah, you said they're natural, so they're something we can observe and experience. So where do we observe and experience them?
It's not they. It's a description of the natural world.
Okay, yeah, and where'd those come from?
We describe the natural world.
Jesus Christ!
You describe the natural world. Where'd that ability come from to have descriptors?
Language.
Got the endless line of questions.
Okay, and then where did the language come from?
Your mouth.
Now we have to explain everything, and they're to say supernatural.
Yeah, because what you're going to go to is the supernatural eventually. You think human brain came up with language. Okay, what's your evidence
Human
for that?
brains came
Okay, what's your
up with a
evidence for
construct
that?
of language.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What's your evidence that a human
by
brain
tracking
came up
by
with?
tracking language, like
Okay, go ahead and present your
primitive
evidence.
languages
Present
up to
all
now.
of it. Present
where do
all
you
your
want to
evidence.
start? Like, do you want to start with Indo-European languages and the origin of Indo-European languages?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
start presenting your evidence
So,
on how the first person came up with the alphabet. Go ahead.
Not the first person came up with the algorithm. We're talking about people started making sounds and associating those sounds with items.
How do you know that?
There's no need to
You
be
didn't
this.
observe any of that. You didn't observe any of that. How would you know any of that? You didn't experience or observe any of that. So
Because
that's
we can
obviously not empirical.
because in ancient languages we can directly correlate like words for specific birds with the sound birds make.
Okay, like what?
People mimic their sound and call
Give an example.
Okay, give me a second.
How about we'll go with Aleph?
Ancient language like what?
Aleph?
Well, yeah, let's go with bait. The Aleph bait. The alphabet.
Who wrote the Bible?
They also multiple people if you actually read
they
it.
can't.
But simultaneously, the languages co-evolved. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, but you see what they do, Taylor? They're like, who wrote the Bible? Because they can't actually address their own claims. They have to deflect.
Because you ran from your claim already. You said that humans were created by something supernatural.
I know where the alphabet
And you have no
came
evidence
from.
for that.
I also know that was
Zero evidence for anything
divinely given to
supernatural.
man. Okay, you don't have any evidence for the proof of the alphabet coming about. So go ahead, go with your evidence,
Roman,
bro.
I asked you about. You mentioned there's no evidence of the supernatural, but I've asked you how many hours have you spent researching? I mean, there's many people who have medical training and licensed
Hold on. This bothers me. How could a natural being?
Asking me.
They're so clear.
Go ahead, Roman. Go
How
ahead,
could a
Roland.
natural
You were
being
saying?
observe the supernatural? How is that possible?
They're
Moment.
terrified that there may be a creator. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think
How
that's
could
true
Yeah,
too.
but
Very unfortunate.
And they don't want to learn his rules.
yeah,
Maybe it's
yeah,
because
Eden.
of their lifestyle.
With the definition that you posted about the supernatural, I don't like. How can I study it?
Yeah,
Why
how?
don't you? What do you mean? So, have you ever heard of the paranormal, or maybe you've
Yeah, but
looked
that's
into doctors
physical.
that study the supernatural? One of them is Dr. Richard Gallagher. I mean, if you were looking, you probably would have came across his name. So that's why I asked you, how many hours have you spent? So maybe it's like what, less than
You're not answering
one?
the question. How could a natural
Yeah, how
being
can
observe
I?
the supernatural?
Well, you start with
Yeah,
the definition, then you start looking what others have found if you want. I mean, if you don't know where to
Still
start,
not
maybe look
answering.
where other people have started to look. There's many doctors who've reported this. I mean, it's reported in the Catholic Church, right? I mean, that's why I'm asking. Have you researched it? Because you made a bold claim saying there's zero evidence.
I've listened to people's claims about supernatural things, like people growing back limbs, even though that's obviously natural because a limb is natural and limb growing is natural. But I mean, that has
What
never
about
happened.
anything else supernatural, like hauntings,
The
maybe the
prayer,
paranormal, like demonic
prayer,
possession?
the prayer I've studied, it doesn't work. It's same as not praying.
True.
No, I was talking about maybe things like the demonic possession. Have you ever looked into that?
Yeah, what is
but
that?
there's
Tell
yeah,
us what a
there's
demonic possession is.
yeah. I've never seen any good evidence of someone actually being possessed.
Have you seen some of the atheists in here?
True. I'm a demon.
Yeah, I mean that's trolling. So
Yeah,
again,
definitely. They
evidence
show
that
us
there's
all
no
the time.
supernatural. Yeah.
If we were real demons, we would be able to reach through Discord and get you. So that would be
let's see,
fun.
try.
That's pretty sick.
Well, guess what? God protects his people. So if anybody wants to come
True.
spiritually
Like during
attack me for
9/11.
astral projection,
Protect
which
his
me
people.
claim to thank you for, then
Well,
good luck to you.
let her finish, guys.
Fall back
It's
on your
like
own
a
head.
magnet being repulsed.
So if God protects his people, then what was going on with a plane crash where there's only 2 survivors and 150 dead?
How are
You
you
got
losing
three J's, my
airplanes
guy.
if you can predict
They
everything
weren't
in the
real
world?
Christians. They weren't real Christians, so I guess it doesn't matter.
They weren't Israel people.
Here's a set I managed to compile for you of Greek and Latin, which use directly the sounds of animals make to name those animals. Or
That's
the
not.
actions
That's just
of
habitual observation or correlation. That's not any proof.
Of course, you're gonna do
language is correlated, buddy.
Yeah, so you have correlations, and you have a busted worldview when it comes to metaphysics, and it's clear by the scoffing
Well,
in
now
this
it comes,
room.
yeah, the
I'm
cope
not
again.
scoffing at all, but you're coping.
I mean, it's just the evidence of demonic possession.
I'm not
is,
scoffing at all. Well, let me scoff in my next sentence. You're retarded.
Wop wop. You guys are really sad about the demons.
Torah has a epistemology that begs the question, and he's fallacious, and now he's screaming to others that they don't have a
Yeah,
good
you
worldview.
think there's an issue with circular reasoning, but then you can't even answer what makes knowledge possible. And when I ask you,
Hold
you're
on.
just going to go circular the whole time.
I did an internal critique, not an external critique of your worldview.
Ooh, shit.
Yeah, you don't have an internal critique of it because what if in my worldview there's no issue with circular reasoning? Oh my God.
Then there isn't. Then you have a fallacious worldview. I don't care.
You can say that. However, the thing that is
You said it.
No, the thing that holds everything together, the thing that's at the concrete foundation of all of reality would be circular in its nature. Duh.
There you go. Yeah, you have a fallacious
universe.
worldview.
Like the universe, right?
No,
that works.
he has a fallacious worldview.
Okay, go ahead and tell me what made consciousness exist. Watch, I'll make you.
Now you're pivoting to my
beg the
worldview.
question on every single question I ask you, dude, because that's all you have. You think cause and effect. That's literally a circular relationship.
So now you're pivoting. You're now pivoting from your worldview, from your fallacious worldview, to my worldview. Why?
I think that's what we were talking about.
I don't think you should think that much anymore. Anyway, just to be clear,
He said that his worldview is circular, and then but you. It's funny.
Consciousness is just a description of the brain's processes. It's just processes. Just like how I say this all the time. Just like how you can't touch a preference and you can't feel a preference and you can't high five a preference. A preference is just a description of the actions people take. It's the same thing for consciousness. It's just a description of what the brain does. Oh, he doesn't like that
It's not a
answer, does
method.
he? Doesn't like that answer. Well, he was understanding me just fine before, but I know it's really hard to respond to that answer because it works out perfectly
It's
fine.
all those aggies in his mouth.
Again, you also understood me perfectly fine before. If you guys don't want to respond to the point, that's fine. I get why you don't.
Can you repeat? Look, I'll try to turn my microphone all the way up. What was your question?
No, Yahweh asked the question.
I just wanted to say that if you want to say that circular reasoning isn't fallacious, then you cannot use the argument that logic proves God anymore because you don't believe in logic anymore.
Well, I'd like to say, like, the people that believe in the religious point of view and the people that believe in the abiogenesis point of view, evolution, they both have no clue. They're just both made up stories. Fact.
True. And see, Montreal, can you define evolution for us again? I just want to hear what you think it is.
No,
Fact. What I
dude.
said was a fact.
Yeah, I agree with you. See, that could be the case. That logical possibility does exist for sure. But you know when you guys said that circular reasoning is fallacious? Okay, why is 1 + 1 2?
That's how it's defined.
There you go.
Because
That's
God
circular
created math.
reasoning.
Definitions aren't circular. They're definitions.
That's circular reasoning right there.
No,
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's axiomatic. That's not the same thing.
Okay, well then God exists then, because I'll just
Yeah.
define it as the ultimate thing that exists.
Sure, and I could just not use that.
Okay,
It works.
there you go. So you agree
Yeah.
God exists because
Sure.
of definitions.
No, I
Yeah.
don't have to agree with your definition. I just make up my own definition, and I don't need your definition for anything. What do I need your definition of God for? Tell me one thing I need it for.
The definition of 2 is
Eternal
not
life.
just 1 + 1 = 2. I'm sorry. That's like your definition. That's not the definition.
You asked why does 1 + 1
Go
equal
ahead.
2, and I said that's how it's defined. That's what you asked.
No,
So
that's
you
not
don't
how
even
it's
understand
defined. That's not how 2 is defined.
A
2 is a
definition
multiple.
of 2 is a definite. One of the definitions of 2 is 1 + 1.
2 is a number. Sorry. 2 is a number.
Numbers.
Sorry.
Yeah, numbers. Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna go into that. Just to be clear, I don't need to agree with your definition, which is fine. I could just make up my own.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for why 1 + 1 = 2. Therefore, your worldview is fallacious because you live under circular reasoning. You're
First
done.
off, I don't have an argument for it because it's definitionally true. That's how we define it. Just to say that again, I know you don't understand these concepts because you don't know any philosophy, but just because we define something doesn't make it circular. It's axiomatic.
How do you know
That's
it's
how it's
true?
defined.
Yeah, how do you know it's true? What makes 1 + 1
a
= 2?
knowledge of
What
true.
makes
That's
it
how
true?
it's defined.
What makes it true?
Again, it's a synthetic
Because
truth. That's how it's defined. Do you not understand that?
Oh, okay, so it's circular, so it's just because it
Nope.
is? Because it
That's
is the
not-
case ipsi dixit, it is what it is?
Those things don't mean the same thing. Circular
Yeah,
and
that's literally
axiomatic.
what you're saying. It just is that way. Sorry.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's
I
not the
have
same
a
thing.
justification.
Yeah,
I
that's
have a
not the
literal
sa-
justification
that's
that's not bound to circular
yeah,
reasoning for
that's
1
not
+
the
1
same.
= 2. But you
That's not
don't.
that's
And
not
it's
the
been
same.
demonstrated here
Yeah.
today that 2 Akna is
Good
in
for
a
you.
fallacious
Yeah.
worldview
That's-
along
Akna,
with
can
that
you
other
stop
dude.
interrupting, please?
He actually interrupted me when he asked me a question of why
Okay,
1
could
+ 1
both of
=
you
2.
stop interrupting each other, please?
Great. So just to be clear, saying it is because it is the same as circularity. Just so we're clear on that. It's, again, axioms and circularity are not the same thing. The way we define the system of math is based on axioms. You know this because you understand what the law of identity is. Math is just a bunch of laws of identity. That's why they're math proofs. It's a system of logic. We all know this. You won't acknowledge that point, but it's fine.
Okay, no, I agree with you. Okay,
Where
what
does
makes an
logic come
axiom
from?
axiomatic?
What?
Where's the
makes an
source of
axiom?
logic?
Two
Hold
people
on,
are
what
talking.
makes an hold on real quick. What makes an axiom axiomatic?
Because that's the starting point.
Yeah, because circular reasoning.
It's not circular reasoning. You don't understand that axioms and circularity aren't the same thing.
I didn't ask for that. I asked for what causes the axiom to exist in the first place.
What do you mean what causes an axiom to exist? We just refer to something. You can make anything
what
an
makes
axiom if you want.
axioms possible in your
What
worldview?
makes them possible? I don't know what you mean by what makes them possible.
Yeah, what is your justification for axioms existing?
You don't justify axioms. That's why they're axioms.
No, the concept of the axiom. How do you justify it?
You don't justify concepts of axioms. That's why they're axioms.
Really? So you have no justification for 1 + 1 = 2?
Yeah, you don't justify axioms. That's why they're axioms.
There's nothing in the world that you can point to say this is why 1 + 1 = 2. And there's nothing outside of the world that you can point to.
Do you just want to go into any basic philosophy and understand that you don't justify axioms? That's why they're axioms.
We know that.
No, I understand
the concept of axioms, though. Axioms in general. Not
How
a
is
specific
knowledge
axiom.
possible in your worldview?
I have no clue what you're referring to as knowledge.
Yeah, what makes knowledge possible in your worldview?
I don't know what you're referring to when you say knowledge in that sentence.
We just were talking about axioms, so therefore you
Yes.
agree there's objective knowledge in the world. You admitted it.
No, that doesn't
So what
follow.
makes knowledge possible? You said it's a starting point that we all agree upon. So you agree there is objective truth in the world. You stepped in the shit, now deal
Those
with
things
it.
don't follow. You just put those words in my mouth. When did I say that?
You said that axioms are base knowledge that no one has to justify. Therefore, they are true.
That.
So 1
No,
+ 1 does not equal 2, or does it?
I didn't say those things. First off, I said that axioms are synthetic truths. They're true by definitions. Those are what axioms are. You don't need to justify them because they're the starting point of a logical system or a logical thought process. I never said anything about knowledge or truth other than what
How'd you
synthetic or
determine that?
artificial truths
Did
are.
you use objective laws of logic to determine that?
To determine what?
Yeah, you just said that's your logical starting point. So therefore, you just attributed objectivity to logic.
Nope.
Therefore, the laws of logic are absolute knowledge. So
Those
now my
things
question
don't
is, what
follow.
makes knowledge possible in the world?
I love how you just keep putting words in my mouth to try to get into your dialogue tree. It's really funny. But just to be clear, I didn't say any of that. And also, you don't come to conclusions on axioms. That's your starting point. I don't know how many more times I have to say this.
These people
don't come to
want to be retarded.
Is it knowledge? Is the axiom you said it's synthetic knowledge? So
Nope, I didn't say
therefore,
that.
what makes knowledge possible?
I didn't say that. I said it's a synthetic truth.
Okay, is truth knowledge or not?
I don't know what you mean by knowledge in that sentence. How are you using it?
Do we just go to the next?
Why are we letting him waste our time, guys? Man, why are you
waste
engaging
so
with
hard
him,
with
man?
it.
I can't say anything to him, but why are you engaging him, bro? Why?
He's scared to answer questions. What I'm doing is dismantling his worldview, so the whole chat can just laugh their butts off with their mic on silent, and everyone is laughing at you right
To be
now.
fair, I don't think you're dismantling his worldview. I think you're embarrassing. I think you're embarrassing yourself right now.
I asked for clarification.
Yeah, because you are a fool and unwise and unlearned. You think that animals created language, you silly fool.
No, I didn't.
Animals, buddy. You're so stupid.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't whales have a language?
Oh, but whales.
You speak whales are human.
Yes, they do.
You speak whale, Omni?
Oh my God!
Wow, he went down to the to the So Far channel, which debunks the globe, to show that whales debunk language.
Way to go, tanks! You hear what he said? They can communicate thousands of miles away using the So Far channel. First one I've ever heard say that. Way to go, tanks!
Yep, horizontal layers too, right?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
how does that work?
Don't they have language?
Now they're deflecting again.
Yeah, they just have to avoid it.
No, I just
No, they
said
do have a
have
language. Yes,
language.
they do, Omni, but they also
animals.
have a means of communication at long distances.
I want to
Omni,
get
I don't know if Omni was here for earlier in the conversation where we developed our language from the chickens. Omni, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't. Omni
That's
did not say that. My thesis was that in ancient languages like Sanskrit,
we balk too.
That's not true. What I said, Omni, was that our languages, human languages, Sanskrit, Latin, Greek, ancient languages, use words of animal sounds to describe the animals, and then presented Torah with a list I compiled for them, and they rejected it. And they're now twisting it into this grotesque statement that we learn language from chickens.
Reject it as well. I'm sorry, if he holds
I don't
true.
think he will,
to the
because
fact
he'll
that
present the same
Bible is
evidence
true,
to Omni.
and we all know where language came from when we hold to the
Tower of
position
Babel,
of
right?
truth.
The Tower of Babel, right? That's where it came from?
No, bro.
Where did it come from? Where did language come from?
Yeah, but Omni is somebody who also believes in evolution. I would assume.
Oh my God, they're so adorable.
Yeah, this is where we show
did
the
language come
contradiction.
from? Where did language come from?
Language comes from people.
From the
obviously.
human brain, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that was invigorating.
Tora, can I ask Tora a question, please? Hey, can I ask Tora a question, please? Tora, what language did Adam speak?
Shit.
I would argue Hebrew.
Enochian.
Thank you.
What evidence do you have for
So
that?
he was a Jew. By the way, majority of during Jesus' time, they didn't speak.
So if I speak
he
Hebrew,
didn't
then
speak
I'm a
Hebrew.
Jew now? Come on, what kind of reasoning is this? I'm not even going to allow you to finish it.
Good job, Zoidberg.
He spoke
Good job,
Aramaic.
Zoidberg.
He spoke, and I'm going to repeat myself until I'm let to finish my sentence completely. Right. I never said that Adam was a Jew. I said that he spoke Hebrew, and also, if that is the claim, where did Hebrew come from? And also, during Jesus' times, the Son of God, Jesus spoke Aramaic, not Hebrew. Jesus was considered
you're
a
saying
Jew.
Jesus didn't have the gift of tongues, bro? Are you kidding me right
Did
now?
he?
Okay. This is ridiculous. Yes, of course he had the gift of tongues, dude. So
he
the
spoke
whole
with multiple
yeah,
tongues. He
that's
was
what happens
lying.
when
Like, what
someone
do you
is
mean?
filled with the Holy Spirit. They're given the gift of tongues as well, right?
You're
And this
filled with
is
the
a
Holy
perfect
Spirit, you're given the gift
example
of
of it.
tongues.
But this
So
is
he
the bottom
spoke
line right
tongues.
now. When you're saying Hebrew and Jesus didn't speak Hebrew, there was many languages at that time due to the Tower of Babel. But in the beginning, God spoke the universe, right? You call it one word, the universe, into existence. And the argument I put forward is the language that the first word was spoken was in Hebrew.
That's not an
Why
argument.
do you
That's a
think it was in
statement, just to be
Hebrew?
clear. Yeah.
Because that's
Could
the
have been
language.
any
That's the
Canaanite
heavenly
language,
language.
right?
That's the
El,
language they speak in heaven.
El being a Canaanite god, El being a Canaanite god, could have spoken any of the Canaanite languages. Why specifically Hebrew?
Why are you taking up stories that came afterwards?
Well,
You
no,
know
the
the Bible gives you
Jews
the
are
origin.
the Jews
You know
are
the Bible
Canaanites.
yeah, but you know the Bible gives you the origin story. Yeah, and Adam was pulled out of what land and then put into the garden? He wasn't
Nowhere.
made from the land in the
Doesn't
garden.
exist. Nowhere. He doesn't exist.
Wasn't he like a zombie made from dust?
Okay, we need to answer a question here. Do animals have languages, right?
Yes, humans are
And the
animals.
answer is
Humans
yes,
have
they
language.
do. I
Yes.
can give you examples. The bees,
Humans.
they use their body as a language to
Humans.
and the sun to say where the pollen is, right? And
Or like
whales, dolphins. Yes, the answer is yes, Omni.
Or humans.
Okay.
Humans are animals have
Humans
language.
do,
No,
yes.
hang on. Tuakna. Who classified humans as animals?
Carlos Linnaeus.
Tuakna. Who categorized humans?
You already answered.
That's your priest? That's your priest. Thank you.
He's a Christian, bro. What is the wrong with this?
What a call.
Oh.
Humans are animals because we, at least from body plan, are very similar to other higher mammals, right?
That's why I was going with Ecclesiastes. That's why I was going with Ecclesiastes.
What's a higher mammal?
A higher mammal, like a hominid. Like a hominid is a higher mammal. If you want the children example, a cow is a higher mammal. An elephant is a higher mammal.
A simple reason why humans are animals.
God would just be a higher being.
A simple reason why humans are animals is because all of the characteristics that things we call animals have in common, humans also have those characteristics.
It's just a definition. So
unless we're going to argue that like chimps and humans differentiate by the divine gene or something, because we're like 98.9% compatible with them, something like this, right?
Yeah.
The rest is like a divine gene, essentially. Well, why would God make us so similar to chimps in terms of like genetic material, embryos, body plan?
Well, to be
Makes no
fair,
sense.
half these people in this room don't think genes exist. So.
Wait, so you think that
we're all similar bodies,
and therefore God doesn't exist? You think that?
Sure.
No,
Yeah,
no. I was
If
pondering
I just wanted to answer. I just wanted to answer the question.
there where God doesn't exist?
No. I was
I
pondering.
want to
Like,
answer the 98%.
I'm actually accepting the God worldview. Hello, I've been converted, and then I'm now wondering why did God makes us so similar in terms
So
of
that
like
we can
embryo
all
development.
inhabit the same world.
Rob, I have to repeat
I'm
myself
trying to
now because
answer your fucking question.
Rob is interrupting me. I have to
Anyway, till
repeat
it's
it
done.
again. Right, so I'll repeat myself because Rob interrupted me. Now,
yeah, I was trying to answer your fucking question.
Okay, starting from
Rob,
the beginning.
hang on, man. Come on.
So, I've accepted God, Helloa. I'm now a Christian or whatever, right? And I'm pondering the existence of humans and chimps, and I'm wondering why God created us in such a way that we're so similar to them, embryonic stages development, genetic, like body plans, so similar to them. Why? Why is that the case?
Can I answer now?
Okay, if I don't have a reason, does that mean there is not a reason?
I have a reason.
Just angry.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, you can. Of course.
So that all creatures can inhabit the same environment. Thank you.
We don't inhabit the same environment.
But we do. We all live on Earth, you fuck.
Oh, you literally meant the only place where animals live.
Hey, hold on, but insects are not at all in terms of body plan or embryo development like us, but they still inhabit the same environment as us.
Do they have to perform the same functions on Earth that we perform?
Yes, eat and breathe. Yes, correct.
Yeah. What do insects breathe?
Plants don't do that.
They breathe air and they breed. They make more of them, like humans. We humans breathe air, drink water, eat food, and breathe.
But plants don't do that, so we're clear.
So it sounds like we would have to have something in common in order to inhabit the world.
Yeah, we do have things in common.
But we also inhabit the Earth with every animal. So why don't we then have 98% DNA with every animal?
We do share DNA with every animal.
Yeah, but Bob said that we share with the chimp because we have
they're single-cell organisms, right? They're multicellular tiny organisms. Yeah, they're bacteria. Like all of these things exist. They breed, eat, metabolize. They do all the things humans do, but we're not at all the same with them. Why did he make us so similar to the chimp when he could have made us similar to the bacteria? No. Why did he choose the chimp? And the
better question is, why did
they
make chimps so similar to God if humans are in the form of God?
Yeah,
right? That's a better question.
Is God a chimp then? By that logic, yeah. I don't know.
Does he look like a chimp? Is he 98% chimp?
I think Omni has an answer for you guys, and as maybe he has a perspective from an atheist perspective for you.
Yes, Omni the atheist has a perspective on
Omni is a grown boy, no tanks. He can speak for himself. I don't know why you're doing this.
I think he might have a perspective on this. I think he's deeply pondered this as well.
He's an atheist scum. He's thought too much about it.
Oh God, right next to here.
No, I mean it's a legitimate, honest question. Like somebody who would like be like, I'm on Earth. I look stupid when I look in the mirror. I monkey see, monkey do. God must be monkey dumb face. That seems reasonable. I understand it. I understand it.
We don't all share your world.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that what
I just heard how it played out. And it's how it played out. So I look stupid. I fall in dirt. I made an image of monkey, and God must fall in dirt. I heard it loud and clear. It makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. You're hearing things. Maybe you need to just get up.
Well, we all know that like half of the people here are schizophrenic and absolutely
me have toe, me have finger.
You might listen to a different piece.
So God must have toes, finger, and I lose a toe. God must lose toe. I mean, we've cracked the case, guys.
So here's the question: if we're made in the image of God, does God have wisdom teeth? Because humans are starting to lose wisdom teeth.
I don't have a belly button.
Here we go. We cracked it.
That's not an answer. That's a question.
Like if God had a stomach, and the sun is what's required for life to be sustained, and eyelashes block the light from the sun, then just God like not eyelashes? I mean eyelashes, people.
You think eyelashes block the light from the light when
That's
you're
it.
out
I
in
mean
the sun?
we cracked the case. Eyelashes, therefore no God. I mean we did it.
Do you
How do
guys
you
think
crack
God
so many
has a
schizophrenic people?
Do you guys think God has a digestive system?
Do you think he has chromosomes? Does God have a
If it
gender?
was, it would be called the dirt, and then
Does
you
God
would
have chromosomes?
biodegrade into everything, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. How do you know the earth isn't your God?
What does that even mean?
Well, I don't know. What does the sun mean for the sun god worshippers every day of their life?
I don't know. I'm
What does
not a sun
that
god
mean? Walking
worshiper.
on water, Luke Skywalker?
But I'm not a
I
sun
don't
god
know.
worshiper, so why would I know the answer to that question?
I don't know. What are you, a Big Bang worshiper? You're an explosion worshiper that makes stuff?
That's
what he was
Big Bang
told.
was.
Yes.
So where does evolution keep going? What are you going to evolve to?
You
Crocodile?
don't
Evolving
evolve into
into
anything. Evolution occurs in populations,
It
not in
doesn't go
individuals.
anywhere.
it's
Evolution
gonna
doesn't
just
do
be
shit unless you can tell us what it's going to do next with you.
Really? That's how
more
that
pain
works?
and suffering.
What are you going to look like since you know all about evolution, what it did, what it's going to do, how it did stuff, what it's doing now? You got to have it all mapped out. You guys know
Oh, it's D-Mock.
all the
Oh,
I
genes
didn't
good
and
realize
all
it
the
was
point.
stuff, right?
Good
D-Mock.
point.
D-Mock,
Good
What
can you
are
point.
you
remind
You
going
me?
to
want to
be
predict the
tomorrow? What are
future
you going to
forward.
turn into? A cricket dial croc of chocolate frog? Fish? Bird? Airplane? Robot?
What the hell is wrong with
What are
this
you going
dude?
to evolve to? Is evolution a part of computers?
Yeah, it's
Did
computers
evolution make
reproduce.
computers so man can mix with plastic?
Yep.
I'm just saying, what's evolution besides artificial intelligence? Apparently,
Well, I'll tell you, evolution is a suffering breeding machine. Everything that's fucking involved is either eating something or getting fucking ate at. And that's the way it is. And according to jail Warren, that's the way it's gonna be because we don't
or
see
it's
any
being arranged
difference.
by something. Gangbang evolution.
What a miserable system to be under if it's real evolution.
It
Look how
absolutely is.
complex all of our life forms are. But all this complexity leads to something eating something or something getting ate at. That's fucking piss.
Right, evil lotion. What even is that shit? Like
That's so shit. That's so shit. I wouldn't even want heaven to come down to earth. The world would have to change. Fundamentally, the laws of matter, everything would have to change. It seems like the real heaven is not even here.
Hey guys, gangbang evolution, guys. Gangbang evolution. Remember.
Did you blow your nose, mate?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it sounds like you need to blow your nose.
No, I'm good.
Okay. It sounds
Okay.
like you got something running down the back of your breath.
I don't think so.
Okay. Just sounds like.
But I was asking about gangbang evolution.
Okay.
And what if this idea of like a heaven is another matrix, another layer of a matrix, another form of containment? I'm just making shit up hypothetically because the truth could be anything at this point. What if we're like in a universe and we're all like meant to be sovereign fucking free souls and we're all like free souls in this unimaginable universe and we got caught up in this fucking sphere created somehow like a bug to like a light, like our consciousness got fucking trapped in this fucking sphere and all these souls are reincarnating as all these life forms that the creator of this fucked up place created. All these animals, everything is eating everything else. So you get put into these fucking bodies, you get erased of your fucking memory of whatever you are, and you just born, you popped out of a fucking hole, you come, and you're fucking trying to survive with everything eating at you. You're born with a blank slate with rudimentary instincts.
You
What
are
a miserable
tabula
fucking
rasa. What fucking shit?
what and what if all these belief systems and religions, all of them,
he's still going.
are containment protocols for your mind and soul to keep reincarnating in this shithole?
What if we keep invoking radical doubt?
Yeah, you could believe that, or go believe in your evolution. Yeah, go do that.
Just to be clear,
And
everyone in this room believes
you
in
can be
evolution.
hysteric.
Even Lion. Lion believes in evolution.
I think based on how much we're having discussions about all of the different topics and are so emotionally invested in it, maybe the creator of this world gave humans a rational mind as a form of torture and didn't give like a direct truth to them, so they have to be basically suffering by trying to figure out this truth.
Yeah, I think the best evidence that I'm in hell right now is people who like just deny reality. Like it actually bothers me so much. It's like I'm absolutely being Truman showed.
In my tapestry of possibilities that I'm being exposed to right now, you're all the possibilities. You're a God, that Sky Daddy God, spiritual God. There's so many possibilities. The only thing that I could remain firm on within myself is utilizing the compassion aspect of life. Eating life is fucked up. That's the only. Everything else, every other option, the creation gives you a specific perspective.
He's actually schizophrenic.
It's just
Anyone else understand him?
That was unnecessary. I understood him very well.
Yeah,
what
bunch
did
of
he say?
NPCs
Can you
in here,
repeat what he
silent
said?
as fuck. Anytime a new thought is introduced, you guys just shut down. It's so sad to see. It's not even funny.
No, we're
Anyway.
just trying to figure out who to call so we can seek your help for your ailment.
Yeah, I don't think that religion is a containment protocol for our minds. Sorry, I don't believe that's a thing, and I don't think we're gonna go to heaven and pop out of a hole because of the empathy of the human spirit. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's what you heard, bud. Poor guy. I don't blame you for taking it in that way. You were born with a blank fucking slate. You've had what 30, 40 years to absorb a bunch of bullshit.
Do you think
I don't blame you, bud. However old you are.
I'm not 40.
Who cares? You're still contained.
True. And what does it look like if I'm not contained? How would I know?
You wouldn't.
So how do you know you're not contained?
So does the idea?
Well, anything is possible at this point, so it could be.
Does the idea of compassion for all living beings and just beings in general bother you, trigger you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah, your evolution has bred this. This evolution is like it's breeding suffering. You think
appeal to victimization and appeal to public shaming.
You think the most advanced life forms out to date from evolution would have the less suffering? You still have as much suffering.
Appeal to compassion when oneself is screaming.
Wait, what makes us the most advanced life forms?
See, your religious view numbs your mind, numbs your soul, and numbs your spirit. That's where that fire comes from. So to you, what seems like screaming, to someone else, it's passion. Because you can't speak like this. You don't
this
have
is not passion.
You don't have the passion for it.
This is not passion, but what I'm singing now is...
Can we actually use the schizophrenic?
Did you actually want to hear about passion?
Yeah, stick to debating flat Earth, bud. You guys are old and expired. And I'm not talking about flat Earth.
Bro, I actually understand you. Like, it's not like all of the people here are NPCs. I think
literally, you're schizophrenic.
He said he's talking about fat
Stop
bird.
saying that, bro. Stop
Why?
saying that he's schizophrenic.
He literally sounds like it.
Bro. Just stop.
He can't help himself, SC.
Didn't you say you wanted to beat me up, SC?
No. I said you're obnoxious and it's like
a little cousin you would hit.
Don't say that, dude. Don't say he's obnoxious.
Like a little, yeah.
Don't say that he's a little shit.
Look at this little 19-year-old still living through tutorial entry mode of his Welcome to Earth. He's over here arguing against people triple his fucking age.
Just to be clear, you don't sound that much older than me.
Your nuts haven't even finished dropping yet, bud. Have some fucking, what's the word?
Happens?
Bro, as if age equals intelligence and wisdom. We got the evidence with you.
Well, come on, look at SC. Look at SC. Clearly he's so intelligent. He
Show us
sounds
the
right.
brilliant
How
kindergartners.
much more like
Show us
insults
the
would you
brilliant
guys let
kindergartners
go
that
through,
run the
man?
world and make all the advanced stuff. Show us the 9-month-old and the 5-month-olds that make all the stuff.
Out of
Show
curiosity,
us
how
all
many
the
more
new baby
insults?
brains that you guys want to implore to. All
This
your
two
intelligence.
kid, this two Akna kid thinks he's the only one in here to have been an atheist as fuck when he was 19 years old. Okay, you'll grow up, you'll learn a little bit, but
How many insults will you
Wait.
allow this gate break or whatever
is
the
that
fuck
an
his name is
insult?
to
Oh,
create?
that's too
Yeah, when you
bad.
tell people that their
You
balls
perceive
have
it as
Yeah,
an
dude,
insult.
he's looking. He wants SE or Gatebreaker to be his daddy. He wants somebody to
Well,
teach him.
if
That's
you
all.
tell people their balls haven't dropped and that they are low IQ and so on, I do
Technically,
think
his
that's
brain
also
is still
insults.
developing, so that's
Yeah, but
true.
again, you don't sound that much older than me. Just to be clear, like you also sound like you could not be older than 25.
Man, you got to blow your nose.
Again, it's just my headphones.
I mean, I'm just saying, man, I find it interesting how somebody said he's a schizo and then people
Hey,
throw
ladies
a
and gentlemen,
tantrum over that. But
ladies
this guy
and
just is
gentlemen,
insulting everybody.
let's give this 19-year-old two Akna. Tell us something we don't know, bud. This is your one chance. Tell
Why
us
do you
something
keep on
we don't
referring
know.
to him as a 19-year-old man? Yes, he
Hey,
is
shut
19,
up! No
so
one's
what?
speaking to you, retard. Two Akna. Tell us something we
So
don't know.
you
Let's
can
go,
now
bud.
call me a retard.
Retard is not allowed to say.
Let's chill out, guys. Come on, let's chill.
Now we
What do
also
you mean,
call
guys, man? Why do you
You're
refer
letting a
to
19-year-old, like I keep telling you guys, he's running the show. He's running
Focus on the
circles
age.
around. Just don't engage with him, and this will not happen. Just remember when you were 19, right? This is like fun for
It
him,
is
right?
fun.
He's loving this, so
It's
you're
funny.
giving it to him.
Yeah,
No,
thank you for giving
it's
it to
not
me.
just against him. It's against his little peers, 3 times older than him.
What does that
giggling
matter, man?
and
If
jumping
you are
with.
5 times
Hey,
older, 1 time older,
Hey,
same old.
Globers, here's your grand opportunity to tell the ladies and gentlemen in the room something they don't know. What do you know that is so? Tell us, what is it? If you can't, you're gonna admit you don't know. You're a cookie cutter.
How
There is
about
nothing
the
special about you.
inverse? How about
Go
you
for
tell
it.
us something we don't know? Since
Go
you're
for
so smart and
Final
so like
call for the Globers in the room. Final call.
How about you tell us
anything?
Case confirmed. Thank you very much.
How about
Wait,
now
anything that you don't know?
you tell us something, man. Come on.
All right, now I'm ready for a real conversation. You guys are boring as fuck.
Okay.
I find it interesting how mods just allow this like
Well,
schizophrenia.
again, Omnivore admitted this. They can't mod the flat earthers or they wouldn't have a channel. That's why I'm a flat earther now. Like, it doesn't work. They admitted that if they mod the flat earthers the same way they do the globe earthers, they just wouldn't be able to have this channel. They need to cater to them.
Like just saying stupidities, man.
Yeah,
Everybody
That's
gets.
literally what Omni said.
Hey,
Just ask
it's
Omni
you two
himself.
guys that keep using the words like schizophrenic. You guys lack self-awareness. You are unconscious in your day-to-day lives.
Yeah, man. When you yell that, it makes me think way less that you
the
are
truth
one, man.
burns you. The truth burns you.
The more you yell, the more I believe you are sane.
That's right.
The more you yell at the top of your lungs, the more I
Call
get
someone
convinced that you are a rational person.
Call
Guys,
someone schizophrenic again, bud. Go on.
Let's just have a 1 minute silence and remembrance of Concave, Gatebreaker Concave, saying that the truth could be anything at this point, and also that the truth burns us. So just have this 1 minute of peace from now.
A minute of silence for the death of his brain.
May all the non-thinkers,
can't let it
NPCs,
happen.
mentally bounded, programmed, indoctrinated, inquisitioned, divided, join him in your silence. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
The amount of autism amongst flat earthers seems to be increasing, man.
I think it's because they're taking less vaccines.
Is that enough meta, or should we do some more meta?
I think we
No,
should do some more.
there
Yeah.
is no conversation going on, Montreal. Is there?
Hey, bring something up, bro. Bring something up.
I
Well,
tried to. We tried to
let's
talk
see.
about stoicism, and you just refuse to talk about it.
Because
Talk
you
about
guys
it.
aren't
No,
here
bring
for
something else
conversation.
up. Anybody
You
but
guys are
Akna,
here.
please. Anybody.
All right, yeah, you said no more meta, so let's talk about a conversation.
Wow, he figured out. Troll is over.
Did you guys know that there's a developmental gene called Sonic the Hedgehog? It's kind of crazy, right?
He can't help himself. He has to.
That's another discussion. You asked to bring like another topic. That's a topic.
I did say anybody but you because you were talking like for the past
It's an open
I
forum,
don't know,
buddy.
3-4 hours straight.
Sure.
And
It
giggling
seems
like
to-
that. Sure.
It seems to me that Trump can no longer put tariffs on other nations. It was deemed illegal, right?
Oh yeah.
Now we're talking, bro. Now we're talking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
guys
guys
don't know
starting
anything
to
about
feel them
politics.
yet? For real, I'm not. It's not a not a put down like vegetables and gas and stuff. Are you guys feeling it yet? By you guys, I mean Americans.
Feeling what?
You said anyone but Tuakna, so I'm not going to answer that. But okay.
No, you can. I said not bring up a subject. I mean,
Well,
I'm
why
not
can't I bring up a
controlling the
subject?
combo. You're free to speak, bro.
Oh. Did you guys know there's a developmental gene called Sonic the Hedgehog? It's kind of
No,
crazy.
but not to change the subject, right?
I didn't change the
mean,
subject.
I thought I mean, yeah, you're just unconscionable, bro. I mean, you just can't help yourself.
True. I'm schizophrenic. Can I call myself schizophrenic? Is that allowed?
Is it?
All right,
Are
let's
you
see
in a
how
group
long this
of
lasts.
other people, like, and like, are they giggling in the background, or are you by yourself? Like, are you in a dorm room or something?
It's in the closet.
So, what was the topic before we got changed? What were we saying? See, I even forgot now.
We were talking about initially the demiurge idea about life eating life, but those true facts, which is happening micro to macro, anywhere, everywhere you go, triggers people. They don't want to reflect on that truth, and they'd rather go and say things like, insults and all these other things, and then cry for moderation after they do that.
As a matter of fact, I brought that point up when I discuss, the benevolence or malevolence of God, and I bring that topic up. Like, it appears that the design was one animal eats another animal, like everything eats. Yeah, and that is a very triggering topic for sure.
And then, you might wonder, like, once one comes to this realization, this is just assuming evolution's real. Is there a compassion index for animals?
Oh wow, it's already so much
And
more
then
pleasing to listen to you now that you are a little more honest and a little
Don't
more
do that,
humble.
bro. We just got away from meta. Address the subject.
Yeah.
That's a compliment. Am I not allowed to compliment? Okay.
Hey, I'm not interested in your fucking compliments. How about that? Keep your fucking compliments veiled as insults or the other way around to your fucking self.
Okay. Go back to this mode. That's so
Keep
much
your
better.
fucking compliments to your fucking self. I don't need it.
Thank you for returning to your normal
anything
self.
relevant to say?
Why do you yell? What is wrong with Americans? Why do you behave so uncivilized, man?
We still have these pair of nuts between our balls. That's
You
that,
don't
that's
have
the
balls.
solution.
You don't. You
Cry
clearly have
about it,
never
bud.
been
You're
hit
just
in
gonna
your
get
face.
triggered.
I am not
You're
triggered.
just gonna keep getting triggered, bud.
Can we address the
Pair of-
topic? An animal, the design of what he said. One animal eating another animal. Can we address that?
Their whole religion is based on this. I don't think there is a.
But so is
address.
evolution. It goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
Both sides get upset on this, right? It's an unexplainable thing. Like,
This isn't even my
why
belief.
does
This is
one
just-
animal have to eat another animal in this realm that we're in.
Yeah. The
What's-
only way
what's
I can
interest-
see it from an ultra high metaphysical level is a non-corrupted reality would be perfectly recursive in like energy in all of its beings. All of its beings would be life forms of perfect order, harmonics, and recursion, and they're being essentially fed on the infinite fountain of God, whatever that is, from their being. But this world is like that has been cut off, broken, or dismantled, and rather than the infinite fountain being given from God, it's like the world is feeding on itself. There is the world keeps going. it is keep going, but it's going off of the world eating itself. And that's the way it is. That's how this fucking thing is designed.
Well, you can just flip it. You can flip it around the other way and just say this world is filled with giving itself to the next thing. You could just change your perception.
Yeah, but it's not giving itself via love, and it's giving itself by getting fucking ate at. That's why it's fucked up.
But everything is mortal. So why not? What's wrong with it? The idea of it giving itself to the next generation.
There's nothing wrong with giving.
Sorry.
nothing wrong with
I
giving.
thought I'd listen to you and then expected you to listen to the end of my sentence. But carry on.
Bad. Go ahead. Sorry, mate.
They don't.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Go for it. Go on.
There's nothing wrong with giving. There is not a denial. Actually, the beings or souls or whatever, they're very giving.
And he just continues on. He doesn't even care that he just interrupted a person.
Yeah, it's a circle of death. Yeah, the Klein bottle is feeding in on itself.
Let the fucking guy speak, man.
Its own parts is being disintegrated and fed back into it.
Nobody's sleeping. He gave him the floor and he said, no, it's
What do you mean he gave him? He was upset because he spoke
you asked
over
for
him.
a mod, right? Bro, you asked for a mod, I'm here. What he did was he said, go ahead, stop. And the other guy said, no, it's okay. Then he continued.
He said, can you let me speak? And then he didn't stop speaking. So he said, you know what? Okay, go ahead, continue.
No,
being
that's
upset,
a
man.
lie.
What the
I
fuck
actually
is this?
apologize, bud.
Nobody's upset.
Yeah, no,
you want to let him go?
good.
We can let him go. No one's upset.
It's all good. It's all good.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what it is. So that's how this world is. There's just, there's theories, there's ideas. If you want to play around with this idea, it's that no, I'm not going to go any further. Any responses? Because 100% I'm going to get scoffing and fucking bullshit.
Let's let Pazza go.
Someone's going to dance with me tonight. Come on.
How nice, man. We are
regarding the Klein bottle, it's much like the Mobius strip. It extends into the next dimension. Like if you just have like a normal like rectangular strip of material, all you have to do is fold it up into the third dimension to make that Mobius strip. And what a Klein bottle is essentially two Mobius strips joined together. It's not eating itself. It's just folded up into the next dimension.
Humanity is being psyoped right now. We're against each other in all forms and facets. Really, to one degree or another, humanity should focus on what. Okay, I need a mute on that.
Zan, I see you eating that baby in your picture.
He says, okay, I need a mute on that. This guy.
Listen, humanity needs to come together.
What the hell is up with you guys, man? Seriously.
That's Zynak. We need a mute on him, bud. You're suffering.
Yeah, we need a mute on the fearmonger.
The parasites within you are giving you this vile reaction. I don't blame you, bud.
Okay,
anyways,
thank you for fear-mongering about the parasites.
Do some little moderating. I would love to.
Okay, this is a warning. I'm gonna start muting people that are interrupting.
Humanity is like we're going against each other with all these trivial divisions and stuff. We should realize, I'm not saying to like look at the world as the world's your enemy, like hate the world. No, the world is also beautiful. We did come from the world, but we need to understand that the nature of this world. There is a problem. Everything's eating everything else. We need to basically pretend like we're not from this world. We're from a better world, a world of greater order where decay and death and eating your shit doesn't happen. But we're all here somehow, and we have to be honest and to some degree and try to overcome this world as much as possible. And when I say this world, at the minimum, I mean overcome as much as possible death, decay, suffering. But this is the thing, that would be going against the order of this fucking world. That's how it works. When we look at a forest, it's order out of chaos. When you look at it from the outside, there's fucking leaves and trees and animals and everything everywhere. But when you look at it from a high level, it's an orderly ecosystem. It's kind of like taking care of itself. It waters itself. So we're in a predicament. This world, for it to run as it's supposed to run in homeostasis or whatever, it involves things being fucking ate at. So it's like, what do we do here?
You could argue that the plants are eating up the sunlight using photosynthesis, and they're basically shitting out oxygen. Like their consumption of like carbon dioxide is eating, and their production of oxygen is turds. Like you could just turn.
It's beautiful, right? That I don't have a problem with trees. They're beautiful. They feed off the sun. They're not really hurting anything else around them for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're complaining
why
about
did
things
evolution
eating the world, and then saying eating the world is okay.
We can't fucking have humans with branches off of them and photosynthesizing, super photosynthesis, lens photosynthesis. Like we have to eat each other, like chasing the animals. Like that's how we evolved. That's bullshit, man. This world is fucked up. Humanity needs to come together in love and compassion and realize we're in a foreign system. The system's it's foreign and it's corrupted to the core. I don't think it could be fixed.
Do you ever notice? Have you ever noticed that there are bark boring beetles that kill trees? They live off the tree and kill the tree. How about that one?
Yeah. In my ideal reality, nothing would be killing or eating anything else.
Are you talking about Gentopia? Are you talking about Gentopia?
This whole world. Hey, we're playing hypotheticals, Shubil. Don't be intimidated.
But this is just Eden, isn't it? Where everything's getting along.
Ladies and gentlemen, the point of all that isn't to just trigger people or just to say that. This is to add new depth to our thinking of worlds and gods and possibilities and things like that. Up until this far with gods and these atheist debates, it's pure atheism versus Sky Daddy. We've never had the consideration of, perhaps this Sky Daddy is not the real Sky Daddy, or it's like the Sky Daddy of this sphere. What if we're not from here or we're from another one?
Man.
There's other options. There's other options, and guess what? The atheism option is no answers.
There is something called.
Hey, you know what? And you know what an atheist has.
There is something called deism.
Let somebody answer, Concave. Let somebody answer.
Yes, sir.
I would like to answer. So now that
it's my turn, please stop talking like this, cuz it's really fucking just, you could be conscious of how you're using your voice.
If you do that again, I'm gonna time you out, bro.
Why? Why him? Why? He just did the exact same thing the other guy's doing.
No.
What the fuck? I have the other guy on 10%.
So somebody had headphones on then, Seact. And that's
how many more billions of years of evolution will we need to go through in order for this world to not be a fucking death feast everywhere we go?
Well, the thing is, your problematic brain is making a problem out of when I don't see one. It's a perfect recycling system we've got here.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect system of suffering, of eternal reincarnation, of all the beings
even
being
the
in there.
suffering's got a mechanism, though, right?
Whether you're born a predator, you're hungry, your stomach's hungry, and your babies are hungry, and whether you're born a prey, you're hungry anyways, and while you're eating, you're getting ate at. This system is fucked up. Why is it so hard to see that?
It's not fucked up. It's just the way it is.
You don't have to see. I'm not forcing you to see the left or right side of the coin. See the whole coin. See through it. Just see all of it at once. It is what it is.
So
there are
listen. If someone asks me, go ahead.
I disagree with what you're trying to say the whole time. With like, there's only atheism, and then there's Sky.
Well, no.
There's something called deism, and many people follow it, including majority of scientists.
There appears to be two types of living things: those which live off natural resources or non-living resources like plants and various elementary organisms, and everything else which is animalia, and all of that is consumption of other living things, and that's core to the way the world works. Why is it fucked up? That's the way the world works. It's God's world, isn't it?
I wonder why evolution went that way. I wonder what there's more availability of fucking like the sun or living creatures around that you have to kill. Why did it have to go that way? I mean, this is besides the point. It is what it is. This world Bro, I can't water my fucking plants without killing a bunch of
Why is he yelling,
insects because they get drowned in the water.
Maybe I
Yo,
can answer if I
Montreal,
turn
man.
down.
Montreal, hello. Were you not?
That's how he talks, man. That's how he talks.
Well,
What
you
are gonna
told the
do?
other person to not do that and said you're gonna mute him, and him you just
Bro.
oh well, this is all
No,
it
because
is.
he broke in. Because he broke in mid conversation, yelling obscenity.
He was done. He let the other guy speak, and then he started yelling.
I
Like,
can't.
same shit.
I
man.
can't walk through a garden without stepping on other living beings. That's fucked up. Like, what kind of heaven
It's not
are you
fucked
gonna
up.
have on Earth?
Just
Where
deal with it.
no, it is to me. It is to me. So I mean, I can't avoid it. I mean, I don't beat myself up over it.
Then
You know?
it seems like
And
you have not adapted to what reality is.
No, it seems like I'm
it seems
speaking
you need to grow up.
I know. I'm speaking over you because what I'm speaking is so much farther and deeper than you. I am a
No, you don't.
deeper person than you. I look into things deeper than you.
Okay, you can
deeper
imagine
than
yourself
you.
higher on a hierarchy and keep saying how deep you are, while at the same time it seems like you haven't even come to the terms that is life.
What about
it seems-
if you've looked at this deeply, what about the enslaving symbiosis that's going on in your own body right now? What do you make of that then?
This world is very complex.
He doesn't
I don't know.
respond. He never responds.
He's so deep he has no answers on that.
It's extremely complex and beautiful. It's extremely complex and beautiful. Hey, strike three, you're out. Next question.
See, he will not answer. Instead, he just wants us to listen to him yell.
I don't think you knew what I was asking, did you really?
Yeah, he said everything is beautiful, but he just railed on God's plan.
Yeah. But like you say, your body
is so beautiful, but everything eats each other, and that's really fucking stupid and sad. But everything is beautiful.
And are you serious, Zainak? Are you like asking for it?
Yeah,
I am enjoying Zenek more than whatever the fuck the other guy was doing.
Vegetarian. Glory would deny a bark beetle a meal.
No, I actually no. Don't even try to like put yourself in my shoes. I have a superior worldview than you. It involves
You sure have
rationality,
delusions of
logic,
Oh, there we go.
potential,
Egocentric.
compassion. It is what. Listen, you guys can't even take the sound of my voice, let alone actually debate me.
I'm so compassionate,
what
so
it is.
listen to me, you inferior people.
Well, you're not. I mean, when people bring points to the table, you don't ever address them. You just carry on saying what you're saying. That's the trouble.
No, I do respond. The trouble is a lack of impulse control from you guys' end, from having your belief systems challenged. How many times have you guys used insults, interrupt? Hey, it is what it is. Hey, now that I know it burns you, I'm gonna keep bringing this up. We're really gonna. It's really gonna set into your core now, bud. Stay tuned. Evolutionists got hell to pay for. Stay tuned, bud.
Did Adam and Eve eat? Did they consume things? Adam and Eve.
Would you
They may
Adam and
have.
Eve? Would you Adam and Eve?
You're allowed to eat all the fruits of the garden except for this one. Yes, they did.
So were they in a symbiosis where they had enslaved bacteria in their gut to digest things then? Because that's God's plan. That's before the fall of Eden. God's plan evokes animals consuming other living stuff, doesn't it?
Right, but doesn't that bother you guys in the slightest bit? Like both the religious and the scientific. Doesn't that give you at least some pause for thought?
No, not at all. That's how it is. That's how it's designed, see. And it's a perfect system.
Religious or non-religious. If you're religious, it's God's design that animals eat plants.
No, you see, this is one thing you atheists
And then maybe you can,
the atheists and hardcore religious
grateful
ones
for
in
the food they're
here
given, so maybe
can
they
hold
take
hands for
reverence,
once. Have you noticed that, Essie?
or they take a moment to think what the life that was taken, whether plant or animal.
Yeah, Concave, I think they're in agreement with that. That's quite astonishing. I'm surprised on that one. Yeah.
Well, it's true. Wherever you position, it's apparent we're designed to eat plants at the very least, aren't we? We can't just absorb sunshine.
I'm not saying it's not apparent, but I'm speechless. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if you think that's normal and not a pause for thought, I don't know what to say.
That's what I always bring up.
What do you mean? Not normal or pause for
the earth.
I am
Like,
pausing.
that's
I'm
like-
thinking about it now.
What's wrong with eating fruits?
No, you
You know what,
definitely geared up to eat meat.
I have a good suggestion. Everyone who
vegans or
thinks
something?
that it's everything that thinks that it's cruel to consume something that is living should go on a hunger strike. And good luck, guys. Good luck with
Yeah,
that.
there is some. I think I mentioned.
Are
I
you
can't
guys
vouch for these
vegans?
people, but there is some anecdotal evidence that what's his name? I said it last time. David Avocado Wolf. He's got a friend who hasn't eaten in 7 months or drank. I can't prove it, right? And there is some evidence. These breatharians, some other people, they don't eat or drink. Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
That's what he said.
Don't
I
do
don't
that. Nobody do that.
Well, I don't know his method, but I mean, my
I
suggestion
mean,
would be
it's
to go ask this guy what his method was.
Are you baiting people to do that?
40 days, dude. Even
anorexia?
Jesus, dude. Even Jesus was struggling at around the 40-day mark, bro. You telling me this guy went how many months?
He says 7 months.
7 months. Get at
SE,
it.
SE, it's really fucked up because when you look at
Now,
it from micro,
Gatebreaker
I'll try to
broke
say it
off lying,
not so
guys.
loud so you guys don't get triggered. From micro to macro, everything's being ate, but it would make more sense if like the predator
I'm so
like
triggered right now.
they get ate.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't translate the stream of thought coming into my mind out of my mouth with constant
Because you have no
scoffing
brain.
coming through my speakers.
Chill out,
But you're
dude. Come
so
on.
elite. You should be able
Give him
to-
space. Give him space to talk.
Oh, do we have to? Jeez.
He's such
There's like
superior
40
intellect.
people in this room, and like 95% of the airtime is on this guy, man. Like, are the mods even like remotely trying to do anything?
No, they are facilitating him having a tantrum. So
It's all right.
he
He's
can be
dude.
publicly shamed.
You might not like what he's saying, but you can't interrupt him.
No,
All right, hey,
it's,
look.
it's
So
about
when,
the
when
fact
I
that he
when I
speaks for too long.
watch this, when I try to have a conversation and explain things, you guys can't take it. So I'm gonna go back, sit in the back, and throw out random things that will trigger the fuck out of you. Okay?
I'm
so
so
go
triggered right
carry on with your conversation. Either way,
you
the
sound
message will get
absolutely
through.
not triggered.
Oh,
and
you're
I'm
about to
so
get triggered, but
No,
carry
Concave, this is
forward.
what's gonna happen. You're gonna talk. You're gonna be allowed to have a sentence without interruption. Whoever interrupts you, I'm gonna mute him for 5 minutes. That's what's
Well,
gonna
then let's just all go room down. Like, what is this, man?
go wherever you want, bro.
Go ahead,
Just
dude.
Go
You're
and
good.
interrupt.
So
I wish that SC could treat me in the same way as this.
I treat everybody the same, man. Just don't
You never
interrupt,
treat me this
bro.
way.
Don't interrupt.
I'd love
Hugging the
for that
mic is
day.
fine, really? You guys don't have a problem with that?
There's one time.
Can't
So
wait for that day. SC.
and an adjacent aspect to this particular theory is that now this is conspiracy world. Everything I said thus far was fucking facts, like things being ate at and everything suffering everywhere. That was all true. So if you spiral,
obvious.
then wait till you fucking spiral now, okay? There's a theory that the world we're living is contrary to what the Globers believe. It's some kind of system, some kind of there's a theory that basically, you guys have ever heard of the soul prison? Basically, somehow, some way, we're living in a system that feeds off of the negative vibrational energy given off by the suffering of sentient beings. Whether they're getting fucking ate at, whether they're stressed, whether they're in arguments, whether they're in war, they're in quarrel, they're thinking and acting in ways that is against their being, that these souls come to this world, get trapped in material physical bodies, and are put into this system where it's a fucking free-for-all. It's disgusting what is going on out in this world in the wild. There is no God coming down to save any of these animals in the wild. It's fucking disgusting. A perfect system, perhaps. Self-balancing, perhaps. Self-balancing based off of everything being fucking ate at. Whether you're looking at them under a microscope, things are running away from their fucking prey. They get their sinks or their hookers or their fins. There's an infinite array of fucking weapons. designed.
Agreed. Bring it home, bro. Agreed.
Yeah, so bring it home. It's the system. It's suffering is basically baked in. Suffering is basically guaranteed in the system unless you go on the route that I suggested, which is humans coming together, overseeing the system from a high point of view and figuring out what the fuck is going on. If we can't escape, how can we live without the least suffering? But whatever. That's all. Thank you. Go ahead.
I mean, sure, we can mitigate suffering, but it's always going to be there, no matter what we do.
That's a problem because. Sorry,
he wants to speak again. He wants to speak
again,
again, gentlemen.
So
no, let somebody respond. Go ahead. You want to go, Erdian, or whoever else wants to go?
No, I want to continue listening to Concrete. Go on.
I want to respond. Thank you for having the possibility given to me. So
go ahead. The floor is yours, bro.
Yay! So if we frame it as suffering, then it is received as suffering. Just because things eat other things that are alive doesn't mean that it is suffering. It just means that it's food. And that's how they sustain. So, you can see what gets eaten as a victim. And, if you can't deal with that, then, sure, it is a struggle. But I think... perhaps your framing of what happens is what really makes you so sad about the whole thing. And I'm not saying that you should frame it in a way so as to be apathetic. Just frame it in a different way so as to actually see what is going on. Because it sounds like you live in a state of some sort of panic towards what you see because you have a hard time with accepting what it is.
Yeah, you do have a hard time with accepting what it is. Everything's being ate at. That's what's happening. And you throwing that back on me isn't going to work on me, bud. Step outside. Hey, turn on Animal Planet. Tell me what you see. Yeah.
Everything sure is
circle of life.
Everything sure gets eaten at some point.
Sure
Not
does.
Everything, but it seems to be so.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't even bring up old age yet.
To interrupt.
Oh no, this is a conversation. We didn't even bring up old age yet. We're just talking about when you're youthful and healthy and able to move and your organs function and your eyes work. We haven't even got to old age yet. If you so happen to make it in this, if the animals somehow happen to make it in this miserable fucking system, you think, oh, evolution, they'd adapt to some like greater. No, they're gonna break down. They're gonna fucking break down in a minute and still get fucking ate at. Yeah. So if
is this an existential crisis I'm witnessing right before? I mean, I don't know.
My friend, I get it sounds like you're really
It's an existential crisis in the minds of many atheist globers who've never had the thought of this fucking thing dawn upon their being.
That could be.
Yeah. I said
Next
a lot.
time I eat a banana,
A lot of it is truth. Any thoughts? Listen, the only thinking person that has engaged thus far is Zynact, which was a pure projection of his own state of being. Does anybody have a mind in their mind right now? Anyone? Any comments?
Let me engage with you then, if you want someone to engage with you.
How would you like me to, sir, before we engage, how would you like me to engage with you? Should I be a combative? Should I like work with you? How would you like me to engage with you?
I mean,
could I just address the claim?
No, Zynac, I'm not interested anymore. Go, Ardian.
Go ahead, Zynac. Say your piece.
Thank you. So you're saying I'm not at peace and I'm projecting my own state of lived existence. No, actually, I love my life. I love reality. I have a child. I have a fiance. I love them very much. I am very.
God bless you, bud. You are a blessed man. Life. May more come your way.
I love the food that I've found that I'm providing to my family, and I'm creating amazing.
God is great.
Okay. So I'm not sure why you're saying that.
God is great. No man will use the blessings that came from them from God against me. God is great. May more come your way.
Saying God is great. I do get.
God is great. This is your.
I'm not finished yet, but I do get that you want to speak of how God is great. Sure, you can do that afterwards, But I do have a really good time, I like I said, I enjoy my life. So I'm not planning on committing a Sudoku or suicide at any time soon, or at all, because that's not even something I ponder. So thank you for imagining me as being hysteric and having like an existential angst or something, but I don't have that.
Okay, any comment on the actual point? Now,
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, this is the only thinker in the room. This is the only. This is the best that we have here.
Do
ladies
you
and
allow
gentlemen.
this meta really like? This is not just meta. This is grandstanding.
Absolutely, it's the
Okay,
truth.
well, at least you recognize
It's
it.
the
And
listen.
the mods don't give a shit about it. Do you want to engage in a conversation or not?
Yeah, I am. Be quiet so I can engage you. The feelings you have
You
in your
don't even know
stomach.
what I have to say. You spoke until now.
Hey,
How about you
Aryan,
let someone else speak for once?
Aryan, you will not be
I
granted the
allowed
permission
the
of
other guy to
engagement.
go first, and because he wanted to speak, I gave him the civility.
Okay, next person.
And
Go ahead,
you
Oblate.
have no father that raised you, man.
Hey, you guys are
Behave
talking to
civil
me.
for
Remember
more than
that. Go
2
ahead, Oblate.
seconds, man. Holy shit.
I think when the theists were talking about the Garden of Eden, that does imply like subduing the earth, like whether that was subduing the animals that were eating each other or not, because I don't see a command from God to the animals, do not kill. I see a command from God to the humans, thou shalt not kill. So when the humans are taking care of the garden and consuming plants, I can see an argument for veganism, but when it comes to like post-fall, that's when it comes to the world consuming meat, making skins, the whole animal kingdom is after survival, and it's not being subdued by any means, and it's just free reign. That's what I get from reading the Bible back in the day.
So, I have a question to you, Concave, because you said nobody's
No, you lost
responding to
that.
me.
You lost that. Ask someone else. Let's have a conversation. Ask someone else.
That's exactly what I will do.
Yeah, I know. Next time, don't lose your ability to talk to me.
Mods, is this guy just gonna be allowed to like do this shit? Really?
Okay, hold on. Speaking of mods, do me a favor, okay? On the live chat, on the live, on the VC, and on the text, we don't want anybody complaining about moderation. Okay, so if you have any problems with the moderation, write a ticket, and Omni's gonna take care of it. All right? Thank you.
All right. So the point that you wanted to talk about is something I would like to discover. Would you please tell me, Concave, what was your point? What's your solution here? I take the silence as submission.
As submission, definitely not submission. This silence is me ignoring the fuck out of you.
I take your silence as submission.
Yeah, you can take that all you want.
Aryan, he did
Anyways,
say
ladies
that-
and gentlemen, feel free to have a comment or an opinion on this. Don't feel you have to be quiet because of Aryan and Zynact putting such a low example of free thought.
Well,
What were you
Aryan,
saying, Zynact?
Aryan, he did say that he would leave or go back to silence so that we could have a communication here. And now that he said
That's right. And then immediately after doing that, Aryan directed a question towards me. That's correct. We don't need you to recall what's happening. Everyone here is perfectly able to understand what's happening.
Which is that you
Okay?
actually just said that you are not communicating, but you're actually preaching.
This is so fucking
thank you.
boring. This is so fucking boring. We're
You
actually
are the one who is speaking. You're bored with yourself.
Exactly.
We are not the one who is speaking. You like dislike yourself, I guess. I thought maybe you like yourself speaking, but it seems like the opposite if you find it boring. Regardless, did anyone, since he doesn't want to answer, did anyone in here understand the solution within the gibberish?
Yeah, I did.
What was the
Anyone here?
solution?
Well, the solution is that it sounds like he needs help growing up. First and foremost, perhaps a father figure would be good. The first thing he should deal with is things
But that's
die.
your solution. I asked for his solution.
Ladies and
dying
gentlemen, the
is
only
a real
topic will
thing.
an atheist and a flat earther Christian hold hands and agree together on.
I am
Go
not
on.
an atheist, and if you have two opposite
You sound
polar
like one,
sides,
bud. Go on.
if you have two opposite sides agreeing that you are just absolutely off the rail, then yeah, it seems like you just maybe are.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. Reality has triggered the fuck out of you.
I'm not the one
Yeah,
who's
turn
yelling.
on,
You keep
turn on some
saying that
Animal
I,
Planet,
like,
bud. You remember
all
all
the
those
mods
shows
allow
we
this
watched
guy
as a
to just
kid?
continuously do meta when I'm having a
Cry about the
conversation
mod.
with
Hey,
Design
didn't the
Nick.
mod tell you to submit a ticket, crybaby?
Would
Didn't
you
the
ever
mod
like
tell you to
stop
submit a
talking?
ticket? Why are you crying?
Are you the one who literally begged for people to be muted a moment ago?
You can't handle the heat, bud.
Okay,
My
back
energy.
on topic. Back
Yeah,
on
back
topic.
on
I
topic.
really want an answer to this, right?
Beautiful.
Let's say
the-
the whole human race becomes vegan. You still got the problem of animals eating each other, and like, what is the human responsibility to supply the diet of all the other animals in the world?
Okay, so there's no problem in animals eating each other. Just first and foremost, that's not a problem.
The
How about if
person
they
was
eat
just
you? How about if they eat you? You're walking by and a lion eats you. Is that a problem, or that's part of nature?
that's part of nature,
That's
man.
part of nature. I'd
Okay,
likely die
okay.
if they eat me. You know.
So you're good with that? Okay,
Are you
fine.
That's nature.
are you upset at the animal when it eats a human?
You know,
Not at all. It's the animal's nature. This is what me and Concave are trying to tell you guys, but you're not getting it. You're just getting upset, and you know, the
That's
whole idea is
incorrect.
why is the design made that way? We're not questioning that the design is like that. The thing is, why is it like that? And for me, doesn't it give you thought of if you believe in God or a creator, that it was created that way, or if you're an evolutionist, it was made that way by evolution, right? So that's what we're talking about.
Let me address you, Essie.
What is the point?
So let me address you, Essie. Thank you for admitting that you're siding with Gatebreaker Concave. Now we realize why you helped him have the stage so much.
Yeah.
And to address that,
I said it from the beginning. Oh, you guys not been listening. I don't understand. My point
Yeah, but
of
you
view
are
has been made
one-sided in
many
your
times.
moderation, Montreal.
can't
Stop
do that as a
interrupting him. Let
moderator.
him finish, man.
I'm not finished. Yeah, thank you. So, well, to address you, you see, that is the nature of the animal. So to start complaining about the nature of a thing is to attempt to remove its nature and denature it, and that's actually unnatural in itself. We shouldn't advocate to denature nature. We should just realize that, well, nature is nature, and come to a resolution and realization upon what the nature or the nature of something is. Stop crying about the inherent nature of, let's say, a lion or an animal that eats you, and just realize that it is its nature. Please go on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will say there are some theologians who believe that the nature of animals was different before the fall, so they don't really say why they needed to be. The earth needed to be subdued, but they definitely recognize that post-fall that there is a recognition of the animals killing animals. So some think that the diets of the animals was different before the fall, and it was different after the fall. So what the nature of this current world was not always the same as the nature of the previous world.
But for me, what's absurd about that is that the same people argue that design is what proves a creator, because you cannot design this complex system without a conscious mind. But at the same time, they believe that those alterations that are post-fall, that help animals, for example, escape predators or more efficiently predate, they weren't created by God, but are later evolutionary adaptations. But those mechanisms, like for example poison glands, are just as complex as the ones that even they would recognize as originally created. So that argument falls apart because nature itself created those mechanisms.
Yeah, but you need something outside of nature to create it. Or what's at the base of your reality? You need something, or you end up with an infinite regress, right? Right, Embo?
Yes, so the base is the first
sometimes.
organism that was
No,
created.
that's logically coherent. You end up with an infinite regress otherwise. Right?
And for an eternal being, infinite regress isn't a problem because he's got forever to deal with it. So either way, you got a first cause or the perpetual causal agent that's always going to be forever, always was forever, and you just can't make him not exist. It's
Yes.
just is what it
You
is.
need an uncaused cause. That's right.
So was the solution that
I'm
to
glad
my
we're getting
question-
somewhere for once.
Was the solution to my question that not eating meat, being vegan, is that what he's advocating for?
I mean,
Absolutely not.
I'm
What?
referring to concave. Is concave?
Absolutely not. That was your answer. Absolutely not.
Oh, you do
still don't
want to
get it, man.
communicate now?
So the consumption is bad, but now
I
it is not as bad. I'm confused. It seems like
I understand to a certain degree the thing you guys are trying to point out, that there's like, it seems like something you deem immoral that is inherent to existence of animals on this world.
To the
And
existence of another living
I'm
being,
still
such as
not done,
yourself
man.
and myself. Right.
I'm still not done. But I really don't understand what you're trying to get at when it comes to proving like presenting a solution. Because unless you just want to like complain.
Can you
about
stick to one point at a time so I can
I'm
actually
making one
respond to your
point, you
fucking
fucking
points?
absolute mongoloid. Shut your dirty mouth.
Okay, you're not gonna
You've
get a
been
response.
speaking too much.
Finish running your mouth.
I
You're
don't
gonna get
care
no
about
response.
your response.
Okay,
I'm
good.
not speaking to you.
Good.
If the mods do not want to mute you while I am speaking, I will mute you myself by talking over you and telling
Submit
you
a
to shut
ticket.
the
Stop
fuck
crying
up.
about it.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Calm down, guys. Calm
I
down.
will not
Let's
calm down. I will not calm down. Don't tell me what to do. So, the point is very simple. I was calm, by the way, before you didn't do mods.
You were.
No, that's just unacceptable. I just muted him. No, dude, you're not gonna run the show. You understand that? You're gonna respect
he keeps running his mouth
moderation, and you're
towards
not gonna
me.
interrupt.
He keeps running
You
his
too,
mouth
bro. You too.
towards
You gotta
me.
chill. You too.
I
You
got
gotta.
you.
You
Okay,
gotta
all right, I'll say it a
respect.
little quieter. He keeps
Yeah.
running his mouth towards me and my point, but when I engage him every fucking time, he breaks down. He cries. Complains about my voice, my tone. He insults me.
Yeah, but
calls
let's
me
not have
schizo.
that, bro. Let's.
Yeah. So
I
when
get it.
he can handle it, he'll be engaged. Unfortunately, he can't handle it right now.
Gatebreaker. I was just going to ask. You seem to be complaining about animals eating animals or humans eating animals, and then later said eating meat is okay. I'm just confused whether I missed your points or not.
Are you confused on the point that in nature everything's eating everything else in this world, micro to macro? You pull up one of these cell biology enthusiasts on Instagram. They have their own little everything's eating everything else, designed that way, predator prey. And it's not like, oh hi, I'm a predator. Let me give you a hug so you could go to sleep and I could calmly eat you. It's I'm a predator. I'm going to kill you. And it's going to be gruesome. It's going to last long and you're going to suffer. You're going to scream. Your eyes are going to get wide. The noises you make will cause anxious and tensiousness within the other beings amongst your kind. Everyone's going to fucking run away. That's how this place works. You're aware of that?
That's how the animal kingdom has been working.
Buddy, stop adding more to my words.
Let
I'm
him finish.
talking
Let him
simply to
finish, bro.
you.
Let's be fair, please. Let him finish.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead, whoever was talking with concave.
We have realized you're a concaver for
My bad, bro. I'm gonna go on mute. Let me know when you're done. My bad.
So when people were talking about the Garden of Eden, like they are consuming fruit and plants, and it doesn't seem you have a much problem with that because the fruit isn't screaming in pain and agony. However, your complaint is like when the animals are eating each other. You got the wolves eating the bunny rabbits, and they're hiding and burrowing, and they're fearing for their life, and you think that's how the world is currently running. And that's why I mentioned some of the theological people who think before the fall it was different. I don't know if it was, so I'm not entirely sure if it's always been that way.
Thank you. I didn't mention anything about God. I didn't mention anything about no Gardens of Edens. I didn't mention anything about a fall. I'm just mentioning simple shit for what's happening right now. This is what's happening right now. This isn't my, like, I'm in a depressive time in my life and I'm seeing the reality through a gray color lens and everything looks gray and miserable to me. No. On a beautiful, happy, fucking sunny day in nature, something's getting ate at everywhere all the time.
Yeah, correct. You're quite right in acknowledging that in the current situation, you've got like animals fearing for their lives, and you've got some humans who have chosen a different diet that pursues chickens and cows and all sorts of animals. Like if we were just going after roadkill, you're driving and an accident happens, some people are a bit more morally okay with eating the carcass of an animal who's died by.
I'm not even talking about I'm talking about it from the macroscopic overall system view. You're over here like a little child. You're jumping from one thing to the next. Think I'm trying to lecture you or like tell you what to think or like give you my morals. I'm just giving you, this is the sky is blue, leaves are green, and when you look around, everything is eating everything else. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're just making a statement.
They don't get it, SE. It is what it is, bud. Those are the golden words. I will exercise those words regularly. It is what it is.
Okay, making a statement about what happens.
I would appreciate if I can get the word in because SE like decided to throw a tantrum. So
Go ahead, bro.
listen, yeah.
Go ahead.
Don't call me bro. I have lost respectfully for you. Don't call me bro.
Oh, with pleasure. I won't call you bro again. Trust me. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Guys, stop posturing. Come on.
Thank you, sister. So the point is very simple, right? I would like to not be interrupted, Montreal. You as the moderator will enforce that?
Yes. We will allow you to
Beautiful.
speak without
Beautiful. Because it seems like that's not the case.
I told you I'm going to tell you this for the last time. Hold on. I'm moderating now. Hold on.
He's doing it.
Hold on. No.
He's doing
Hold on. No, I'm moderating right now. I told you before, do not. I'm going to time you out, bro. This is your last warning.
Do what you want to do.
Okay, I'm going to time you out after that. I'm going to tell you this. Do not come on and complain about moderation. You're doing it all the time. We told you before. I warned you before. If you want to complain about moderation, you make a ticket. Do you understand that?
You figure you timed it out, and then he couldn't hear your advice, man.
I did not time him out. I did not time him out.
Figure that with all the time you spent moderating in here,
He
you
didn't
get
time
better,
him out.
but it doesn't
Just
seem
shut your
like
mouth.
that's the
He
case.
said he didn't time him out, so it is.
Like I said, if you wanna,
You did not time me out, man. I left myself.
With all the practice you have, you haven't gotten any better.
Again, that goes to you too.
Just like Geo.
That goes to you too. If I'm doing it, you're gonna get timed out as well.
Time me out or like
guys, please,
Hey,
please,
SE, let
please,
Zoidberg mod.
please,
Take it
please,
easy.
please, everybody,
On this topic.
everybody.
Take the seat. SE.
Let's take.
Better bond.
Let's all relax. Let's do like a breathing exercises.
No, we're not all relaxing. I was moderating. You relax. I just timed him out. This is not gonna happen. When somebody comes to mod,
having a conversation anymore. Thanks.
You're welcome. This is not gonna work, right? When a mod comes into mod, everybody's gonna be quiet, and you're not gonna do this. If you want to complain about moderation, you write a ticket. It's the last time I'm gonna say it.
Oh, he's complaining more. Oh my god, just be quiet about it, SE already.
Okay.
Okay, this guy's gonna get timed out as well. This guy right here.
Oh, he's crying about it. Oh my god.
Come on.
Okay, since Ardian is no longer here to make his point, I will make a point. Okay, so Concave is making a point. Things die. People kill things, or animals kill animals. You're just making a statement. what are we supposed to take from that? Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? Who cares if it happens? What's the problem with it happening?
As an adult, I'll let you decide what that means to you. You essentially just said the Concave said something, but he didn't tell us how to think about it. So I'm not going to tell you how to think about it. I'm not here to tell you if it's good or bad, or you should do this or you should do that. I didn't tell you anything about no God or about you should not eat meat or eat meat. I didn't tell you what humans should do or how they should live. I just said simple things that's happening in the world all around us, to a lesser degree when humans are involved, because they help keep things cool. But it is what it is, bud. I know you guys love to you want me to just keep saying words. You like to be hypnotized and hear my words. I'm not that type of guy. I say what I say. You either get it or you don't. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, you made a statement with no context that has no meaning because there's no actual value add being put on it. It's just a random, useless factoid. So we can justly ignore it and move on in the conversation.
That's fine. We can move on.
Yeah, I would say like the people who were here earlier that were believing in God, I don't have a problem with humans changing their diet from earlier to what they are now. And it could be viewed that, suffering is bad. We wouldn't like a larger creature preying on humans, and we would defend ourselves or hide from that larger creature, much like the rabbits hide from the foxes, much like worms try to bury themselves from the birds. Like, this is a system where like there are predators, and whether we want to live in a predatory world, if you'd like to make changes, you can be part of the change. But if you're going to do that for the entire kingdom, maybe you could leave it up to their own species. But as a human, if I choose to eat or pursue food differently, that would be part of my job as a human. So I don't think the morals of a human should be subjugated on the morality of a fox to tell him or her what they should or shouldn't do.
Yeah. It's also just worth noting one thing biblically is that after the fall, when, before the fall, no death. After the fall, death is allowed. But it wasn't humans that caused the first death. It wasn't animals that caused the first death. It was actually God that caused the first death. Because, humans were embarrassed that they were naked and they were trying to cover themselves up with leaves. Leaves don't make good clothes. So God killed an animal for their skin.
Yeah, the demiurge. The demiurge. That's some demiurge shit. That whole story screams demiurge. With that whole demiurge idea, you're a free soul in the real universe, and you came in this sphere and you got caught up. And I'm just saying, from this particular concept. Well, I'll answer that in a second. And that creator of this sphere is the one that's controlling it. Either way, you could have no creator and have evolution. It's a godless sphere of evolving suffering nonstop. There is no plan for suffering to stop. It's just that's just how it is. Things are gonna get more advanced, more forms, but that's just how it's gonna be. So you could add your little sky daddy in here and call him, the demiurge and all that stuff, or you could have your evolution here. It's just the bigger picture.
Now, I disagree with the demiurge.
Never answered the second part.
Go ahead, Taylor. I'll let you go, and then
I was just wondering where the demiurge concept first came from.
It's along for a while. It's not recent.
So, is that from the Zohar, the Jewish Zohar?
Well, the origin of the term demiurgos or demiurgos comes from Greek, primarily associated with Plato. It means artisan
Plato.
or craftsman. Yeah.
And then also there is a plan to end suffering in the Bible. All suffering. The earth's gonna be made new. There's gonna be no death and no nothing.
Yeah, that would have to happen. The system would have to be changed entirely. So
Yeah, well,
whether like we're here and somehow like it transforms and we're still here, or we get gone somewhere, the system needs to change entirely. A new rule of law isn't going to solve this problem that we're talking about here, because this isn't about humans and human affairs. This is about how this fucking place works. You could get rid of all the humans and it would still be the same. So
There's gonna be a new heaven, new earth.
Well, if you got rid of all humans, it wouldn't you have to listen to you whining?
Hey, Glory, you said everything is like we're being bled for our suffering. Is it God that's in control of that?
What a dumb question. The way you phrased it shows me your level. I'm so much more beyond you. There is no gotcha question. All right,
sorry, I'm so retarded, bro. Come on, help me out. Help a special needs kid out.
I would have possibly answered your question if you specified like what type of God, gave me like a little deeper layers so I could answer your question. But like I don't even want to engage.
The God of the Bible, bro.
I don't know what God is truth. I'm trying to seek the truth. This could be no God. I don't know what the truth is. Just this world that we're born in, and this mainstream understanding of everything is void of any real for me. So I'm holding this as the golden standard of what's called being sane, rational, a good person in this world. This mainstream, scientific understanding, Big Bang, evolution, all that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. There's no part of it I don't understand. It's just some part of it is just like, and then there's these other ideas and theories that, different religions that people have had, and there's something within them that kind of speaks to me. And in one part of it, some of them, and their cosmology, maybe some of them they're like inner science of like, and it speaks to me. So I'm just on this hunch, just following my thing. That's what it is. So when you ask me a question and you automatically assume I'm one of these fucking religions that you're used to debating in here, that's a waste of my time. Does that make sense? And that was the answer to your question. You're welcome.
Sorry, bro, I didn't listen anyway.
So if you want to go on.
So what kind of God or not God is not really helpful for some people. However, when we're talking about the suffering animals, we have the empathy because our human senses go like, oh, that would feel really disgusting to have someone attack me and rip my leg off for food. Like, that's a horrible thought for something to happen to you. So I feel like the compassion of the human could spread throughout the animal kingdom.
Yeah, I mean this topic can get really complex, really deep, and take sharp turns in possibilities and explanations depending on a lot of things, what one's belief is. The point of everything I said was just to bring awareness and the realization of this additional layer and depth of thinking. When it comes to religion and when it comes to people are just saying God, and okay, what God? Like the one that made this world right here, the one with all this suffering? Like, you want to come back to this suffering right here? Like, no matter how great of a life, you're gonna get old, you're gonna be miserable. If you be so blessed to be able to live long enough, your loved ones, all your pets, all your families, maybe your kids will start dying before you. What a clown world. We're talking in a world of possibilities, right? We've got this one here and then one.
Yeah.
And look, you could take all this God out of it and just be purely science-based. Like, there's still questions to be had, Like, should humanity, after realizing this to any degree, try to steer or perhaps control evolution via selective breeding of a compassion index? I'm not suggesting this. I'm just saying these are just humans could humans could encourage the living of like beings that are more compassionate beings. I don't know. But then what you're doing is you're breaking this so-called perfect balance this system has, where the carnivores balance out the fucking predators. They brought this wolf to this fucking forest, and next thing you know, 10 years later, it's a fucking ecosystem because of that wolf or whatever. So it's a beautiful system. It quote works, but it works off of suffering, death and suffering. That's the point. And there is no escaping it. You could whitewash it, you could religious wash it, you could atheist wash it, you could throw it on the other person and call them depressed with grayscale lenses, but that's what's happening. Maybe
the rhino and the elephant will fuck shit up, bro.
Oh. So
They have a bad definition of what is all good.
Can I say something? So for me, that may be a controversial point, but I've never understood the point of using an argument, using the fact that there's a suffering and as an argument for religion, because at least that suffering, which is something negative, has a purpose. So at least there's a net gain of goodness. Because for me, suffering is something so bad that in an atheistic world where it doesn't really have any higher purpose, for me that's morally better than in a world where God created that suffering on purpose in order to punish humanity. We are talking about animal suffering, and I think this is the best example.
Yeah, bro. Those are just two options. Dude, we don't have to go for those two options. You don't either.
You have them mixed up
What
anyways.
what if 1 week of this realization makes you realize a third option you never thought of before? So like, we don't need to just pick which box to fall in, or we don't need to even
I don't
pick
think he
which
was
box.
setting it up. I don't think he set it up like a dichotomy. I think he was just saying either this or that. And like, obviously there's more choices.
Yeah, I just think I just think that it isn't in any way a winning argument.
Well, I
There
think
is no argument, bro. There is no argument. There is nothing being argued about. We're not proving anything. It's just to realize everything's eating everything else. No one's disproved everything's eating. That's what's happening. We're not being literal with the words. The plants are not. My fucking tree is not eating the cat.
Yeah, Venus flytrap is.
It was the tree.
There's also another. Yeah,
And
there's
it is
also
what it
like trees grow from dead things. So.
Dude, bury your dog by a tree and see what if your tree doesn't eat it.
There are also plants that are parasites that are on other plants. Like for example, here in I don't know if you have that in America, but here we have like something that looks like a ball of kind of leaves and branches, and it kind of grows on other bigger trees, and it sucks off the the energy from them. You also have parasitic funguses that, for example, prey on bugs and basically control them like zombies, which is also pretty fun. So it isn't only exclusive to animals.
That's a symbiotic relationship. I don't know why you're giving it all those negative connotations with your language, as because typically parasite is negative connotations and stuff. When you could have just said that's symbiotic.
It's not really symbiotic because the other organism doesn't gain anything, and in the case of those funguses,
What do you mean it doesn't
kills
gain
the bug.
anything? It literally just gained the plant or whatever that was. It's gaining stuff.
What?
It's gaining
That's
a
like saying
symbiotic
gaining
relationship.
cancer is a
Yeah, I have
About the
absolutely no idea
design.
what that meant.
But
How
Embo,
about
you
the
had
design, guys? How about the designer of a spider, right? Whether you believe in evolution or a creator, right? How could a mind think of such a thing, right? It enwraps you in a cocoon, which comes out of its body, then it stings you with a thing that doesn't kill you, but renders you motionless. Then it injects another chemical in your body, which makes you like jello. Then it waits until you liquefy while you're alive, and then it sticks a straw in and slurps out your innards. Now, if you don't find that a little bit disturbing, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, it's something
He's
for
watching
everybody.
it on 16 with 16 eyes.
Komodo dragons. Just search on YouTube. Komodo dragon eats deer, and then let me know if you're the same person 5 minutes later.
I saw that video.
No, I mean it is what it is. Venus. What's it called? Them fucking mantis flies. What are they called? Praying mantises. That's some fucked up shit. You should see videos of those. The way they eat their prey.
But Embo, what you're saying though is like it doesn't make sense. Like when you compared the atheist and Christian worldviews, you had them backwards. The atheist has no justification for suffering. There is no suffering in the atheist worldview. There's just naturalistic processes that are going on.
I think that's what he was putting out there. I think that's exactly what he was saying.
Yeah. So then any time that you see what you think is suffering is just an illusion your mind is playing on you.
That was entirely my point, and for me that point is positive. For me, fact that suffering, for me that's the fact that suffering, which is something negative, doesn't have any higher meaning, is actually better.
No, you don't have suffering. You don't have suffering, period. There is no such thing as suffering in your worldview.
What do you mean by that? Like when I
there's no
toe,
standard.
That's suffering.
No, it's not. It's not suffering. That's you stubbing your toe.
Yeah, but we can define suffering in any way we want.
Well,
That's
no,
just how
then
language
it's
works.
just based on preferences. Yeah, then someone could say going to the dentist is suffering.
I mean, it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, is going to the dentist to pull your tooth out suffering, or is he doing something beneficial to you?
It is both at the same time.
Oh, it's both at the same time.
Yeah, some people hate smiling, laughter, and puppies. And so they think that having smiling, laughter, and puppies around them is suffering.
Yeah, some people don't like having the door held open for them. So you're making that person suffer when you hold the door open for them. So that's why you need a standard to actually state what is good and what is suffering and whatnot. And in the scripture, like when you talk about what is suffering, suffering is just denying God. That's what suffering is.
I mean, suffering has physical connotations. We can measure when like the pain receptors in the brain are activated, and then suffering is simply a word we put on that physical phenomenon.
Yeah, that's just a physical, natural process, though. That's not actually suffering.
Yeah, so if you describe like we have a world in pain, that's different than a world in suffering. So the rabbit is running away from the pain of the fox's teeth as his defense mechanism. So I guess, like what I said earlier, because I as a human would want to inspire compassion and that, I don't know if it's that's my job to do for another animal to say, like, you should have my morality because the fox isn't a human.
Yeah, good point.
So in reality, in nature, you're a Big Mac. Me and you were Big Macs.
Well, I would say just get the wisdom, understand and learn, about the creation, and then you wouldn't have all these weird questions about spiders.
It's not weird, bro. The weird part is that maybe you're not like comprehending the. If you believe there's a creator, like I do.
You're asking for God-like knowledge. Why does the spider do what it does? Yeah.
Not at all. I see what the spider does, and it's like the most hideous, cruel thing I've ever seen one animal do to another.
Well, not for the spider. Spider's having a great time. He gets a little popsicle as well.
Spider's eating. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing served its purpose too. The thing is, the way I look at it from and I'm not saying that everyone in this VC should believe in spirit. No, but I believe we are spirit. That's our true nature. That's not subject to any of that you're talking about. When I see a corpse, even if I see a dead cat or something like that, I know. I look at that thing and I go, well, it's just a shell. That's just a shell of its former self. That thing, what it was, the essence is gone. Right? So it's not subject to anything that you're talking about.
Well, we can agree on that. I'm talking about before that, before the roadkill becomes roadkill. I'm talking about while the animal is getting eaten alive, like bison or a gazelle being eaten alive by a lion.
But isn't it possible that there is an answer that would satisfy you on why those procedures take place, but that just because no one here in the VC has that answer doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
Yeah, and I
Fair
think
enough.
I
Maybe
agree with
there is an answer,
Andy,
but I just don't.
where let's say you have temporary suffering for 80, 100 years, you may have a spirit world where there isn't that kind of combative environment. So if you do believe in spirit, you can go, okay, what did I learn from those 80 years of suffering, and what do I do now in paradise knowing that? Like if I have to spend forever, with Andy, we better start getting along now, because having an argument for eternity is not going to be fun for me.
Well, arguments imply that you to me, it implies we're limited, right? We wouldn't be arguing if we just had it. We wouldn't be arguing. But you've made me. I had a good point for the fucking other thing, and I've just completely lost it. It'll come back to me in a minute. Come on, brain, you can do it.
Come on, Andy, you have the answer why spiders do what they do. Come on.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say. Suffering has its place. It has its purpose. When you're in pain, it is pointing. It's trying to help you, right? It's trying to help you get to that thing, whatever it is, and it helps you. It can. I always look at it like this: the sort of, and I hate to use this word, but I'll use it anyway. The universe is talking to you constantly, and pain is one of the ways that it talks to you.
Yeah, you would be worse off. You'd be worse off without pain, because when you're putting your hand on the stove, you would have no signal to take it off, whereas pain is the signal that allows you to get off of it. But the same thing can be argued about depression, and that it is better to be depressed when you are in a situation that is worth being depressed over, versus having a situation that is worth being depressed over, but being perfectly accepting of it. Because then if you're perfectly accepting of it, then you're never going to change anything.
See, that's what the difference is in the God worldview. Suffering is not suffering, like as the atheist is prescribing it, along with these pain and this and that. There's actually an ultimate purpose for all of it. And just because I don't have the justification for that ultimate purpose doesn't mean it doesn't exist out there in the mind of God.
There is actually a genetic defect that causes people to not feel pain, and those people actually have very short lifespans on average, because if you don't see the symptoms, then you can basically hurt yourself, for example, internally, your internal organs, in a way where you won't notice it at all, but it will be very damaging to your body. But the question is, if you were a person who can do basically everything, which would be God, would it be possible to create a world where all of these things pain is warning us about wouldn't exist in the first place? And would that be better morally than what we have now?
To me, that already does exist, and that's where I'll be going, I assume.
But also, if you're talking about that in the physical world, right? The joy of life, for me, is jumping off of really high things. I love jumping off of really high things. I get a kick out of it, right? And by the nature of gravity existing, if I jump off of high things in the wrong way, or if I get a little bit too cheeky and jump off something that's too high, or if I miss the water and jump onto a rock, how would a world even exist to where fall damage doesn't exist? That would be a really strange world.
Maybe a very fast regeneration of the human organs and body.
Everyone's Wolverine.
Everyone has a plan until the first punch is thrown.
Until the first time you miss the water and hit the rock.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
When
all
you
this stuff, right? It's all like a coping mechanism, right? Because really nobody knows. So if you want to take solace in, the animal doesn't really feel pain, or we're not really food, and you want to fool yourself somehow, through some higher being or whatever, no disrespect to anybody, to me that's just silly. You're just avoiding reality.
Yeah, I was also wondering the same thing, like a couple of months ago, and I realized actually how many laws of physics on the fundamental level would have to be changed in order for humans to not have any hazards against them. For example, even the sun, from which you can get sunburn, those gamma rays that are emitted by the sun are a consequence of nuclear fusion that is happening inside of the sun. So in order for that to not exist, nuclear fusion itself would have to work differently, and stars would have to work differently, which would basically change the laws of the majority of the universe.
Yeah, sure, whatever, but that you could say that, but going back to the death, right? Like, we're designed to shrivel up like a prune, right? Even though we go through our whole lives and nothing else eats us, we are designed to shrivel and break and fade away. Who designs a machine like that? Like, it's not like your lawnmower broke accidentally, right? We're designed to break. Even though we go through our lives healthy and everything, do everything right, you're designed to shrivel up like a prune.
Because during the formative eons, we didn't live past 30.
Well, yeah, we live longer now due to technology. Sure, you can make that argument in medicine.
I mean, child mortality drastically reducing the average, but the idea that there was ever a time where people were dying, naturally at 30, like, that's just misunderstanding of statistics.
Yeah, if you're moving from pre-agricultural to post-medical, the changes humans have done to increase their lifespan.
Yeah, like the overwhelming majority of the average age lifespan going up is just getting rid of the massive amounts of child and infant mortality, which is like bigly because of sanitation increases. But if you get to the age of 5, if you get to the age of 5, like, you would live easily past 30.
Yeah, it's probably due to typhoids and whatever, all those diseases. But what I'm saying with the design now, think of this, right? We're designed to shrivel up no matter what, but we're also given an inherent very natural feeling not to die, right? To fight against death. So that's just like cruelty, man. Like, whoever designed us is one son of a bee, right? It's gotta be, man. Think about it.
We pass on all the. I'm just making shit up in real time. We pass on all these genes and stuff. What we can't pass on memory.
No, but you're made to suffer. You're made to be food, but you're given an instinct to survive at all cost. It's like cruelty, man. Sheer cruelty.
So you're saying there's an imbalance between our internal nature to want to survive versus the entropy of the universe?
No, not the entropy of the universe. We're not talking about entropy of the universe. We're talking about the design. If you believe in design, well, you're taking it from that point of view. Even from that point of view, yeah, entropy, right? Why is there entropy? Why is entropy one way? Let's put it that way.
And
even in that world, it's designed that way for things to disintegrate or whatever you want to call it, entropy, right?
Okay, so we could go to the energy can't be created or destroyed, it can be transformed. So you could have optimism to say this suffering is temporary, it may be transforming me.
Say what? How? Say that again? It's just transforming. So you're not really dying, you're transforming into something else? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, some people believe you may not even be able to recognize this yourself, but because energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only be transformed. Like energy can become mass squared, and with our energy masses, they could do whatever happens next. I don't know what that is, but you could say like the energy that material has, or the energies that magnetism has, like they're just transforming energies. They're not necessarily like yeah, but I would say like, yeah, how does entropy come into play when energy stops transforming over time? It's an interesting question.
Well, that's all theoretical, right? And I'm not arguing against design, guys. I believe there is design. And that's what I'm afraid of. Like I keep saying, who designed the spider? Get my point? I'm not arguing against it.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting. Like, if entropy was designed, what was the purpose of that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
To let you know there was a beginning and the end is coming.
Essie,
Yeah.
if you were the creator, what would you get your creation to eat?
Well, I wouldn't make it eat each other, hunt each other, kill each other, and I wouldn't do that. I don't know. Plants. How about plants? Start with that. Everyone a vegetarian.
Yeah.
For me, there's even a better way to the plants. You could use photosynthesis, just as plants use.
The question is what tools and capabilities and
When people
attributes
think food is one of the great pleasures in life.
would that creator have at his disposal? So if you were to ask Essie, what would you? Well, it depends. Like, what is he? Is he the fountain of like light, or could he be a manipulator of that light? And he would be creating a creation with basically someone else's light. Basically, light would be everything. The life's in like the light. So if he were not the fountain of light, he would be basically, if you're the fountain of everything there is, power, life, everything, you would create a creation that is enjoying that fountain, or at least I would. But
Yeah,
if I didn't have the whole fountain, I had a limited fountain or a stream or just a cup, and that's all I have, then maybe I would create a fucking system like this one where everything's fucking feeding on itself over and over again. That's the only sense there is.
If humans didn't fall and they follow the commandments, then there would be no suffering.
That's
God
right,
gave
Taylor.
plenty of things for us to enjoy.
That's
Even
the whole.
Yeah, and
Even from,
when he described the fountain, it's almost like man shall not live on bread alone, but the very word of God. So the difference between the physical realm going into entropy is almost having that everlasting fountain where, yeah, there's always going to be supply, and the supply doesn't end. So I guess God's demonstrating his power by saying, look at the comparison between the thing that I made that's going to die and the thing that was already here that isn't going to die. That's a theological option.
Yeah, you could just look around at the world and see, like you can imagine. All right, I don't know the like the characteristics of God. I'm like, or whatever. We don't have any idea of it. Let's just start from the beginning, start from scratch and go. But you look at the people around you and the world around you. These people will, if there was nothing telling them not to, they would be like, why can't I eat other people? That's not fair. I should be able to just eat other people because I want to. And that's what people are doing right now in this, not in this exact conversation at the moment, but there's people who argue for that. that's just going to happen. So there has to be like these, you know, I mean, I get Gatebreaker's like ideal world where it's like, couldn't we all just sustain without this? Maybe we could, but there's these people who are fighting that, and they want to have it their way. They don't want to just have free will. They want to have freedom to do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and there should be
yeah,
repercussions for actions.
they don't think so though. They don't think that's fair.
Oh, well, do you
So
think we should have an anarchy with no law and order?
so we realize no matter what your religion is, atheist, Christian, the lack of a religion, any denomination of this, Hindu, Buddha, Muslim, you could believe whatever you want, but we're still bounded in this world where everything's eating everything else.
Well, I'm saying we
And
don't know, we don't even know
It's
that
also
though,
life
Gatebreaker. To
giving.
your earlier thing about like what we don't even know, what we don't even try yet. We
no,
don't
that
know
I
that
do
we have to
know.
eat. You don't
I
know
don't
that.
know the nature of this sphere for me to label it with attributes. Like, is it the demiurge sphere? Is this sphere just recycling for billions? I don't know those things, but I know outside I don't want to keep repeating the same shit. Predator and prey, everything eating everything else. That's it. So,
Yeah, and everything's also giving life, and there's also love here. It's not just all evil.
yeah, you are right. And in these debates, anytime goodness is ever mentioned, I make it a point to that goodness doesn't take anything away from anyone, and I don't think goodness should take anything away from anyone. So, and yeah, that goodness, like that, the goodness in this world is like a mother taking care of its babies, you know, families staying together. Those things,
And maybe
like
a loving
those are
father.
like coming from the beings themselves to a degree.
Mm.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I
Like
mean,
that I'm just there's a possibility that comes from a better place and is transmitted through here. I don't know, or maybe not. There's just so many ways to label this. Don't let anyone do it for you. You have to do it yourself, and don't necessarily rush to do that, because I don't know. So if you give
For
me
me,
situations and perspectives, I could know, but just through that perspective. But I don't know which perspective is true. One of them, all of them, some of them, none of them. I don't know.
Yeah, there's these fringe thinkers, right? Like, whereas 20 years ago, I used to make fun of these people. Like I say, like how my friend's mom and her, they're like these like hippie people or whatever. Not even exactly, just like all, you know, vegetarian before that was cool, like way before it was cool. You know, fighting against pharmaceutical companies way before it was cool, 25 years ago, whatever. And I used to make fun of them. But there are these fringe people who think that there's another way to sustain. And just because we don't know it, it doesn't mean it's not the case. Like I talk about how she pretty much cured her own cancer by going to like the high mountains of Colorado, getting alkaline soil, growing her own food, pulling away from all these things, and then healed herself of a disease that you know. And she has like the testimony for. So there's all I'm saying is there's these fringe people who behave, eat, interact differently, and yeah, who's to say that somebody doesn't have a better answer as far as having to eat your own kind or whatever. You know, we're like half mainstream. Everybody, like, you can't help it. You drive your car, you can't help but be half mainstream. You know, and maybe that's all the bad stuff.
I just got a thought about that topic. Why is there suffering in the world? That if there was no death, then we would pretty quickly reach overpopulation and overgrowth when it comes to plants. And that is unless you believe in a model of a flat Earth that is bigger than we are told or infinite, and then that would solve an issue. But if we are on a globe or in a flat Earth
Yeah,
rooted by
even
an
on a
ice wall,
globe, man.
then
Who says the globe can't get bigger?
Bro,
physics.
Nah, just get a couple moons, suck them in.
It's just a fucked up situation. This seems like so childish and so like we're all above this, but like this is the way this shit works. Is you've got one predator with its cute little cubs in the den, born completely helpless. By the way, look how fucked up just everything is from the get go. Like, why has evolution created babies to be helpless. Like, you think everything's just so fucked up. Everything is, there's so much complexity that has come about, but it seems like that complexity is, if there were someone behind it, it's not for the it's not for the enjoyment of life. You wouldn't create living beings for them to enjoy life, where part of the design they're gonna get ate. Maybe not all of them, maybe like a number of them or a percentage of them as divine creator population control. But the whole thing is fucked up.
Check this one out. How about this? When I bring this up, people trip out, right?
Not the spiders again.
No. How about if for pets? You ever consider that? Like, you know how we keep an ant farm or, you know, dogs or whatever. How about if we're pets? Do you ever contemplate that?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say we are. I don't know, like, what is a pet to you? It depends. Like, is a pet something that you care about, that you want to do well, you want to have a good life? But if it does bad things, then there's natural repercussions. You have to, this is what happens. Don't go in the street.
Well, some people like their pets, they like pit bulls. They fight them. They get pleasure in that. Others, they take care of their pets. They put bows on them. They carry them around. You know, those little couch, what are they called? Pot dogs?
No, I
What
mean,
those?
Yeah,
Lap
but
dogs,
dog
right?
fighting
Yeah.
is illegal.
regarding
Yeah,
pets, it would be more akin to maybe like a farm rather than pets.
A farm, yeah, that sure. But for what? What are they? What is the farmer? What is he getting out of us?
I mean,
Some people say prayer, right? I've heard people say you pray when you pray. It's like food for this whatever this being is.
Yeah, there's that whole. Oh, Lion speaking. He's your role
No, yeah, I
model.
just want to. No, I'm here. I just want to say that. Well, in either situation, whether we're pets or whether he created us to eat each other, you're still within his grasp, like whether you like it or not. And what are you going to do with that?
Well, yeah, from your perspective as a god, and from my perspective, a creator, whatever that is, yeah, we have no choice. Definitely, no matter what you think is irrelevant. We're here. It is what it is. Lions eat gazelles. We are food. So on and so forth. There's good things. There's bad things. Whatever.
The Russians have this folklore religious conspiracy theory. Basically, it involves this, right? Imagine an apple in the center. Okay, this is I'm gonna make this real quick. It's a concave Earth setup. There is a sun that they call it Solara. There's a living spiritual plasma sun, super intelligent, super loving in the center, but that's not the sun that we see. And this sun in the center, when it's in the center and the universe is in perfect recursive order, the whole entirety of the concave universe, which is not just the Earth, but whatever else is in between, everything's basically getting constant light from this sun, which is it's like would be God here or whatever. It's the manifested
Source.
Godhead in the center. It's pure loving. It's pure order. It's literally heaven, not just on earth, but in the earth everywhere. Trees reach to the fucking heavens. There's a constant dim purple glow. Everyone's happy. No one's eating each other. No suffering. No disorder. Nothing's. If anything's evolving, it's towards greater order, not due to disorder. And here's I'll try to cover it up real quick. Basically, their belief is there's either some shit went wrong or there's an invader or something, and that sun in the center was occluded by the stars or by it was occluded in its signal, because technically all the living beings in the universe is that sun, and it's all one, and it's signal of self-knowing, of its light, everything's fucking like cut off, and the universe goes into a state of it forgets who not only it itself is, but who the sun is. That's it. So there's just that idea. There's so many theories,
right.
bro.
I just want to say that, you know, originally, if you believe the biblical account, everything was like how you say it right now. Right? There was no death, there was no suffering, there was no entropy. This all happened because of his creation, right? Because of the choices that his creation made. Now we're living in a fallen reality, right? In a fractured reality. Let me read a couple of verses here. So we got Romans 8. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. Did you get that?
Yeah, you go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, did that process for you guys, like, the whole creation is groaning. Everybody's suffering, right?
Yeah, the whole
But
creation.
but
Over the
yeah,
birth of the new word. We
but the
want that.
creation will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom, right? And the animals themselves, the creation itself, is groaning. All creation is groaning.
I don't just believe that. I know that on a deeper level, but yeah, man. So there's just so many possibilities. I don't know which one's true. I guess time will tell. So we'll see.
If you spend enough time in the jungle or in nature, right?
Humans and
Sometimes
our actions. Am I cutting out?
you were if you were talking, I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I was just gonna say a lot of people seem to blame God and never blame humans for any of their actions. Like if we see something evil happen, like people are way quicker to blame God than actually blame humans and their own free will.
Yeah, even an earthquake could be due to humans.
Well,
For me,
you know, I think that earthquakes, like God does execute judgment on people. We can't take that away, but he does like for example, like when the whole world was flooded with corruption with and
You're gone.
he does
Oh,
have judgment. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
you were
I'm
breaking
just
up
I'm
a
just
little
saying.
bit.
Yeah, I got the end of it. You got the whole world was corrupted, so he did
Yeah,
a
like he will
natural
execute
disaster.
judgment. He'll judge people and he's a God of righteousness and everybody will reap what they sow and
Yeah, I'm
have
not
to be
saying.
accountable for their actions on the day of judgment. Everybody will have to give an account for what they did here on earth. So you can believe that. And yeah, so like God will execute judgment, but you know, I just noticed that people are way quicker to blame God for actions of humans and their evil doings than they are to, you know, actually keep humans accountable for the way they act.
Yeah, it's a weird.
Yeah,
It's a
that's the
weird
same.
like. It's this weird issue where people say, "Well, if there was a God, then why do bad things happen?" As if there's not, as if they're not doing the bad things, and then I kind of jump the gun. But then they'll say, well, what about like a hurricane or a natural disaster? I mean, who's to say that, digging all the oil out of the ground and burning it up straight into the sky didn't cause the ground to fall beneath you, and then the pollution to rain upon you?
Yeah, God created us with free will, and so there. Yeah, I'll kind of lost my train of thought after that, but go ahead.
I just want to say, I have here my notes. Entropy, the thermodynamic measurement which accounts for loss of order, which includes death and decay, is according to scripture a byproduct of sin, a process that did not exist originally, nor does entropy and atrophy occur in the Garden of Eden. When Adam sinned, entropy began and spread to the entire world. Scripture deals with this phenomena of degradation. In 2nd Ezra, it says, "Say unto her, wherefore are say unto her, wherefore are unto they whom you have now brought forth like those that were before, but of less stature. Consider therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you, and so are they that come after you less than ye, as the creatures which now begin to be old, and have passed over of strength of youth.
Yeah, I would read the ERV because it's kind of hard to follow those like ancient old English.
Right.
But I was just gonna say, like, okay, so they'll blame God for the way people act, and then God will, like, you know, execute judgment on those people. It's like, oh, why is God doing this? Like, he's so evil for, you know, executing this judgment. So it's like he kind of gets the bad end of the stick either way around.
We got Romans 5:12. Therefore, real quick,
from that
therefore,
point
just
of
as sin
view-
came into the world through one man, and death through sin.
And like what Lion was saying earlier, like the repercussions theologically for earthquakes still happening is just shockwaves from back then still affecting us. They may not be divine judgments, they're just repercussions of that first consequences for the human's actions, which must, even if you're not a Christian, you go, okay, if I'm performing actions in my life that are doing harm or pain or suffering onto others, how can I behave differently? And that's just interesting to think, even as even if you are atheist, that you'd go, yeah, I did something wrong or something happened wrong to me. How can we work together that doesn't happen in the future? So you can make a justice system that says, like, you did something wrong to me, there should be some temporary punishment for that. But after that, like, let's move on, because you don't need to be in prison forever.
And to add to that, the way that I look at death and entropy is that the creator in his infinite wisdom created a failsafe. He encoded a failsafe into his reality when it was originally pristine. He understood that he would give his beings free will, including the angelic beings, angelic hosts. And with that came eventually the potential for rebellion, right? And because the potential for rebellion, he created a failsafe, right? Damage control. In case his beings decided to take advantage of that, reality would immediately enter into this gradual decay, right? This entropic decay, because that way it will consume itself, like, and then he will be able to restore it when the time is right, right? So right now it might seem like he forgot about us. It's less than ideal. We can complain and bitch and moan. Oh, why are we suffering? But this is part of the failsafe, right? So death is by design. Entropy is by design, because he doesn't want a corrupted creation to exist eternally. It's meant to self-destruct.
Don't you think it's kind of embarrassing for an all-powerful being to create a creation that was prone to this infection in the first place, especially if he already knew it is going to happen before it actually happened?
Nope.
No.
And especially if the final goal is still supposed to be a perfect creation. So why didn't he make a perfect creation just in the beginning?
Because I can explain. You can
Sure, go ahead. No, you
I
go.
was just gonna say, like, he wanted a kingdom with people who chose to follow them with their free will instead of a bunch of robots. So here on Earth, like, he gave us free will, and then we're gonna show him who's worthy, you know, and who actually does love and desire to be around the Lord, and then that will be the new kingdom where he can actually trust these people because they've already demonstrated in an evil world with the option to do good and evil, they chose good, and that's exactly what you would want. And God gave the first humans free will, and so it said that they literally were walking with the Lord, like they were very close to the Lord before the fall. And whenever they knew evil, like to know means to become one with, that evil does not mix with God because God is all good and all powerful, etc. So whenever they became part evil, like they literally became one with it in a sense, they you know, had to naturally depart from God. And God is the one that gives life. Okay, so naturally, if you're away from God, you're going to undergo the process of aging and the ability to die because you're no longer one with that life giver.
Well, the demiurge can
I
give
would
life
say,
too.
I would say, in a shorter way, like the choices you can make show genuine love. If you're just a robot that says I love you, like it doesn't seem like genuine love that you made a choice behind. So I think the power of free will is like you can freely and willingly be kind, freely and willingly be courteous, compassionate, and loving because it's a choice you make. You're not a program.
Exactly.
Seems kind of reasonable. And but what do you think? You think that you think that if you were in that situation, right? Like, does it seem reasonable that like you would be the ultimate thing that makes things good, and in order for people to know what's good, they'd have to go through like some sort of trial, and then come to this understanding like, oh, okay, there was a purpose, and it was according to this ultimate person's plan. And I can see that is what true love is. That plan was meant in a loving way, because otherwise you would be rejecting that way, right?
Yeah. I suspect, like, if you take the Garden of Eden story literally, like, there are several ways to know good and evil. You didn't need to find it out through the forbidden way. And so.
I think you did.
That's correct. No, they already knew what good and evil was. It scripturally, they knew it. They didn't know the entirety of evil, right? The entire scope of evil. They were still babes. They were still little children in their minds.
Or
But
did they think that maybe what was the you said script, like, what did they think that they knew?
yeah,
Maybe
they
like,
already
hey,
knew. They already knew it was wrong. It was evil to eat of the forbidden fruit, to even touch it.
right, but did they
They
know
already
that?
knew that.
Like I hear people describe that there's, well, I just heard it recently. Like, well, I would do things this way, I would do things that way. Like, did they know that this was the only way, or they thought there was another way? Like, with the knowledge of God, there might be another way.
They were beguiled by the serpent to think that there was a better way.
So, how did they know it was evil if the thing that gives you the knowledge of what's good and evil is the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
That's a false
Yeah,
premise.
So you have two sources of information. One says, eat of the tree and you'll eventually die. And you have one source saying, did he really say you'll die? Maybe that's not true. And you, like, do you trust the being that's been supplying you a garden, letting you name the animals, or some random animal that goes, oh, surely that you don't want to become like God, you'll need to eat this fruit? Well, why didn't you just go back to God and say, well, the serpentine guy says, like, there's another way to come to knowledge. Is he right? And God goes, oh, of course not. There's such and so and so. So it seems like Adam and Eve didn't double check the serpent's information against their other source of information.
How many times did they eat from the tree of life? Because if you consider, when they were kicked out for eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they could have went back and ate of the tree of life and actually lived forever. So the whole reason they're kicked out is so that they could start to die. Because if they would have went back in, they would have lived forever. So everyone forgets about the tree of life. Yeah.
That's why God guarded it with the angels. But for me, what's interesting is that the serpent, even though it gave negative consequences to Adam and Eve and then the entire humanity, it actually didn't tell a lie, because it said that they will become like God. And in the aspect of knowing what's good and evil, they indeed became like God. But God actually lied, because he said that they are going to die the same day they eat the fruit, and they didn't die the same day. They lived like for hundreds of years, according to the Bible. For me, that's very interesting.
It's still considered lying in a court of law. Lying by omission, right? By keeping details out, it's still lying. The serpent did lie. God did not lie, because he said that they would die within a day a day, this is answered in the scriptures, in Psalms and in Peter. A day to God is 1,000 years. And Adam died short of 1,000 years.
Hey, Embo, to the question
Well, on
I
that
asked
day,
you,
they did die spiritually.
earlier, would you? To the
Sorry,
question
go
I
ahead.
asked you earlier, Embo, could you understand like that if you want somebody to know, like if you're the thing that's ultimate, that makes things true, not true, good and bad, that in order for somebody else to understand what's true, good and bad is dependent on you, when they have to go through kind of this life and realize there's consequence, there's a system, there's all these things in place to then align themselves with that. Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, there is an idea.
After you described it in details, it actually makes. It still wouldn't make me sense for that creator would need to do that in order to know who's going to follow them, because he would know that even without the trial. But it makes sense that it would give those people like experience of life, and that experience would actually give them enjoyment. But for me, what doesn't make sense is the disproportion of the chance of different people of coming to that conclusion, because what religion you're going to follow very heavily depends on what region of the world you're being born into.
So you're gonna be judged based on your actions. Everybody's gonna be judged based on what they did on this earth. Okay, so like you're gonna have to, whether you did good or evil, you'll be recompensed for that. And then also, on the day that you will surely, on this day you will surely die. The word was actually interesting. It was like a die. It was like a more profound meaning, and they did spiritually die. They fell from the heaven, which gave them eternal life. And yeah, I think that's about it.
There is the idea that eventually God was going to allow them to eat of the tree of life. So what God is telling them is true. The day you eat of it, you're going to start dying. But see, he didn't say, but if you eat of the tree of life, you'll still live. See, we got to get the whole story, and that's what people aren't seeing. And of course, Lion pointed out they were like babes. They're like childlike and grown up bodies, right? So there was going to become a time that they could have ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then eaten of the tree of life, and progressed at the rate that the Father intended. But Satan the adversary is always wanting you to be presumptuous, jump the gun, and give you half the story, which is.
And I kind of think it from Embo's point that like this is something that was foreseen and must be like necessary for God's plan, if that's his plan. Like
for Demiurge's plan. There's another perspective that even that God in the garden is the Demiurge literally, and Adam and Eve these are all forms created by the Demiurge from the life which comes from the light, which the Demiurge is not the creator of, but the highest God, the source of life, the one, the goodness. Basically, the idea is that the God of the Demiurge sphere is not the fountain of life. It takes light that's in much and changes it and puts it in form and things like that. Depending on the story goes. I don't want to, the details are not important. Just this other crazy perspective, which I don't believe in. It's just, it is this perspective, since we've been talking about this Demiurge all day, is that even the garden is part of the matrix of control that a infinite soul gets into and bounded in form and place and condition, and all, and its perception is bounded by its form, all kinds of wild shit. And another perspective is that thing that was not all knowing, that because, oh, you were in the garden, that thing is the Demiurge, and the snake was actually like letting these souls trapped in these bodies by this Demiurge know, like, hey guys, imagine a hypothetical scenario where the soul that's trapped in that body is greater than the creator, that creator itself. Think of that scenario.
Yeah, it's like Plato.
So when you describe like trapped in a cell, like I don't think this current life as a trap any more than I think the womb is the trap for a fetus. Like, there's a place to grow to a certain extent, and then you're birthed into the more abundant environment. And so if you take this world as like this is just a temporary living place like a womb, the afterlife could be so much more expansive that compared to like that like paradise, it would just be like this world might temporarily feel like a womb, but out there's a forest of trees and other things we can't imagine because we're not at that growth state yet.
The God of the Bible claimed to be the Most High God, by the way, not some demiurge. And then also, if you think the serpent was good, why would they go and hide in fear and terror if that was such a good revelation?
That's the thing about the demiurge is it does think it's the Most High. Whether it, there's character attributes you can give it to it, whether it's arrogant because it chooses to be, or whether it just its realm of perception, its spheres of perception does not include
if it can lie, why would you believe anything from it?
The only person believing anything are you guys with your religion set in stone. I'm giving alternatives and possibilities. Don't put the word belief in my mouth, okay?
I'm sorry,
I haven't believed in anything yet. I'm sharing ideas.
Belief is a necessary precondition to have an idea.
Hey, listen, it's tough. It's tough being cornered with the belief system. I, as a free soul, I'm not bounded with what you guys are bounded with. It is that way. When you wish to also share that benefit, you will also seek the truth and not belief systems.
That's a belief of yours.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, contrary to these guys' biblical conical religion, there's other theories which may or may not be real or logical, in which this snake that actually let Adam and Eve know that this snake was giving information to the souls in prison, and initially a perfect prison, and saying, hey, if you were to eat this tree, you will get more knowledge. And what does a soul love?
You will become like God, is what he said.
What does a soul love to do? Experience the light, learn constantly. You could see the soul in a new child's eyes as they're jumping and learning from one thing to another. You could see the soul in a new kitten's eyes as it's taking in the world. Okay, souls love to learn, experience, and a limited garden, a limited form,
or learning just leads to more.
You have no idea, dude. You keep saying limited.
Naturally, you would not like it. Listen, this is. I'm speaking of possibilities. Feel free to.
All right, dude. Can you
argue against it?
Yeah, but why do you call it a prison, dude? What makes you think it was the Earth is a prison?
I said it. Don't make me repeat things I said.
Because it has structure,
part of my delivery.
Boundaries. Do you know
boundaries,
true liberty? Hold on. True liberty, as defined in the Torah, has structure, has boundaries. You know that?
I don't hold the Torah as an authority on fucking.
I'm just letting you know. It's counterintuitive.
So,
but in order to have true liberty and freedom, you need rules, dude. You need boundaries.
There are rules and laws, but no. So
protection from evil. You need to have.
It is what it is. And in that case, the demiurge.
Why are you interrupting?
Oh, were you scoffing? Were you scoffing or were you speaking? I couldn't tell the difference. Which one was it?
No, I was not
scoffing. We were doing fine. Dude. Just chill out a little bit.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, I was just kind of wondering where you got these ideas from. Like, I want to go read about this demiurge.
Go read about it.
Tell me where.
I've only shared the link in the page 1,000 times. You never heard of Marcion?
All of the church fathers refuted this stuff.
Can you DM it to me? When did you share it?
Asked Torah about it. He said all the churches refuted it. He's an expert in it. Ask Torah, Taylor.
Yeah, there's many churches many church fathers have spoke against that kind of.
The realm of the demiurge is coming to an end. Humanity is having an awakening. We're in a clown world, and we have the intelligence. Hey, woman, don't overspeak me when I'm in the middle of a passion.
Yo, you gotta
dude,
chill
you
out,
can
bro.
interrupt
Don't
others, but they
overspeak
can't
me when I'm in the
interrupt you.
middle of a passionate speech.
Dog, but you gotta let people. You gotta.
This is a fucking conversation, and you shut up until they finish
Hey,
their
White
sentence.
Knight,
If
White
we
Knight,
need to
shut up,
go
White Knight. Go
into
sit down,
finishing
White
our
Knight.
sentences
Shut
right
up,
before
White
we
Knight.
talked over you, nobody would fucking hear anything.
Shut up, White Knight.
Radio.
Yo, hold on. Everybody chill out. I'm modding. Everybody chill out. I muted him for a second. All right, but we gotta go one at a time. Yo, you gotta give the mic up. You can't just hog the mic, dude, and rant and
Shut
rant.
up, Lion. Go make me
We're
a
trying to be
sandwich.
tolerant. All right, go ahead, Taylor, or whoever wants to go.
I was just figuring out where these writings came from.
Go fucking Google it. I told you.
It's an old.
You
It's an
told
old.
me.
Go
doctrine.
fucking Google it. Go chat GPT it.
This is your
Gnosticism is
stuff,
a,
too.
yeah,
This
no,
is your
it's a
stuff.
very.
Hey,
It's
your
an
soul has
old.
a yearning for something. Go feed it.
It's an old
Tell me
system.
where
They
you got this
Taylor.
information.
Chat
They've
GPT. Go ask it.
Yeah, yeah, it's an old doctrine, Gnosticism. It's really old. It was being preached around the time that Christ came back, or Christ came for the first time. So this is interesting that he would pick a time like this to come. There's something to be said about that, because these people had this idea that there's something that they can do to obtain righteousness. Right? They think like if they gain enough knowledge, they'll become enlightened.
Yeah, Taylor, you're
or
better
this,
off
or
asking
free,
Chat
or-
GPT. Looks like Tora is not very informed either.
No, it's actually a very complex topic. It's not easily defined, but I would say it goes back to Plato. You ever heard of Platonism or Neoplatonism?
Yeah, which is the idea of you have three parts to a person, right? You have a soul, you have the body, and then you have the passions, right? And or the emotions, and then he basically would say most people were enlightened when all three of those align, essentially. But he would say the body is a prison for the soul, which is very similar to what this gentleman is saying. It's not the case, because I don't know if Plato didn't look at people, but a lot of people, when they're emotional, don't have good reasoning, and for some reason, he didn't think like that.
Yeah. Those emotions are part of the control system. It's part of the things that bound you. Those emotions actually could be overcome once one realizes this is that secret knowledge that's not taught in your fucking
Yeah,
Bible.
you haven't done a good job of it.
Yeah,
obviously,
but yeah,
so you cannot control your
this
emotions
knowledge
at all.
is what's not taught in the Bibles.
All right, can we get into it though? Can we analyze it, dissect it a little bit without freaking out?
'Cause what I was going to say is like, even if I'm a finite soul, I'm okay with God being the infinite soul. So it's not my job to replace God's infinite soul. It's part of my job to be fed by that fountain that supplies that light. Me being bounded isn't a prison. It's me being inside that supply of infinite light. And that's completely fine, because the infinite soul is God, and I'm okay with being a finite one. It's not a prison at all. It's
wait. How are you defining a soul in this?
We're not. It's just kind of this arbitrary thing. If you're not your body, you're this something else. So we're just using the word soul. We could say spirit. We could say consciousness. We could say awareness. We could say fucking some other things. But as long as we get the general idea.
I just want to exoblate what he means by like a finite soul versus an infinite soul.
Yeah, so a finite soul could be an everlasting one, but an infinite soul would be like the God who's never been created, always has, always is, and always will be. Like, as far as I can tell, I haven't always been. I have a beginning. The creator, if there is one, hasn't got a beginning. That he just always is and was. So I'm okay with that being, if they exist, to be the infinite soul. If I'm a finite soul, I don't think that's an imprisonment. I think that the invitation to be in and around an infinite soul and be supplied that infinite truth and light and live by the very word of God is a fantastic invitation. If I believed that everything was material and I was just going to die and there's no afterlife, I don't get a lot of questions answered.
Yeah.
We're just like, are you using like infinite as like the same way in the math? Because like in math you can have a starting point for an infinite set.
Who said
So you can.
emotion in
I'm
scripture?
saying like your soul can have a starting point if it lasts for infinite after that. It's
Okay,
still
I
an
see where you're
infinite
going.
soul.
So, if I was hypothetically, I would say it's a listable infinite, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Where it seems like God's infinite nature is a non-listable, like 0.0001. Is that the smallest number? No, you've got to keep on adding zeros, and like that's a different kind of infinite. So I might be a listable infinite, but God might be an unlistable infinite.
Yeah, and
I understand what you're saying.
yeah,
Whoever
God
said that,
created the world, this earth.
whoever said
This
that
earth, we can only
emotion,
understand.
Jen,
We
whoever
can't
said,
understand it. Sorry about that.
Jen, 1 second, Jen. Whoever said emotion was not taught in the scripture, that's actually false.
Yeah, or emotion like or the wait, do the 7 deadly sins come from scripture?
Not directly.
No.
No.
No, there are many sins like not eating shrimp or not mixing your fabrics. That seems to be more temple bound behavior. But basic stuff like don't kill. It's like there's certain instructions at a time that are important, like don't eat the fruit of the forbidden tree. It's just like that was an instruction for now, but there are more general rules like love God with all your heart and love others like you'd love yourself.
6 things does God hate, or the Lord hates, that are detestable, and there are, I think the 8th is like an abomination, or that's how it's phrased. So that would be in Proverbs chapter 6.
But again,
Yeah, I
ultimately,
just wanted to hold on real quick. I just wanted to
Alright.
touch on the Gnosticism that one thing that serves true in all Gnostic sects is that they think that we're in some type of prison and that the material world is evil, that the body is evil, and that we need to escape the material world into some type of hyperspace, spiritual reality where everything is perfect. Like that's basically it. Is that what you think?
It's the word evil would be. Let me rephrase it a little better than Lion did. You could get all of these Gnostic ones in one degree or another. They would all agree that the reality we're in is an imperfect, is a flawed. It's a something is wrong. It's not the way it's this thing is ideally meant to be. And now there's different stories of the fracture. There's different stories, different variations. One of them labels, add some persona or personality to the god. There's just the idea is that we hear, this is their idea. This is their religion. Okay. This is just their saying. The world we're in right now, at this very moment, we're in a creation where in the world of creations, this would be considered a flawed one. And they have their reasonings for it, which is part of their story. These higher gods, this god called Sophia, with these eons that are like creators. These are not humans. These are like universal creator forces. Sophia is one of them. The way that they're supposed to create a proper reality is they have like their male consort, right? So Sophia was supposed to work with this male consort. Now, which one it is irrelevant, okay? But she didn't do that. She went and engaged in the act of creating worlds by herself. And just to keep it short, she did that without her other, like, imagine, like without her other consort. The world was created falsely from the creation itself. Part of the creation of this world is there's this so-called God or Lord of the world or whatever. And his name, she called him Yaldabaoth or whatever. And he declared, I am the creator, greatest creator, and there is no other above me. And Sophia looked down and said, fuck, I fucked up. What did I do? Now, here's the thing. She's a creator. She's basically co-creating.
I know.
She's co-creating another creator.
It's the spirit of wisdom, dude.
That other this Yaldabaoth that declared in his blind arrogance. Now, some belief stories they name him evil. Some of them they just say his behavior is a consequence of his creation. He only says there is no other gods above me because when he looks above, he doesn't have access to the pleroma, which is this hyperdimensional thing that Lion was talking about. Now, what happens is Yaldabaoth looks up, and long story short, okay, so he has creative powers. He's born intelligent and capable due to his mother who's passed it to him. Man, I could keep going. Long story short, it's you're in this world. The world's the world. When it comes to what they say you are, which is a spark of God, a spark of the boss that's running up there in that world that we supposedly are supposed to be in, but we're not. You're a spark of that thing. You're here. You're living in an environment which, like we talked about earlier, everything's eating everything else. The nature of this reality based on its design does not suit you, is not for you. Nowhere, not on Earth, not in a mansion, not even in the clouds, okay? And their idea is nowhere within this whole sphere. By the way, this whole sphere includes all of those stars that you're seeing. Because these stars that we're seeing, that's not the pleroma. Everything in this entire universe is not, that this is their claim, their belief, is not your home, okay? Not that there isn't beauty anywhere, or you can't derive enjoyment anywhere, or you can't raise a family, or it's just not your home. And that they're saying is that your home is in the pleroma, in the world of order, world of everything is perfect. All this shit here that's happening here is technically not supposed to happen over there.
Yeah,
minus the free will. Anyways, long story short, guys, that's basically the gist of it. Thank you very much.
Right. I think most of the
in the room
most of the
sum up
Christians
what he
would.
just said? Because I'm fucking lost.
Yeah,
So-
and go ahead, Oblate.
Now he covered it pretty good.
I would say
covered all the bases.
he's describing a world that was intentionally made broken, but the Christians would disagree that it started good and then became fractured later. So what humanity there's a couple of options after this. There's a Japanese art where you fill the cracks with gold and they consider this beautiful. The other option is like just going, okay, the world got fractured, it's gone to shit, let's just wipe the slates clean and bring all the souls up to that higher place like heaven. And whoever wants to join in that better world can go from the place that was broken, this small tiny planet that had a fracture, to the unfracturable permanent world that cannot be fractured. Like,
I'm looking at Plato's theories on the demiurge, and basically he thinks like good is like the highest form, but it's like some like unconscious like type of permeating existence. And then and I was trying to figure out how these other beings came about. And that's really interesting, like the demiurge. And in Plato's philosophy, the demiurge did not explicitly come about through creation or birth. Instead, the demiurge is present as an eternal, uncreated divine being who exists as a fundamental principle of rationality and order.
So
Do you
there's
agree with
different
that,
there's different kinds
K-Breaker?
of demiurges depending on what version you're talking about. In this specific topic here, I'm talking about just a Christian Gnostic concept of demiurge. There's a book you could read. It's called the Secret Book of John. That'll lay it out for you pretty well. The whole order of the cosmos, the creation, the fall, the fucking stuff like that.
It's Neoplatonic, or it came around after Christ. Plato's ideas kind of mixed in with Christianity. Sects started to pop up. The early church fathers wrote a lot combating early heresies. There's like tons of letters in the anti-Nicene church fathers against Gnosticism that was springing up at that time.
There's this final conspiracy theory with Jesus. This is considered heresy. This is considered like, the Gnostic Christians, they considered this heresy or whatever. That this is assuming Jesus is real, and this is assuming he has divine authority. Like I'm assuming all that. I've never met the guy, but per this story, we're assuming that he is a Jesus that came down here is either, depending on what version of Gnostic you read, he's either a very powerful, like one of the leaders of that runs that place up there, like one of God's right hand man, or he's literally just God and God's thing coming down here. But that Jesus came down here to basically share that information, that my father's heaven is like up there, stuff like that. Is the final conspiracy is that he came here to talk about the God of love, the God of pure compassion and mercy, the one that doesn't do this judgment game. And this conspiracy is that they wiped whatever original message he so-called was saying about his God that he was preaching about, the God of love, this so-called superior God. Basically, you remember the demiurge story I told you about, and the demiurge is like, I am the superior God, there is no other God before me. He's basically coming to reveal the higher God, the higher God.
No, dude, that's all. Yeah, but that's all bullshit.
Yeah,
bro.
but that's just a theory. So how much of any of this is true, I don't know. But it's important for this short level of depth that we've talked about to be included in a lot of these atheist topics, because because when these atheists go, oh, why would God do this? Why would God do that? Bro, like they win. If there is no demiurge, because to me, a God-loving, all-loving, loving God, it wouldn't do that. So
it's fine.
But if the atheist says God did this evil thing, non-existent things can't do the act that they don't prefer. So they're still appealing to a God. They can't be atheists. They're just against the actions that they interpret as evil. That would be an anti-theist.
Yeah, we would just be doing an internal critique. So
Yeah. So I'm just, so you kind of believe in a little bit of both, like the Secret Book of John and Plato. Is that what I'm getting, Victor?
I don't believe in anything. I don't mean that like the flat earthers say that, where the earth's still. I don't know what the truth is. I look very deeply into things from all around the world, from many perspectives, not being chained and bounded by one way or another. So
no, but some of the early heretical Christians took on Platonic views and kind of mingled it with Christianity.
I don't use the word heretical to describe those people.
Dude, all right, that's fine, bro. But I'm
one
still
can only use that word when you like.
Bro,
I'm
still talking.
I can't call someone heretic.
Dog, chill out, bro. Just chill out, dude.
Then don't speak down to me. Then don't speak down.
I wasn't even talking.
I know, but
Taylor,
just don't,
bro.
like. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So early on, like the first couple centuries, now Gnostic ideas already existed before Christ and after Christ. Christ tried putting an end to it because the idea is that the ideal medium is a spirit, right? So when he resurrected from the dead, it was imperative that he demonstrated that he was a physical being. Physical. Because the idea at that time was that the physical was bad, was less than ideal, right? And that spiritual beings aren't physical.
No,
that's not biblical. That's not biblical.
It was the exact one you just said at the end. It was like, if you're God or super powerful, us little guys couldn't possibly ever hurt you or whatever. And that was the whole thing when one of the dudes, like even the Sparta scene where the guy actually threw the spear and the dude got hit and he like looked on his hand, and he was bleeding, and they saw it, and yeah.
To learn every ideology that exists on this earth today, for you to go through a lifetime and learn every one of those ideologies and retain that information would be more of a waste of time than you actually genuinely asking the creator, because it's obvious we have a creator, asking for that relationship and that understanding. This would be much quicker to come to the truth of reality than trying to study all of these different ideologies and sects of religion and retain all that information? Do you think that you could know every ideology on the face of this earth today within 60 years? Is that what you think?
Hey, it's the road for the few. For those that are that can't keep up, or it's a daunting task. There is convenient camps set up where you could just eternally camp there and never progress any further, and pretend you've made it when the road still goes on. So I know it's daunting. It is what it is.
So surely
So
you've read the
how
Bible.
many ideologies have you studied in your life?
Let me put it to all of your egos this way. None of your fucking business. It's not about me. It's about the truth. And you focusing on me surely tells me you don't know any kinds of fucking truth. All right? No more questions for you.
Bro, can
it's
you
not
hold the
about me.
conversation, Concave? Like, what's wrong
No,
with you,
no,
dude?
no. I don't enjoy boasting and bragging and talking about myself. I don't come here to talk about myself. I come here to talk about ideas.
Gosh.
Long story short, I want to know if anyone in the room, how many ideologies do you think exist on the face of the earth, and not only today, but that existed in the past? And do you think that you could learn each one of those ideologies, every bit of information that came with those ideologies? Do you think you could learn and retain all of those within your lifetime? And do you think that's the most quick?
Why would you even do that? Could you explain why you would even do that?
I'm not telling you to do it. What I'm saying is
I mean, what would be the justification for it?
What I'm saying.
He was still talking.
What I'm saying is it would be a waste of time. Not only it's just like when you were given multiple choice answers for a question and you were told to study. I always marked the wrong answers out. I never read those. A lot of people left them there and they read them and oh, it's B, no, it's A. Just mark the wrong answers out. Just read the right answer so you can retain that information more efficiently. And what I'm telling you is it's not efficient. I do not believe that anyone in this room has learned all of the 20%, 10% of the ideologies that have existed on this earth and do exist on this earth. They haven't retained them, and this is not a good way to come to the truth of reality.
You fell off course. It's not about that. It's about seeking the truth. You have to hold things in consideration. Our minds can hold things, crazy things in consideration. You won't believe it. It's about holding things in consideration.
So everybody's gonna have their own ideology. Like there's probably infinite ideologies and more getting created. I doubt you can learn them all. But what I did was just seek out who's the Most High God, who claimed to be the creator of heaven and earth, and that's what got me to the Bible.
Well, the demiurge claimed himself to be the Most High, and Sophia wept after she heard him say that. So what?
Yeah, but you're saying that's an ideology you don't believe in, but yet you say
I don't believe in it. But
state it like you believe it.
You're right. I don't believe in it, and also you don't believe in it. But so what?
Hold on,
Taylor.
Gabriel, who is the Most High God in your ideology, and did they speak in first person in your text?
I don't know. I keep telling you this. I don't know.
That's fine. So that's why I say I go with the Bible, because the demiurge stuff with Sophia, they are referencing some other God as the Most High, but the God's not speaking for himself. So that's why I said I came to the conclusion of the scripture.
Okay, go. That's great. No one's countering you.
And you mentioned something about judgment. I wanted to ask you about, so do you not think there should be judgment?
I'm not interested in answering hidden insecurities you've got over your faith projected onto me. I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm just curious.
I know you're just curious, but I see. I'm tapped in. I could feel what's going on. I'm not interested.
Okay, so no judgment. I think there should be judgment. And
on the topic of judgment, this so-called I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure if an all-loving, all-good father would do such a thing. It seems like the Jesus, the way he handled things while he was here, he basically forgave. He the whore came and fell to his feet and wept at his feet. He forgave her. The Sabbath, apparently he didn't care because he went and healed anyways, and gave go ahead.
But he told her to sin no more, or that something worse may happen to her,
Well,
because
I
sin
hope she
brings
didn't sin
destruction.
no more after that.
I'm just saying. So he did believe in judgment. He gave us the commandments, and
Jesus is not my God. Jesus is your God.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I'm pointing out the forgiving attributes and features of your God that, which I haven't gotten to yet, is not equal to that of the Old Testament. So you do that. It's not up to me. You decide.
Well, Jesus referenced the Old Testament dozens of hundreds of times. If you just think about all the times he
Jesus
alluded
would
to
not
it, but
flood.
he directly quoted it like 72
Jesus,
times. Like,
what would Jesus do? Not flood the earth.
you
That's
should
some
read the
demiurge
Old
shit.
Testament. That's what I'm saying. You should read the Bible before
You
coming
don't
to
know
the
if I
Bible.
have or not.
You really don't know what
You
you're
how about
talking
this?
about.
You don't worry about what I do. You remain believing in your religion that's giving you all the answers. It tells you who you are, who your God is, where your God is, why you've got the answers. You stick to that. And I give you peace in that. Thank you very much.
We don't have all the answers. Like, that's why I was referring to like that everlasting fountain going into that other realm. Like, where we live now is just temporary. Where we may live later is eternal. How that happens, I'm not sure. But it seems indicative that this demiurge and God are basically describing the same thing as like this consciousness never began and never will end, but always has been.
I don't know. I don't know
Look
if
into
Gatebreaker
it and
was the one.
make your own decision.
I'm Gatebreaker, man. I don't know if you're the one who said, emotion is not taught in scripture like 5-10 minutes ago. Are you the one that said that? And
It was in reference to one particular Gnostic interpretation of what the archons actually are, which in that particular interpretation, it links the archons to planets acting as actual light.
emotion is not
You
taught
can't
in
handle
guys'
it. You see,
scripture.
you can't handle it.
No, you said emotion is not taught.
No, I was in the middle
guys'
of describing it. Hey, go catch the pearls I threw for you on the floor, bud. Next question.
You said this is what you said.
Next question.
You said emotion
Daybreaker,
is
you
not
gotta chill
taught
out, dog.
in you. He said the emotion is not taught in you guys' scripture. He didn't say anything about the archons, nothing about that. He was
Here's
insulting people based upon the scripture they read.
whatever,
that's what he
bud.
was saying.
Whatever, bud. Cry about
And
it.
that's
Next
just,
question. Cry about
yes,
it.
it was ridiculous.
Gabe, come on,
Cry
dude.
about it.
Why you gotta act?
No,
I don't want to engage him anymore. That is the reason why, Lion.
You don't want to engage, but all you're doing is
I
talking, dude.
verbalized
When people engage,
I verbalized it. People don't have. Listen, this is not a room. Listen, this is not a room for people to come and rape other people with their ideas. This is
all
a
right, but
room
you
we
want
have
to preach to
discussion.
us. You want to preach to us, and
I'm not here to
share
preach
your ideas,
anything.
but you're not trying to engage at all.
Preaching is for the religious. Those are the people right now attacking me. The religious ones. Stop reverse projecting your insanity onto me.
Calm down. Gaybreaker, it's okay. Well, I wasn't trying to attack you or anything like that. I was just questioning. I'm just curious about what you believe. I'm trying to learn just like you are.
I'm not
right?
interested in answering it.
Okay, so can someone let me finish? Can someone actually let me finish? Just it won't take.
Yeah,
even
North, go ahead,
seconds, please.
Go ahead, North. I got you.
So
nobody interrupt. Go ahead.
Anyone that comes in and says you guys scripture does not teach emotions and teach you what emotions are, this is just a false statement. I don't understand how it wasn't.
You joined less than 15 minutes ago. We've had this conversation for the past.
It's clear that this guy is running from his claim because that was the claim.
Yeah, North, can I explain? Maybe. I think he was describing a Gnostic sect that had belief. It wasn't necessarily.
No, bro. He just rewind it, bro. He was insulting people like he's been doing Taylor, like he's been doing Lion. You guys believe in this scripture, and your religion tells you this, and you're this, and you're that. This is exactly what he said. You guys, scripture, which he's speaking of scripture, does not teach emotion. That was a claim coming from him, not from a book, not from any other people, not from another ideology. This was his statement, just as he started many of his statements by saying, this is how it is. This is what's really going on. This is how he said to make it.
Do you have any other context before those words were spoken? Just so we can get the context.
It doesn't matter what the context was before. If he's saying that other books teach about emotion, which that's what the context was, he said, you guys, scripture, opposed to these other ideologies, you guys, specifically Lion, specifically Taylor, specifically anyone who reads scripture in the room, he's telling you guys, scripture does not teach what emotions are. It doesn't speak about emotion. This is what he said. This is
Yeah. North
false.
is right.
Or we just, it doesn't, do you not understand what that statement means? If you have any
North. Hang on.
tells you that your scripture and your scripture is Old Testament and New Testament, and someone says yours does not teach about emotion.
I was under the impression that he was talking about this other Gnostic group.
Well, he was.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Oblate, you're correct. North joined prepubescently 10 minutes ago. We've been talking about this topic for 2 hours. Lion, don't fucking mute your own conversations you're in.
Lying. Calm the fuck down.
I'm not in this conversation. It's you between you and North right now.
Conversation
you getting fucking triggered about being called out on your claim, and you just don't want to answer for your claim, and you're gonna spaz out.
I answer when I want in the manner that I want. Do you understand? Flat earther, do you understand? Jesus. That's the only point of contention, or you'd be kissing my ass, is because I'm not a flat earther, moron.
Yeah,
Fall
I
back
understand.
in line. I'm not speaking to you. You're not involved in this fucking topic. You're muted on my end.
Of shit. You're okay.
This is unbearable, guys. Can we do something?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
so North, can you elaborate? Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Go mod your own conversation some more, mod. Lion, why don't you do that?
Can we just hear North talk for a second? I'm trying to ask him a question.
What has North done? North joined 5 minutes ago.
I don't want to engage with you, bro. I don't want to engage with you, especially if I'm going to be modding you.
I'm choosing to speak right now. You don't get to. No, what are you doing? North joined 5 minutes ago in a conversation we've been in for 5 hours or 2 hours, and he's lobbying disingenuous, deceitful questions against me.
I don't care, bro. I could care less. I don't want to know about
go on fucking mute. No one wants to hear your copy and paste religious bullshit today. We're trying to hear new ideas, okay?
You're about to get muted.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Dude, I'm gonna have to mute this guy.
I've been running the convo for the past 2 hours.
Can we get another moderator in here?
Nah, I muted him, dude. I muted him.
Redirect the conversation.
I'm trying to be tolerant, bro. I'm trying to ask North questions. This guy just wants to take over the room.
I understand.
Nobody can talk.
The vitriol is ridiculous.
North, where were you going with the emotion thing, though? I'm curious. Were you gonna land with something?
Yeah, the statement was clearly you guys scripture. And clearly it was to you, Lion, and to Taylor and other Christians who believe in the Old Testament, New Testament. So this becomes the question. What is emotion? When he's speaking about emotion, this is clear to everyone what emotion means, right? And you're saying these things are not taught in Scripture. We're given no idea as to what emotion is, right? When you say things like that, I need to know how you define emotion. But I can't even get there because the guy's saying he didn't say it now. So I can't even get there. But if you want to go there, we can have, like you or anyone else define what do you think emotion is. And then we can actually have the conversation of, does Scripture actually speak on this thing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it also speaks on judgment. Jesus, in the New Testament, not the Old Testament, in the New Testament, it says that the Father delegated all judgment to the Son. Now he's coming back as the Lion of Judah, right, to bring recompense and judgment, which is not going to look pretty. If you've read some of the scriptures in Revelation, if you've read some of the scriptures in Matthew, he's not coming back as a hippie, guys. That's all. I mean, I don't got time to be reading scripture, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so many die before he even gets here. And then at the end, when he rides in, it's the remaining ones that are slain by the sword that proceeds out of his mouth. So a lot of people don't even take that into consideration, that many have already died. Many of the wicked people have already either killed each other or died from other causes, such as the seals, the trumpets, and the vials. But yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about the whole tree of life thing, and they could have went back and ate of the tree of life and actually lived. And there is an idea, like this ideologies we speak of, there is an idea that eventually they could have eaten from the tree of life of knowledge, or tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then eaten from the tree of life. So it was all about an orderly way of growing, and not only your mind and your spirit and everything, but I give more credence to that than you would never eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil at all.
Yeah, if that ever does happen, you can be sure that that's not the real top OG all-loving God doing that, because Father love, if that does exist, Father mercy wouldn't do such a thing. He would save the ones he can, preferably, at the least, teleport their ass out of here into the real place, and at the least have mercy on all the other ones. Only a demonic, hateful, judgmental demiurge wants to come and primitively, with all of its power and glory and capability and infinite potentiality, flood the fucking place. Fuck out of here.
Oh, he's hilarious,
Yeah,
man.
so in being a God of righteousness, you will have to execute judgment. And like in the kingdom of heaven, like people earlier were talking about how there's so much evil here. Well, God does have a place of peace for the people of peace to go. And so in doing that, in making a place of peace in this perfect place, naturally people who are inclined to evil and harm to others are not going to be able to go there, just for the sake of preserving a place of peace and holiness and no suffering. So that's just a natural consequence.
Yeah, like if I was like messing up your front yard or running through your house and saying all sorts of nasty things causing damage, you wouldn't want me around you. And so like when God looks at it by reading it, like this was about 20 years ago, like when I was a stronger believer, that yeah, put yourself in a position of like you've got these people who don't want to be around you and they're rebelling against you, they're not listening to you. It's like why have their company at all? And you show them that you can offer a people freedom from slavery. Let my people go. You'll feed them manna in the desert. Like, look at the things that I can provide. Very generous, very kind, very liberating. And they're rejecting liberation.
Here's a random question, and I know it's kind of a tangent. If you execute judgment, does that not mean that judgment no longer exists because you killed it? And is that not kind of a bad thing?
It would mean a ripe opportunity for a demiurge to create another fucking system where this shit happens again.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about like layers of reality, like this temporary Earth was temporarily fractured, so we could repair it or just let it go and return to the unfracturable world that was there before time. And I think that how we transition from this temporary life to an eternal life is an interesting question. Like, for the atheist, they go, well, I might not have an eternal life, but I got to live in this temporary world, and I got to have my thoughts, my taste, my smell, and I wanted to explore those senses as much as I could for those 80, 100, 120 years that I was graced to have, and then I don't know, just forget about it.
There's so many possibilities of what this thing could be. Outside of this demiurge thing, there could be no such thing, and we could just be some super advanced simulation having a little afternoon VR session, and here we are right now, bending and warping fucking time and space and in our consciousness and all kinds of shit. There's just so many possibilities of what this could be, and the point is not to get lost in it. The point is not to who has the biggest book of possibilities. One of them, something has to be. Something has to be. It can't be all of it. It can't be none of it. Something has to be. Sorry, I take back. It can't be none of it. It obviously could be none of it. So,
Are you
I'm not anything.
Are you against like any questions just about your worldview?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's good to think about like the situation we're in as like we're born into the world, we're given our senses, and we're trying to assess what's happening to this reality that we've been planted into. We were raised up in a realm where we can comprehend language, whereas if I was born a cockroach, my comprehension of the universe would be much different. So I'm in a very interesting position where I can take a look at the world, look at those senses, and go, I've got these other people who've had a family, whether it's broken or fractured, or whether they've had a harmonious life, and I can talk about those experiences where, like, yeah, we can make measurements of this reality. We can sort of make sort of axioms of like what a triangle is, what a sphere is, etc. And that becomes like our way to describe like what we experience. And it's kind of like poetic that yeah, if you want to perform actions that benefit yourself and others, that leads to a more productive life. So yeah, I would be on the compassion angle and empowerment angle of human potential, rather than saying we live by consumption, because yeah, I don't know if I can tell a fox what he can and can't do. But as a fellow human who gets affected by what I do and what you do, and you're a human that gets affected by the various things that happen here, how much? I don't know. You may not take it personally, and that's probably good, because you got a real life to live outside the Discord with your real job and real families.
In an honest assessment of humans and human condition, we may not be from here, or we may have traveled or lived underground, but the fact that we're not protected well kind of flies in the face of our ability to survive on Earth.
What do you mean we're not protected well?
We don't have any fur.
Have any what?
Big deal, bro.
Any what?
Protective fur? A coat?
Or feathers?
First, exoskeleton, armor, shell, anything.
Well, that's why we make clothing and we make those armor. We can make that out of the things, you know, that are supplied to us here on this earth. So
Possibly. But I mean, but God made other creatures with a lot of tools and weapons built in, and we don't have any.
Have you ever conditioned your body like you've seen martial artists condition their shins, right? Like your tibia. So you take your tibia and eventually, you can break a 2x4 with your shin. Eventually you can bend, pipe and break baseball bats with it.
Right, but I know
it's
also
very,
that
very resilient, right?
the man is
So
top predator because of his ability to sweat, basically.
Or so they say.
I do think that the capability to build tools and build armor, like that's all cloth is. It's an armor from the elements, and then the armor becomes thicker and it can prevent predators, even other humans who try to perform acts. And you just build that armor, but also the psychological condition. If we treat each other well, we won't be fighting and we won't need to develop those other kind of armors, and we can just concentrate on those environmental armors and technologies.
well, you're not going to come to that point where everyone is treating everyone well, based upon learning different ideologies or listening to one man on the earth right now, or 10 men or 20 men or 30 men or 100 men. You're never going to come to that point. The ideologies are always going to conflict. There's always going to be war until there's an outside greater influence, which we speak of the creator, to handle that, right? You'll never come to that point. So you might as well just, that's kind of like, trying to retain all the information from every ideology that has existed in the past and that does exist today. You're never going to get that in your lifetime. So this is just, you're chasing your tail, man. It's not going to happen.
I think in a utopian society where we're still afraid of greed and human nature, I think it's old programming greed. It comes from hunger, and if you didn't have enough food for the winter, and we don't experience that, generally now, and we have to exit that sort of, I need to hoard to protect the fact, or I need to maraud because I didn't hoard. Therefore, the hoarder appears greedy. The point being, if you could convince somebody they have enough food or convince somebody they have enough money, maybe they wouldn't be defensive in general. So I'm thinking money, like they think they need more. Once they get in that mindset, they're like, they can never have enough. So you want to just go up and hug them and go, it's okay, you have enough.
Yeah, and I think that comes from a sort of insecurity. Like if I'm not secure enough, I need more. So I need that greed. I need to get that. So to
but not an
secure my
aggression.
position.
Yeah, but not an aggression. Like it's a fear. It's like, wow, we might run out. So if convinced, if the rich, the wealthy, and in power were convinced that they were rich, wealthy, and in power, maybe we could go forward with a more philanthropic view.
Well,
but
they know they're in power. They know they have power on this earth. The rich, they know that. They already know that.
I guess they compete with each other. I guess they compete with each other. No, they're not competing with us.
Well, the point is, you're always going to have, when you have selfish behavior, which that's what we have today, for the most part. And these men who you're speaking of, they know they have power. They brag about having the power. They abuse the power they have, and they brag about that also. But yeah, the selfish behavior, that's an issue. But there's never going to become this point where you get on the internet or I get on the internet or someone else, makes a phone call. Hey, everyone, just, be happy and, be content with what you have, and you have enough to eat and you have shelter. And even if you were given all those things, people would still be envious of your wife, envious of the things you have, the way you built your house, the way your garden's planted, all of these different things. And so those ideologies, those conflicting wars are always going to happen until there's an outside.
Yeah, jealousy is an interesting thing to look at. Like, you have something that I don't have, and I go, well, do I want that? Or am I jealous that I haven't made the necessary steps in my life to get what you have?
Or even given the gesture, like two kids, one will get fussy if the other one gets something, even though he has no fucking idea what it was.
No, they don't want you to have it. The person doesn't want you to have it. Like they don't want you to have it, and they want what you have. That's part of it too. So it's not just, oh, well, you can go out and get it. Of course you could. Of course you could. You know, people go to jail every day for stealing something that they could have worked 7 hours for and went out and bought. Of course. But there's also people who don't want you to have it because you have it, and they're jealous of that, and they want that for themselves. The one you have, they don't want something else. They don't want to go get their own or make their own. They want the one you have, and they hate you for having it.
But all that achieves is the other person going, I don't have what I have anymore. You've got it. I need to get it back. And then just be stealing the mower, then stealing it back, and then stealing it forward. So that's different from a society goes, hey, I've got a mower. Come and borrow it. Okay. And when you're done with it, you know, can I borrow it back? So you'd have this reciprocal relationship of sharing the lawnmower versus I'm going to steal it back and he's going to steal it back from me. It creates a very sort of toxic environment.
Loan out many tools. You can loan out a bush hog, a lawnmower, anything, and it may not come back as it was. You know.
Yeah, there are some things that cannot be that easily shared. For example, if you have a girlfriend and then the other guy was also interested in the same girl, are you gonna share it? That's not the same type of shareable thing.
You wouldn't share it? You wouldn't share it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll share.
All right, gimme.
Yeah, some people do share. They used to call it swinging, but like that would like be consensual on the other person. But yeah, like if you were jealous of a guy having a girl that you wanted, it's like, well, you weren't the particular partner that she wanted, so you're just gonna have to live with that.
I think Jaren's into that. Jarenism.
Chance into what?
He's into sharing.
Sharing a girlfriend or what?
Yeah.
How did you get to that?
He talked about it.
I think he's admitted like he's polyamorous or possibly in some sort of polycule. Not sure of the exact.
All right, I haven't heard.
Balls running the flat Earth community into the ground. Why is the cuck our top guy, or like one of our top people for flat Earth? Like it's just a clown show.
They're doing the best they can, bro. It's a geometry issue.
How is Chance a clown? How is the Chance a clown show though? Because from what I have gathered, he's just an honest dude who got misled into that flat Earth cult, and then he changed his mind.
Come on, stop. Oh, totally, yeah. That's totally what happened.
That is what
I agree.
happened.
He was like the guy with a thimble full of integrity.
Yep. I actually think, because I'm at least an ex-Pentecostal, I'm not sure where I stand now, I think it's kind of beautifully biblical, because it's kind of symmetric. Like four flat earthers went. One was honest, which is Sharon. One was completely dishonest, which is Witsit. because he doesn't even to this point admit that no, it's not a fucking flat Earth. He wants to like run away from that conclusion. And then there are two people in the middle who we don't know about, like Lisbeth and Jonathan. So it's kind of, if you know about Christian symbology, Christ is lifting up with one hand and then pushing down on the other hand. And to me, it looks like Sharon is the honest guy who gets lifted up, and Witsit is the dishonest guy who gets pushed down.
Oh, you laughed. Where does this bring you joy?
For...
What part of that brings you joy?
Besides
repeating lies, which what you said is not the truth. Witsit didn't lie.
I can answer the question when you give me the room.
All right,
so go ahead. What gives me joy is I find it's not that I take joy in Witsit going down or something, but I find joy that there are patterns in reality which happen consistently, and you don't need to script it because it's written in the pattern of reality itself, and it just keeps on happening.
Like Globers being cucks and trans?
No, not that. It's kind of the law of karma, really. It comes to the law of karma, comes close to it. Like if you lie and if you're dishonest, like we know that which it is, or at least I know because that's the truth and I know the truth. If you're dishonest like Witsit, you go down, but if you're honest like Sharon, you come up as the winner. And it's kind of almost miraculous to me that one guy exactly came out as honest, then one guy came out as seriously dishonest, and then two guys are in the middle, like not knowing what they are doing.
Yeah, this is
so.
How is it delusional though? Can you tell me why that's delusional?
You think Jaren's on the rise?
I don't mean in the rise because obviously he's lost like subscriptions and stuff. That's for certain. But like when you stand for the truth, that by definition almost is being on the rise.
No, he's losing everything. His life's falling apart. And it's because he started lying.
Did he start lying though? Can you actually qualify that? Or justify
yeah, the
that?
guy who was a flat earther for like 10 years, who then all of a sudden forgot all of the arguments and was like, well, I saw the sun, so it's a globe. And he's just obviously, it's so obvious he's lying. You're fucking delusional.
I don't think he forgot about the arguments. It just clicked on him. It's like he had a mental barrier that stopped him from seeing the truth, because of course the globe is the truth. So that mental block disappeared, and then it's kind of, there was a barrier. You can imagine like a dam holding in a huge massive lake of water. When the dam breaks, then everything falls apart. Like the flood water comes rushing in, and then you're like, oh shit, it's a fucking globe. I don't have any arguments left.
Okay, so realizing the Earth is a globe does what for you? Oh, it really helps you out in life? How does it do that?
It helps you navigate reality. I can go from one place to another knowing exactly where I'm going.
We can already do that.
Navigate
Yeah,
it
flat earthers
without
already
that.
do that. That's retarded.
No.
How does this belief in something you don't experience, a fucking spinning ball in space, how does that benefit your life?
It benefits me in the way that I am actually able to process the truth, and I think that's valuable by definition.
Be more specific.
By
Be
itself.
more
Benefits
specific.
you in all kinds of ways.
Be more specific.
I will be.
I am specific. If you cannot honestly come face to face with the truth, that's gonna massively impact. And if you think that okay, I can be dishonest about the globe and the flat Earth, but then that won't affect anything else in my life. That's just a complete lie. If you cannot be honest about the flat Earth and the globe Earth, then you're gonna be dishonest about everything else as well. So you being dishonest, it's like it's a foundation, it's a keystone that your whole life is fucking built upon. So of course, if you can be honest about the shape of the Earth and admit that it's the globe because we have the fucking evidence,
The globe is a
then your
dishonest
life
shape.
is gonna benefit because that means that you're a person that can admit to the truth. But if you're the kind of person that falls off flat Earth, that means that you have a problem with processing how the world works. So that's gonna cause you problems like throughout all of your life.
It's exactly
There
the
are no
opposite.
globes in nature. There are no circles in nature. That's a man-made ignorant idea.
Yes, but like everything, even your flat plane is that doesn't exist in reality because the Earth has terrain, right? There is no straight line. There is no horizontal plane on the Earth because we have mountains, right? So you cannot use that kind of argument that you cannot use that kind of argument that perfect shape like a complete. Hold on, I'm talking, so I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and sit down. And if you cannot sit down and listen to me when I'm speaking, then I don't know, you lose the argument.
What's the ball look like?
The ball looks like a sphere. But of course, the globe is not defined. The globe is not defined as a ball. The globe is defined as a sphere with a terrain. So if
maybe you should allow some other people to speak.
What does the globe look like, and where does
I can let you speak when you stop spiraling.
I mean, okay.
You're the only one spiraling.
Where does the globe exist that you're talking about? What is this globe thing? Can you show us how to measure
I can give you a simple answer without spiraling, and I will promise you that the globe exists in reality.
No, I said where.
In reality, that's where. In reality,
the globe. There's just one.
Touch the curve on camera.
The globe exists in this place. The globe exists in this place called the reality.
No, I didn't know. I know I don't know the stuff that you guys can't demonstrate or prove. That's what you guys don't know.
So the globe exists in this place called the reality.
So, 1 second. Yeah, this is worth a point. So, are you aware that Demok calls people retards and morons and all of that stuff sort of nonstop? I mean, I guess maybe you're not.
I mean, we should reproach it on each side. Don't let that be an example.
Maybe you're not aware of that,
when
Taylor.
Demok says
It
it's
might
true,
be.
though.
This might be a wake up for you, but I'm going to recommend. I'm almost finished, Taylor. I'm almost finished. I'm going to recommend that you listen to what your boy is saying, okay? And you maybe place a hand over your heart and see if you think that, you know, he's the righteous sort of truth that you think he is.
I never said he was.
So because Demok talks like that, that means it's okay, right? You fuck kidding me, right?
Oh, am I kidding you? So if all you do is complain,
so you think
if all you do is complain,
I'm not complaining.
Moron.
I am not complaining. I'm just trying to make sure that it's okay. We want to live this tit for tat life.
If you decide you want to do it, you go ahead and take your chance. You may get modded. However, Demok.
There you go.
One side, but not the other.
Yeah, I don't mod Demok for it, and I'm not modding people for calling Demok that either. Demok does not seem to be able to interact in any other way.
You get modded for it.
Yeah.
You just
He's constantly put on mute, and then I hear people complaining, "Take him off mute! Take him off mute!" Okay, so
address we need to go to the Globe Lab. Me and you and Lori.
If you want to be put on mute, as long as Demok is on mute, let me know, Rob. I'll, with a heavy heart, but I will do it.
Why don't we mod both sides equally then?
Well, we can't, Taylor. First off, I can kick Demok. I can ban Demok. I would have to. I don't think he's capable of controlling himself. If
Said
he
the guy
is,
who never answered a question. The whole group of Globers has never demonstrated fuck. They talk to themselves in mirrors.
we can demonstrate
You talk to
fuck, and we
yourself
can
in
demonstrate
mirrors. You
so
don't
much
let
more,
anybody
man.
finish
well,
a
So
sentence.
you're
well,
just lying.
just hang on a second, okay? So, if Dimmock showed that he could control himself, he wouldn't be left on mute for hours.
If
All right?
you had 30 people in here to shut up while I talked, that would be real easy. You think?
Well, Dimmock,
Hours is excessive. You don't need to be on for hours.
I've noticed that if you are capable of controlling yourself, Dimmock, you've hit it very well.
I've never been out of control. I only match the energy that I'm met with. You ignoring the 30 people that talk every time I speak is kind of weird.
Yeah, that's something I hear a lot of, and yet I rarely see that it's justified. So, I'm not buying it. Sorry.
Buying what? You're 30 people talking every time I ask them for proof, talking over each other to talk over each other to talk over me, and then you'll talk over them too? Yeah, I see it a lot.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay. So
That's
do
what
we
happened.
have one globe believer who will volunteer to answer Demock's question?
They'll all spiral.
I can answer his question without spiraling, and I'm fucking drunk. So go ahead, Demok, ask your question. But my prediction before we even go into this is he's gonna go on a spiral, which will prove my fucking point that he's fucking insane. He's playing a script. He's not asking questions honestly.
Okay, get
But
a 3D ball.
If you
Get a
throw
3D
me,
ball.
hold on.
I'm doing it right now.
Already you're
Are you
spiraling
ready?
because I haven't finished my statement yet.
When
So
are you gonna be finished?
I'm proving my point. You're fucking insane, Dimok. You cannot have an honest conversation.
You popped
But
in to say nothing
if you guys want me to entertain Dimok, I can do that. And I can answer him honestly, and I can
You
completely
already
show
said
that he's
You already made your
insane.
point. You already said that. You're repeating yourself.
I know.
So get a 3D ball and show us what with a little person that you declare you on it, and then show us a horizontal line, right? And then show us up and down for you in your reality, and then show us how up and down works, vertical and horizontal on that ball.
You've been shown this.
Hold on,
What you want
I'm
is a
not done,
gravity
2 hours
generator,
speaker.
which
I'm not
doesn't
done.
exist.
I wasn't done.
I'm letting
And
you
then
know
you
you've
need to
been
get an
shown this.
airplane, a little helicopter, and a little hot air balloon, and then show us how they traverse around it. Use your fingers if you need to.
Little did they know this.
My answer to that, because it was a question directed to me, that's not an honest question. I have interacted with you, Dimok, before, and you wanted me to draw a circle on a paper and then pour water on it, and I did that. I fucking drew a circle on a paper, and then I drew figures on it, and I poured water fucking on the paper because you asked me to. It's not like you're asking an honest question.
I just asked you how you demonstrate a hot air balloon, a helicopter, and an airplane at the same time, how they traverse an actual 3D ball the same way they would do it around a globe. Are you ready?
I don't need to be ready, because everybody listening knows that you're not asking an honest question. You're not actually asking, wait a minute, I'm not exactly sure how does the globe work. You're saying, no, your globe is fucking stupid because my stupid brain decided it
Just show it
beforehand,
then.
so let me
just show
shit
it.
on you guys.
Non-existent as of
You
so
have
far,
a personal
non-existent.
issue
You
with the
haven't
globe
shown
because
anything.
you're triggered about the globe.
Well,
So that's
show
not
up,
my
Brett.
problem.
We're waiting to see
That's
the
not my
demo,
problem, and
and you
I'm
can't show
speaking,
for
by the
anything.
way. So you can shut the
Sounds
fuck
like
up.
you're both spiraling
You can shut
already.
the fuck up, and you can sit the fuck down.
Show it.
Your personal problem with the globe is not my problem.
The spiral thing is in the eye.
Do we have any other volunteers to answer Demock's question?
We have a problem with cartoons.
I have a problem with 3D spheres not being able to be used. Do you have a 3D sphere and 3 objects? One to be a hot air balloon, show us how its physics go around the ball, same time as an airplane, same time as a helicopter. Let's see the demonstration. Use a boat.
Right. By demonstration, you mean with gravity, right? with the gravity on the ball.
Listen, I don't know what kind of stories you got that don't make sense.
I know.
You know what a demonstration is. Your
I know.
stories go
I know
behind it,
what.
whatever
I know
you
what
make up.
you should mean,
If you
and I
make
know
up
what
gravity,
you do
that's
mean.
what you make up.
Which is why I know that
Is
it's
that
not
going to
a
help you
serious
do it?
request.
Saying gravity is going to help you demonstrate it? Hurry up.
Nope. They just want you to get into their paradigm, Demok.
Yeah, I just want
And
to
You
that's
figure
don't
not
out what
need
true.
that
gravity to
means.
show your
I've never seen
stupidity.
anything traverse a ball, and you're afraid to show us.
So there's a problem with your demonstration, Demok. It's the
I never
current
demonstrate
Earth
anything. You guys aren't.
the
Problem with
current
your
Earth that
demonstration.
we're on is a problem. The current Earth
That's a cool story.
because
So does
like
that
the
mean you
big
got
fat Earth
excuses and can't
underneath
do?
us
So
affects the
can't
things
do.
nearby us.
So a big can't do. No can do, Roger Wilco. Can't get a ball. Can't show you how an airplane goes around a ball. You guys are slow.
We can use real planes on the real world. We're not going
You
to
got a
use
3D
fake
ball to match
planes
the
on a
ball, I'm
fake
pretty
world
sure.
to,
I know
to
you
make
guys
a
got,
model
listen, unless you have
that's
a mental
being
problem, a
affected
mental
by the
problem, a
big
ball being
fat
a ball.
lumpy world
Something's wrong with you
underneath it.
guys.
This is the constant
So you're gonna,
agony.
the concept is a ball. Do you understand how stuff goes around a
I'm not
ball?
sure if you heard, but other people were
Do you
speaking while you were
understand how
speaking. So
stuff
can
goes
you
around
act
a
like
ball?
a
Show us
fucking
how.
human, or are you gonna act like a fucking
Are you
child?
all gonna keep
This is
spiraling without the ball?
what flat Earth boils down to. It's
Yeah,
fucking
no lab,
retards.
no ball,
No,
no
this is
globe,
the
no
5
model.
against Demok, and Demok was right when he started by saying all 10 of you will talk over him to figure out how to get a ball to
But we have a
demonstrate.
we can
Go ahead, Gurneos. Go ahead.
we can fucking prove it, but he's
My
not
answer and
asking
not being
genuinely.
moderated. Demok was interrupting my answer and not being moderated. He couldn't control himself. I was speaking calmly, and then I got interrupted. So
Were you
Demok
giving a demonstration that he asked for, or were you just giving more words?
Only
answered.
Demok
Not an
is
honest
allowed
question,
to
that's the
interrupt
problem.
people's answers. That's
Nobody answered him.
Well, I'll answer.
Yes, everybody answered.
No, Mustard
I
just
was
said you're stupid.
explaining.
There
I
are,
was
there are many,
explaining.
Yes, I said he's stupid because he is stupid.
Yeah,
He's
that's not an
asking.
answer. That's not an answer.
Basically, his
You're
answer
stultifying
is.
the room. You're on a loop. Shut up.
I am on
Does
a
someone
loop
want to
because
answer the
it's a
fucking
fucking
question?
good. It's a fucking good
Oh,
loop, and
Lori
if you don't
started this by
understand,
saying he was
if you
he's a
don't
super
understand why it's a
Yeah,
woke
good
the
loop,
drunk
then
guy is
don't read that
spiraling.
as well as Demok. So
Yeah,
here
you're
is what
drunk.
Demok
Shut
is
up.
doing. He is saying, give me a sphere, then give me 10 fucking million trees on it, draw me a sphere with 10 fucking million trees on it, and then draw me a car driving around it, and then draw me a physics program, and then draw me
Why are you adding all that stupid shit that he did not ask for?
Because that's what he is gonna ask for. It doesn't matter what he asks for, he's gonna ask for insane shit. Like, do you honestly think, are you retarded enough?
Holy fuck.
I am. I'm a mind reader.
Are you retarded enough to think that he's making a logical point? Or is he just asking for people for stupid shit so that we can jump through his hoops? Is he actually making a logical point?
Yeah, I'm asking
Yes
you
or
to bring
no?
your religion, your mental religion.
And if he is making a
Bring your
logical
mental
point, then
religion
what
to
the
physical
fuck
reality.
is his logical point that he is making? Because we can model the
can't
fucking
be
globe.
demonstrated, and you won't shut up because of it.
We
because
can
you
model
don't
the
have a
fucking
physical
globe,
demonstration of what you religiously believe
and
about
we
a
can
non-existent
exactly
ball
tell
and
how
an
a
airplane.
fucking helicopter works on the globe as well. So what the fuck is he even
Don't
asking?
know what you're talking about. Do you have a ball handy?
Thank you for spiraling over me, Demok. That concludes my point, and it confirms that you're an insane person asking for stupid things. You don't have an actual logical point. Does any one of you actually understand how logic works?
Demok is intentionally showing how stupid Flat Earth is. That's his job.
No, but the thing is what you're doing is you're going on and on and on. You're not getting to the point of actually stating to him that what he's asked. There are many, many things that can't be demonstrated at a scale other than they exist. That's what you should be saying rather than all this nonsense.
But you can't
And that's
demonstrate
what I
it.
was attempting to say, if you're showing a demonstration on a tiny ball, eventually the large Earth underneath it is going to affect that experiment. You can laugh about it all you want, but You're pretending pouring water on the ball is the same as pouring water on the Earth, whereas the globe isn't saying there's another massive thing underneath Earth to catch that water. So you're thinking of a false demonstration to prove a non-point.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, I mean, if you've got a ball in a lab, how much, according to what they tell you, how much gravity will that generate? Is it going to be enough to hold a little bit of water on it? It's not, is
So
it?
they keep on saying, oh, it's the shape is what we're saying holds water. So all balls should hold water according to what we're saying, apparently, because gravity is fake according to them. Although we do have the orbit of the moon. So.
But you don't have a demonstration of water being on a ball, and you can't demonstrate a ball and
To
how
give
it's
you, to give you an idea how much. To give you an idea, to give you an idea, to give you an idea, to give you an idea.
To give you an idea. You know how stupid that sounds? You keep repeating yourself.
Over me. No moderation is happening. No moderation is happening. I said, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute you, and I'm just going to keep on talking because you choose to interrupt me when I'm trying to tell you because you keep on interrupting me, and I refuse to be interrupted, and you have not listened to.
Motherfucker, you interrupted.
Yes, I have been talking first because I saw it happen. Bullshit. So to give you an idea of how much water is on the Earth, sneeze on a grape. That's how much water there is.
Yeah, no ball guy. Yeah, you're good for nothing. Thanks.
Why is he good for nothing though? Can you defend that?
Interrupt with a ball next time.
I think that technically DMOC was talking first.
Oh,
But-
DMOC
He was talking first.
DMOC is allowed to talk nonstop. See, he doesn't ever quit, so he's always entitled to talk.
If it makes you feel,
that is his script. It does help if you're a motor mouth and if you just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and you never stop. That's how you win the game.
With respect to the mods in here, could we please have some moderation?
Yeah, how do you know?
It ain't easy being a mod, bro.
Stuff flies around balls.
I know.
It's like anything they do, someone will cry about it. If they mute or don't mute, someone's gonna cry. So it is what it is.
To answer your question, Denmark, we can't demonstrate a scale model of the Earth with a gravitational field at that scale in a lab. We can't do it.
I don't know what that means. I said use your fucking hand and take the ball in the helicopter and traverse the motherfucker how you're saying they would. Stop saying stupid motherfucking shit. Your hand can do whatever it wants with that airplane.
Right.
Are you retarded?
We can do that.
Are you fucking stupid?
You can create a model. You can get a sphere and you can get a model helicopter.
Get
and
a
plane
fucking 3D ball and do it.
There you
Get
go.
a boat and show us how it goes over it without dropping from 90 degrees ever.
Well, this is the thing.
Show us how the airplanes and the helicopters and the hot air balloons stay 90. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, because the model that you have in your lab hasn't got.
I don't have no model. You don't have a model. It's not.
It is a waste of time.
Shut the fuck up. If you're actually
We're trying to make it together. We're trying to produce this fucking globe imaginary.
But you're not. You're not.
With a real ball, bitch. Yeah,
you
real
can't
ball.
stop interrupting. You're interrupting everything that's said to you. Everything that's said to you.
No, you're interrupting.
Yep, Dimok, if you are gonna pretend to have an honest discussion, then shut the fuck up and let other people fucking speak, you fucking retard. Sit your fucking ass down and shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. If you don't realize that you're making every goddamn flat earther look like a fucking retard, then you're a fucking retard yourself.
Enough with the retard. That is enough.
100% correct because you guys are afraid of physical fear. You're afraid of.
I know you are afraid, Dimok. You're a fucking afraid, fucking stupid mustard.
That was enough with the retard mustard.
Running from 360 balls, motherfucker.
Is that your big? Is that the biggest problem here on the board? Someone said retard. Jesus Christ,
Every
man.
ball is 360.
Dude, I can't even take him serious with the accent. Like, it's so.
Well,
wow, that's not racist at all.
So, like we were saying, the difficulty of modeling a globe on Earth is the presence of the actually the current
What are you
Earth.
talking
It
about?
weighs a lot.
We'd like
It
to
has
see
so
what you're
much
making up
material.
right now.
It's going to be affecting the model that we're making. So if you would like a model of a train going around a globe, we can absolutely do that.
By the way, an accent is not racist because you can have any person, any color have any accent.
So much.
Yeah.
We could
Okay.
do the train at a want.
Bigoted.
We could do a model. We could do a model of the train, for example, but the problem is that it would have to be a 1-to-1 scale.
Listen, the only ones with problems are you fucking idiots with no ball and no planes and trains and automobiles going around it to show us what it
Except
looks
we
like.
do.
You
We
guys
do
are
have planes,
fucking
trains, and
losers for
automobiles.
nothing burgers.
No, we do have planes, trains, and automobiles on Earth. What's your problem? We do have
it's a
orbiting
little
moon.
different. Yeah,
What's your
on flat
problem?
Earth, I know, bitch. On flat Earth, we know. How do they work on a ball?
The same way in real life, the way they,
Show us,
well, the
you
way
fucking
you get on an
idiot.
airplane
What
and
you
you know
talking
damn
about?
well.
What way?
Show me a bucket of ground.
You're the most retarded motherfucking doctor, scientist, dumb bitches I ever. You fucking
Show me a
retards sit here all day and act like you know about airplane flight, but can't even get a
Show me
fucking
a bucket.
toilet
Show me a bucket of
around a
bitches.
ball.
Ladies
Show
and
me a bucket of
gentlemen,
bitches.
Flat Earth has entered the building.
Where the fuck
DMOC
did you get
presiding.
your math from if you can't demonstrate it? You
Oh
dumb
dear.
fuck. Where's your math come from? Nothing.
Okay, we demonstrated with Qantas Flight
Shut the
2728.
fuck
What's the
up,
problem?
retard. Get a ball. You dumb fuck.
It was demonstrated with Qantas Flight 14. What's the problem?
Be a ball.
He's
It
trying
was
to show you,
demonstrated with
D-Mock.
Qantas Flight 14. What's the problem?
Let a ball be a ball, science guy who's not a ball. Stop
Yeah,
talking
Qantas
about
Flight
ball,
14.
ball, retard. Balls
Qantas
exist.
Flight 14.
Go get one. Then get
Show
a
me
little
a bucket of
airplane,
shoe
retard bitch. Make it 24,901 millimeters per mile, right? Then get your little fucking airplane
Even if
and
it's
show us.
Hey,
I've
build
been
me a
looking for
scale
this
model
scale
of Denmark being 1/25th idiocy.
Make it 24,901 inches around, bitch, and use the inch for a fucking mile, retard.
Show me a bucket of
Then get
bitches
your
in the
toys
lab.
and show us.
Bitch fuck.
Too bad you fucking retards don't even know what a ball is or a plane. You don't
Listen,
have a
it's not
fucking clue how an airplane flies around a ball without a demo.
when you go get back to your dishes.
Go get some balls, bitch, and then a flat surface, motherfucker. We'll compare.
Y'all know
Compare
I
all
watched
the
a video
physics
the
of
other
a
day.
flat surface to your ball spinning. Right now,
Y'all
who wants to have a,
like
who wants to have a physics off? Flat stationary table versus a ball in a vacuum. Let's go, baby.
That one that they do
Hey,
the train
Taylor,
thing.
this is your boy, Taylor. This is one of your games.
Okay,
You're in
I
your
don't blame anybody in here, but what is that flight simulator called, by the way? It's like where they do the train. It's the most realistic one.
the most realistic flight simulator.
Talking about
There's no
Microsoft
ball
Flight?
under it, though, Taylor. It doesn't have a ball attached, so it ain't for a globe. Go ahead.
I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, they didn't build a ball into the flight simulator.
I
That's
want to hear. Yeah,
strange.
they did. They actually did. Okay, but hold on. This is the problem. So I want to cause rebuttal to this because this guy was showing on a flight simulator, like the one that the pilots train with, that he did not. He's like, I'm going to keep the nose level, and he was showing that he's keeping the nose level, and then he kept flying, and it kept like increasing elevation. And he said, because basically it was like simulating the ball. So like, yeah. What is the?
Yeah, that's a new one. The old flight simulators didn't have a ball.
He was probably trying to fly the tangent line himself.
Did y'all know pendulous vanes were invented in 1941?
What's your point?
Did you know they won't put them on a real ball?
I think I got whiplash.
They won't put them on a spinning ball. They won't put their full coast
Yeah,
pendulum.
the gyro
on there.
compass, and the gyro compass was invented in 1910. Yeah, what's your point?
Was it put on a real ball that spins? Put it on the bottom.
Show me a bucket of bottoms.
Yeah, show me a bucket, and you guys can't touch a globe. It's against your religion. Your globe
got
religion
nothing.
is don't
Show
touch
me a bucket.
globes. Go
nice.
figure.
Satellites orbiting the Earth since 1958.
Orbiting. What's orbit?
How did
Prove
the
it.
gyroscopes
Prove
work
it.
without the pendulous vanes?
No, I said a gyro compass, which is mechanically a bit different.
gyro compass. How did they work without the pendulous vanes?
Because they
drifted
have
off.
ballast. There's a weight at the bottom which gives it a continuous torque, and the
No,
rotation
let's
of the
just
Earth
say-
forces it to align to the parallel to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, right.
So are they
Pendle's vanes are in a
like, we don't
different
need
type
them
of
then, right?
The
gyro.
planet dropping at
The
sea
Pendle's
level.
vanes are in
He
a
said
different type
something
of
is
gyro.
vertically dropping
Yeah,
at
pendulous
the
vanes are
same
for
rate as
attitude
sea level.
indicators.
This dude
Yeah,
just said something is
The
dropping
gyro
at
compass,
constant elevation.
the gyro
How
compass
you prove
aligns to
something
true north
dropped
with,
but
and if
not
the Earth did not
raises?
rotate, it would not work.
But wait, don't the pendulous veins correct for the gyro compass movement?
Yeah, that's an attitude indicator. Yeah, and the pendulous vanes do a very similar job to in a gyro compass where they have the ballast at the bottom holding, restricting the full gimbal.
You watch this next week. Taylor will be an expert on gyro mechanics. He keeps asking questions like this.
No, she'll need a peer-reviewed paper.
What did you say about gyro compasses? I was looking at the mathematics for them, like their equations.
Yeah, the gyro compass is a gimbaled compass. So pilots gyro, need with a peer-reviewed ballast papers weight. now, Shoebill? Pilots need peer-reviewed papers now to understand the physics of flight.
He was
What you're saying?
mid-sentence. He was mid-sentence.
Yeah, mid-stupid.
Oh, here we go.
Is what he said? What did he say that was wrong?
That he needed a
something
peer-reviewed
about it.
paper to understand the pendulous vanes.
He said that Taylor would require a peer-reviewed paper next week. In anticipation of Taylor requiring a peer-reviewed paper next week.
For what? To understand the pendulous
and
gyro compasses. I don't know.
Rob,
You guys are fucking ridiculous.
You're gonna have to listen to the conversation, Rob. Really, you really are.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
They can't grasp that part. However, the gyro compass, invented in about 1910, is a gyroscope with a ballast weight restricting its full freedom, and that imparts a torque which causes it to align to true north, independent and without precession. And it would not work if the Earth did not rotate. And it has been ubiquitous in marine shipping, marine navigation for a fucking century. Working technology. It's just one of those things where, rotation of the Earth matters.
And a gyroscope without that ballast would probably rotate 15 degrees per hour for the rotation of the Earth. Is that right, Shubil, or no?
Well, in aviation, they do have inertial navigation, which is a fully gimbaled gyro, and it is locked in space. And as the plane flies around, it processes with the motion of the plane. If you're stationary, like at the airport, then the motion of the plane is the rotation of the Earth. But the gyro compass is just one of those miracles of navigation, which has really advanced, Western civilization as we know it.
Cuba, you're
Precisely
talking about
because the ballast goes to true north. Cool.
Cuba, you
Well, the
started
ballast
to talk about
imparts a torque.
Cuba, your biggest mistake here is you started to talk about actual things in the actual world that do actual jobs. That's not going to fly here.
Apparently.
Let's just get back to saying things that, off the top of our heads.
Swim right over here. There's a little hole. We go down and we swim all the way through this big cave. Eventually,
Who's got the hot mic?
this area.
And
some creepy underground chamber. I really don't know, but we shouldn't be able to lose anybody that tried to
David Harris.
I think he was trying to have a conversation, but the microphone wasn't picking it up. Like he was kind of monologuing, but
Underground chambers or something.
Yeah, yes.
They want to deny polar orbiting satellites. They want to deny GPS to satellite navigation. They want to deny Great Circle navigation. They want to deny, a plane has to dip its nose exactly the same way a ship needs to dip its nose.
Or an underwater submarine, maintaining depth on that water.
There's a
Perhaps it's more-
DMOC just has this need to make flat Earth look stupid, and he does a good job. If anybody says DMOC is bringing forward skepticism or questions, yeah, that's the company they keep.
Some of them do say it. It's pretty funny.
Much love to DMOC. But I guess it's similar to how people can look at the evidence and come to the conclusion there's a creator, and then you'll have other people look at the same evidence and say, no, there is no creator. Are they rejecting evidence?
You're not looking at evidence though, so it's not the same.
Well, my evidence is there's a creator that made a planet. Prove me wrong.
There you go. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
If
God
basically
created
the
God created a solar system. God created a universe. God didn't make some pissy little terrarium that's a pizza disc with a glass dome. No, he made this big grand thing, and then he gave us the intellect to study it and measure it and utilize it. But apparently that's satanic talk.
Can you imagine if it
I
actually
give God
is?
too much. I give God too much credit.
That's it's bad when someone who doesn't believe in God says more truth about what God made than people who do believe in God.
Can I
My
Sorry.
location in the world doesn't change how much my mum loves me. So I don't have to be central to my mum's life to be important to her. And likewise, if there's a God, I don't have to be in a central position. I could be on a galactic spiral arm. It doesn't change.
Well, I think it like if you imagine the amount of your worldview or epistemology that would have to change if you were during the Copernican revolution. It was observable and obvious to everybody that we're in the center of the universe, and then to be demoted to a relatively unimportant part of, the end of a galactic arm. I think that should necessitate that people start to question the specialness of our place in the universe.
Yeah, I don't consider that a demotion. I think we just gave God more credit for making something much grander.
Same. Can I real quick just go off topic just for a moment? In moderation, or excuse me, in support of the moderation on the server with respect to DMOC. I don't know how many of you are new to DMOC, but for those of us who know who and what DMOC is, he cannot be moderated. He overtalks. He is not capable of having a rational conversation. He will insult. He will badger. He will use the word ball more times than Trump, tariffs, other nations. He cannot be moderated.
Warren?
He cannot be moderated. So therefore,
you talking
calling
about
for the
JL
moderation. No, I'm talking about DMOC, but I get your point. Calling for the moderation of DMOC is honestly, I don't understand it. Because the only way to moderate DMOC is to server mute him. That's it. So when he becomes off mute, everyone really needs to understand what it is that's going to happen. Basically, a tornado is going to come through our neighborhood for a short period of time and fuck everything up.
With all due respect, I
servers
totally
numbers
disagree.
double.
Everything that he did was in the past. That's like as if we're driving down a road in a vehicle, only looking at the rear view mirror, not looking what's ahead. So potentially he could change. So I vote that he remains here. But thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Eden.
Yes.
You think he's going to change?
It was I that requested the moderation only just so I could hear what was going on. I couldn't hear what was being said. That was the only reason.
I hear you. I just don't want the moderators to get a bad rap because they weren't moderating DMOC properly.
Yeah, I did say with respect
we don't
to
fault
the
the moderators.
Is
Thank you
DMOC
for
like the center? Is DMOC like the center ring talent? Is he special?
He probably has some seniority.
Well, I would say that he's special in that he cannot change. In my mind, he is a force of nature. So,
Well, I remember when I asked him to call people friends, he did do that. He did try. Didn't last long, but that was in the past.
When are
But that
you
was
going to
again in the
call
past.
people friends? When are you going to call people friends instead of Satanists?
I don't call anyone personally Satanist. I ask people if they're Satanists. Some people say they are.
Didn't Toon slap down like 20 different screenshots of what you calling people Satanists?
People are Satanists.
There you
People
go.
are
Yeah,
People are
Satanists,
there are
though.
many Satanists. I've chatted with them.
Are you disagreeing with
Eden,
that?
Eden is
There
the
are no
only Satan
Satanists.
worshiper I know.
There are no Satanists. Coco,
What?
there are no Satanists. There are
Well,
no
Eden keeps.
Satanists, is what you're saying?
That is
And with
not
that,
what I said,
let's
is
imagine
it?
there's a large satanic
That's not
cult.
what you
Eden's the only
Okay,
one who
so
brings
let's
them up.
clarify
No, that's
what you
what
are
I
saying.
said.
That's true,
Let's
Shugo. Thank
clarify
you. That's
what you
consent.
are saying.
I am saying that what right does Eden have to tell Democ to call people friends if he is not
He
going
asked.
to call people friends instead of calling them Satanists? I thought that was pretty clear.
Again,
I
I
wouldn't
think
want to
you're
be friends
purposely
with
lying, Coco.
Satanists.
We all know I'm not, because again, most of us were here when Toon just slapped down screenshot after screenshot of you calling people Satanists, as well as ourselves being called Satanists by you because we follow NASA and whatever.
No, I
don't
think
think
you're
he did
purposely
that.
I'm not
twisting
lying.
it. I've
Definitely.
never. Yeah, I think you're purposely either lying or you really have a poor memory.
Yeah, you can
Do you
be kind to
Eden,
everybody in here and talk to them as your brother in Christ or your friend, but still literally reproof them. Like Jesus called Peter whenever Peter was telling him like that, I don't want this to happen to you, like don't do the crucifix. He said, get behind me, Satan. Like he literally called Peter, one of his disciples, Satan, because in this case, Satan can manifest in people, as we see in some of these demonic repulsions or
Taylor,
So here's
positions
here's my
against the word of
issue.
God.
Here's
So
my issue with
that's
that
kind of
is
what
that I
happened in
feel
that
like
case, and that'll happen in here a lot too, where
I
people
feel
say
like my
something
issue
and they get
here is
repulsed.
that if
Kind of like
Jesus,
you're doing right now by interrupting me.
I feel like if Jesus were to
Yeah,
resurrect
well,
right
you
now,
should
I
learn
would,
how to not
yeah.
interrupt people.
So I feel
Like
like
seriously, this is exactly what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
Okay, step behind me,
Listen to
Satan.
how these people are acting. Come on now, you
I see
cannot
Satan
tell
in
me
you right now.
that
Why are
this
you
is
freaking
how you
out?
should act. This isn't.
are you going
Hey,
to let
Eden.
this
Hello. Hello,
They
you
didn't
can
let
go.
If
me
you
finish,
really want to go
Coco.
there,
Okay,
do
take
you
a
remember
break.
what?
Let me
Hey,
moderate,
Eden.
please.
Coco, they didn't
Eden.
let you
Hello, you
finish, but
can.
you don't care. You didn't say nothing
Oh,
about
good
that.
God.
Can I just
Technically,
moderate
you
for a
guys
second?
did interrupt Taylor and didn't let her finish. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Hey,
muted Alu for that. Anybody else engages in that sort of bullshit, they'll go the same way.
Thank
hey,
you.
Eden. Do you think NASA is a satanic organization?
I would say that it's a American organization, right? Run by I guess by the government. I think that there might be people within there that have made an allegiance to Satan. I don't think everybody. I think there's going to be Christians in there and non-believers who are great people. But yeah, thank you.
That is inconsistent with what Eden has stated in text messages. He has referred to NASA as a satanic organization, or rather, those members of NASA are in fact part of a satanic cult. If I remember
No,
correctly,
they're working for the prince of the power of the air, the dark rulers of this world. As the Bible
That's
talks
a
about.
common accusation.
Do you have
NASA
the
is
quote
somehow
in
satanic.
reference?
Anything good is going to
Yeah,
be
maybe we
infiltrated.
take it in too personal. I don't
Taylor, I don't have the specific quote. I'm sure it's been on this server many, many times.
Yeah,
If
so
someone can help me out there.
How does
with that, let's
how
say
does
someone is in a satanic cult. How do you tell them they're in a satanic cult, in your opinion?
well for
How do you tell them? The first thing is to show that they are in a satanic cult.
for the
And then if you
Christians who
assure that, how would you tell them?
You can just say they're in a satanic cult. You prove it first.
That's right. Try to have evidence ready for them when they start having.
I have an article for you guys. The word Jesus was They were cutting down the use of that word at NASA. Like it wasn't allowed to be used. And Fox News covered this, and a couple other different companies covered it. They
Can
had
you
some
Because
explanation why. But
America separates church and state.
have y'all
can you
seen that?
supply?
Na-
Sorry.
NASA isn't a religious institute, so there's separation of church and state.
That's
Yeah, but
fine.
there's religious freedom.
I'd like to
Yeah,
see that
freedom of
article
religion.
too, Taylor.
Any religion, you can be of any religion and join NASA. The thing is, like, what NASA does,
Even
and like
satanic.
what these organizations, like the many surveyors and many other, they provide evidence that the earth is a globe, and then flat earth say you're satanic because you're attacking our flat earth. It has nothing to do with the religion. It's about some sort of attack against flat earth and perceiving that as satanic when it's not. It's just a simple measurement of reality and saying, if you've been convinced the earth is flat, you yourself has been deceived by not investigating the truth, or not measuring the truth, or not acknowledging the efforts of many humans who have tried their best to give the most accurate information they can as often as they can since like 300 BC.
I just
over.
posted in the chat.
All right, can I
NASA
jump
bans
in
the
real
word
quick?
Jesus.
Where did
And this
you
is a recent
post that?
article.
Where did you post that, Taylor?
I posted it in one of the chats. Let me make sure I put it in the text chat too.
Can I?
I'm looking at the text check. I can't find it.
It was, I
NASA's
think I
gone the
posted another
opposite
one, but yeah, I
direction.
just posted it now in the text chat.
But how old is that like?
Oh,
that
I see it now.
document?
Thank you.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It does matter because they've changed their direction.
It's
Do you have
2016.
evidence that they now allow the word
2016.
Jesus
Yeah,
freely?
it was under Biden.
When did they
Or
change it
John
back?
actually
If
was
this
under
is
Trump, wasn't
true?
Is there a retraction on this article?
Yeah, I want to know. Like, when did they change it back?
The article
Is
was
there
written
a
in 2016.
retraction?
Sorry.
Yeah,
This was written in
2016.
Is there a
2016.
retraction for this article?
No, still posted.
Otherwise, it still stands.
Yeah.
Unless
Where
it's
was your
been
evidence that they
retracted,
changed it? By the way,
it still stands.
I just want to ask the other gentleman who said that it was changed.
Thank
Like,
you.
what his evidence is.
Let's figure out what the article says.
Yes,
first.
Taylor.
Okay, so are you gonna avoid the question, or did you just say that?
So it is weird, but I don't trust Fox News exactly. But it does say that the JSC Praise and Worship Club was directed by NASA attorneys to refrain from using the word name Jesus in club announcements that appear in a Space Center newsletter. So
Yeah, the question's
JSC
there.
is the Johnson Space Center. So this is a club within NASA.
And you're posting
Yeah,
it
NASA
from
censored
9
the
years
word.
ago.
Okay, I posted an article from another source if you didn't like that one.
Posted
Does
from
that
9
mean
years
that the
ago.
Yeah, and there's
9 years
no
ago from Fox News,
retraction.
so
So
that's
over the
your
9
censorship.
years,
Yeah.
this has been active. NASA shill.
I would say this is
So
satanic, in my
so
opinion.
does that mean that NASA's measurements of this very sphericity of the Earth is inaccurate?
Oh, you're the one that said that. Okay, so can you answer whenever they changed it?
Why does it have to
No,
be
let's let
satanic
her
if it's
finish.
just
Dude, why does he keep
no?
retreating?
I'm asking a question. Why does it have to be satanic if there's a separation of church and state?
That was stated earlier because NASA proves that the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, NASA is satanic because
is weird. The idea of bodies in free fall, about inverse square laws I get are somewhat intuitive, but just so much about gravity is a bit weird. I just don't think I'll busy myself with trying to wrap my head around it much.
The only thing I try to do is I try to just accept what we have figured out, and that mass has the appearance of attracting other masses. We can observe this with the moon, and we can observe it with all the other planets, and then going around the sun. So why that happens exactly, don't know. Does that really mean that because we don't know that we can't measure things and we can't quantify things? No, it doesn't. We still can do those things.
Yeah, and I think with the orbit problem, it's like, when you throw a plane, it will go in a sort of arc and go to the ground. Well, what if you threw it harder and faster? It'd go further. What if you could throw like a rock so fast that you could turn around and catch it in your own hand? And then you can start to understand, like, the force at which I threw the rock overcame the gravitational downwards.
It sounds like a weird insult / cop out, but if getting your head around these kind of things, not gravity itself, but getting your head around orbital dynamics and stuff, somebody was like, play Kerbal, and I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked at it and I was like, that looks ridiculously dumb and childlike as a game. But I played it and I was like, oh wow, so much stuff makes sense now. It really is impressive how much foundational knowledge it can give you to understanding orbits.
Is that like the
game.
Nintendo, that pink thing on the Nintendo game?
I've got it on consoles, but it's kind of awful to play, is my understanding. It's like a not pink. It's like you're playing these little green sort of Lego alien-looking men, and they live on the planet Kerbin, and you're trying to start a space program by snapping together pieces like Lego almost to make a spacecraft that won't blow up and kill them, which it typically does. But you get this idea of like, the difference between Blue Origin's flight, where you just go straight up off the launch pad and land pretty much on the launch pad, to achieving an orbit, to doing an orbital ejection burn so that you get flung out of the orbit of this planet so that you fall into the orbit of another planet. And none of it makes sense. It all sounds super counterintuitive. Even just trying to rendezvous with a spacecraft where you're like, surely I just point the nose of my craft, that craft, and burn a bit and push towards it. And it's like, no. You'll end up miles from it if you do that.
Yeah. Wayne Gretzky said, I don't skate to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going to be. That's orbital mechanic. That's how you fly in space.
Yeah, Gretzky's a legend, no doubt. But I was going to just ask you, so Eggs, the Earth's accelerating up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's weird in itself, isn't it?
As in, you're talking about Dell's version of the accelerating upwards flat Earth?
Well, I mean, I'm not really, but I'm just, I don't know. I thought it's a fascinating topic, right?
Yeah, like you got to think about 10 meters per second every second. After a minute, how far is that? After a decade, how fast is that? Eventually, after like 1,000 years, you're breaking the light speed, and there's just no fuel.
No. Oh, Blake, sorry to cut you off there. I meant in the heliocentric model, right? The globe is accelerating up.
Oh, you mentioned Dell, so we thought we were talking about flat Earth.
No. Dell doesn't even say it's accelerating up. By the way, so just
it doesn't.
Just to be clear, no.
Right.
He says it's moving at a constant. So, but that's obviously got some issues anyway. But I'm just asking.
Admittedly, there's a limited amount of things that I understand when listening to Dell.
I'm not sure about the orbit, but I think the day time speed would have slightly slowed over time. Like air would apply some friction, a very small amount over time. So we might have had a 23 and a half hour day, and over a ridiculous time period, it's now 24 hours.
Yeah. So, Blake, you realise that in what you think the mainstream, right? What they say the Earth is, it's accelerating up.
Andy, that's what I've been trying to get. I've been asking this question for a while now. I'm with you.
I think that the only idea of it accelerating up is like if you ignore everything else, right? Because it obviously, you know, I think that's the idea of what's his name?
Zanuck. Let's get
Cox
Zanuck in
came-
here to explain it to everyone.
Oh no, I hate the way Zanuck explains things.
Yeah.
No offense, Zanuck.
So-
Which is like if you drop an apple from the reference frame, if you chose the core of the apple as a reference frame, it would be equally valid to say the Earth is accelerating towards it. But you know, an apple dropped antipodal on the opposite side of the globe would also experience the Earth going up towards it. So then the least ridiculous conclusion to reach is the apples are falling down rather than the Earth going up in two opposite directions.
Oh, you thought I was going to do the Jeremy argument on you, didn't you?
Yeah.
You sort of anticipated it, beat me to it. I wasn't going to do that, by the way.
It
I
is.
didn't- that's where you were going. I was like, that's what I think that they're talking about when they say it accelerates up.
It's a case of overthinking things. If you're in a conversation like that and you have to go to relativity and all the rest of space time, you lost. You know, you just you're in the weeds. Just get back to the simplest observations, which that mass appears to attract other masses, and that's observed with the moon and all the rest of it.
If gravity was in that particular direction, all the Australians would be hanging by their hands by the light poles in the street. But yeah, our feet are normally planted firmly on the ground, and it's directed towards the center. So yeah, it's the direction towards center is 9.98, whatever it is, at a certain altitude. It's slightly less when you're higher and slightly more when you're lower. So some of these people who know about the globe are like, what if you had this hypothetical tunnel and you jumped in the top and you went feet first? From the other side, it would look like someone's coming at your feet first and didn't quite make it to the dirt. And over time, they'd spring back and forth and wind up in the middle, trapped.
Yeah, it was like the challenge we had on the ISS. If you had like just a hammer and a screwdriver, you know, what would their path be if they were in the same orbit as the ISS, except like one was higher than the other? And it took us like half an hour of discussing it, whether they would orbit around one another. You know, obviously keep orbiting the Earth, but whether they would orbit around one another or move up and down in the same line and clack into one another, which was my guess.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
think you'd have to apply some sort of Kepler's laws of universal bodies or something like that, and know
Yeah,
what the
it's
mass of the station was versus the mass of the hammer, and go, well, yeah, it looks like the hammer would have to literally scrape on there. Yeah.
You know, Zanuck gets some shit off of Geos. He did, but honestly, he's the first person I've listened to explain this. That things follow a geodesic, the straightest path that I've just posted. And he's the first person I've listened to explain that and gone, he's explained that really well. Good on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a very good handle. But a geodesic's always straight, because to me a geodesic is the path at which anything will fall. So a geodesic would only be straight if it was falling straight down, i.e. radial. But I thought a satellite's orbit, for example, was following a geodesic which is nearly perfectly circular.
Well, otherwise, I mean, Earth, because it's changing direction, isn't it? So that'd be an acceleration. This is the reason why they say it's not an acceleration. Although they do say there is a speeding up and slowing down over several months. But the actual, you see what I'm saying on the, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, and that sort of happened
on a curved surface. So that all seems like great circle routes are a version of a geodesic.
But yeah, every demonstration that Dell does, shows that the force appears to be below our feet and pushing upwards. So I guess this is why. And that's why, you know, it was, for me, I guess it's more, dare I say, a distraction, you know, because I was so bored of just talking about the horizon and lots of things we've gone over a million times. And so it like quickens you once more, right? And you sort of go, oh, this is new. And then, but if anything, it sort of made me think, okay, what's this normal force they're talking about in the heliocentric, well, you know, rhetoric? And I thought, okay, I get this. I think this does actually make sense. But
Yeah, and I didn't know what the celestial navigation dip angle was. They say it's the height, but I look at the formula and it's this weird number multiplied by the square root of the height. And I go, okay, where'd this weird number go? And it's just the ratio of two radiuses, and they just happen to be Earth and whatever refraction is at that particular time.
Down the height of eye, the fact that breaks down, or you can convert that into the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, I think it's a very telling sign that isn't really touched much in the debate. Exactly the mass one is in the cell nerve.
Yeah, like whenever I see a weird number, I go like, how did they make that number? And I go, okay, there's this weird symbol K in the formula. What's that? Oh, it's just 7/6, or maybe the table was using 1/4. Like it just must have been ridiculous refraction in that particular table, and they just go, well, okay, let's just make it easier for the navigators just by having a table, like asking them to do like 4 pages of homework to get their position is just not helpful for sailing for hours and not keeping up with your heading every like 10 minutes or less. Yeah, just the practical reasons of having those tables available.
How have you, Andy? How have you been? Like, how have the other flat earthers treated you? Have you said to them that you're harboring doubts now? The social side of it fascinates me.
yeah, well, I just noticed was it today or yesterday? I think it's because I was banging on about leaning more towards the globe in geos, and my name is suddenly read now in the 24/7 thing. So obviously my roles have been stripped away. I'm out of the cool club or the cult, whichever way, whichever side of the fence you stood on. But
wow,
that's fine. I don't mind. I don't care. I don't do it. I just want to find out the truth. I don't care about the nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Andy, I don't care what side of the fence you sit on, Andy.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Andy, the way he conducts himself. Andy, I had a quick question though.
Yeah, go on.
Nope. Oh, thank you. If you were the creator, would you reach out to your creation?
Well, I think a lot of stuff is built into creation, as I talked earlier about the mechanisms of suffering and pain and stuff like that is constantly talking to you. But I personally have never heard a voice, a booming voice or anything like that. So it's hard for me to speak on stuff like that. But if you're asking me if there's such a thing as divine inspiration, I'd say yes. I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. So what if, in my last question, what if the Bible was one of his ways to get his message out to you? I mean, literally people had to die to get that message out. Many people.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, I like to think as well, though, that the Bible's more of a collection of books, you know, like a collection of ancient wisdom, if you will.
Yeah.
And then that that kind of makes sense to me as well. And that doesn't mean it's any less divinely inspired, by the way.
That's true. So
wisdom is an unchanging thing, right?
Definitely. So I was just wondering, just to confirm, would you reach out to your creation?
I mean,
like, would you give them a book or?
I'm not going to speak from God's perspective. That's ridiculous. It's on so many levels. But,
okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do that because I'm just me.
Can I answer?
Yeah, of course, Rob. I'd love to hear your interpretation because that's one question that people like to ask. Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Thank you.
Well, no, all I want to say is, like, if I created, like, this set of beings, like, if I created all of this that we see, I would want them to know that they were created. And I would want them to know that I was the one that created them.
Yes.
But I would give them the choice to believe.
Just to say, Rob, your mic sounds awful.
I'm sorry, I got my shitty mic. I will switch mics as soon as I get a chance. I'm sorry, Andy. I forgot I'm on my shitty headset. Sorry.
Thanks, mate.
I have my other ones. I will switch as soon as I get a chance.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think from knowing what the creator would want, the metaphor I use is like, imagine you made an ant farm, right? You made got a big, terrarium kind of thing and filled it up with the right kind of sand and put in a queen ant and a bunch of little worker ones. And they made little things. You would have in that case something quite close to what we're talking about, a created realm in which the ants could wonder what you're like. And it would be like one of the ants turning to another of the ants and being like, wouldn't the creator want to show itself to us? And it would, whatever they thought that I should do or would be the moral or right or logical thing to do, for an ant's level of...
compare yourself to an ant.
Yeah, and what about, put yourself in the position of the creator. Would you reach out? Because that was my initial question. Would you reach out to your...
Thing. I could see it go either way, where I could see like just me chucking in food and keeping the pH balances right, by opening the lid every now and then. Could be me showing myself to them. Or I could like stick my face like way down in the thing and be like, hello, it is me, your creator speaking. You must all treat one another nicely. Or I could also see myself just like going on holiday and hundreds of generations of ants living and dying, having never seen my face. Or never ever seeing my face. I could see all of those as possible because I don't think as humans, as mortals who are incapable of creating a world, we would ever make a accurate assessment of the morality or logic or intent of a being that could create a world. It would be like trying to explain, algebra to a bacteria.
I understand, but do you want to indulge yourself for a moment just to see what you would do? Because that was the question. If you were the creator, you're going to create humans. Would you reach out to them? Because I would.
I don't think I would. I think I would try to set, like, if it was just about my self-aggrandizement, then yeah, sure, I would sort of try to get them to make a little shrine to me or whatever. But if I just wanted them to be happy ants, I wouldn't see why me exposing myself to them would make them any happier.
I'll tell you why.
Like, I might last just to look, but yeah, go on.
Thank you. Because I believe there are 4 axioms, pillars, to the throne or to the table, like of the Bible or the foundation of the Bible. The first axiom is, which is self-evident in my opinion, is creation. Whenever you create something, you have rules, right? Rules to protect people, rules to provide freedom. But when there's rules, there's judgment. That's the 3rd pillar. And then thankfully, this creator is very merciful. So that's the 4th pillar, and I think that's through Jesus, right? So Satan literally attacks all pillars, and it appears that the foundation is crumbled. So we have modern day Christians that reject creation, reject the rules, don't even know the rules. I meet them very often. I think I can count on maybe 6 people in the last 10 years, Christians, that knew the 10 Commandments by heart. Literally. And I think the record was someone who was like an ex-minister, self-proclaimed, he was on Jeranism, self-proclaimed greatest living biblical scholar. When I heard that, I asked him, okay, let's see if he can name the 10 Commandments. And he said he wouldn't do it. But then so that's, I think, what's happened. Literally, people don't, because
but haven't you
Satan's
introduced another axiom? So you say there are 4 axioms, but you've introduced another one, which is that the Bible is accurate and all of the Bible is meaningful, right? And that's a pretty big assumption, right? Because there's a lot of evidence that the Bible has been altered through time. We can find copies of it that are different from the copy that has come down to us today. And we can also find evidence that people have stuck things in, that people have inserted pieces of text into the Bible. So you're trying
That's why we have old
manuscripts. But let's break this down. Do you agree that you are now relying on an axiom that is unrelated to your 4 pillars?
That's a great question, Tony. Well, I think, sure, I guess I would be open to another pillar. The more pillars, that I suppose, the stabler the table. Like, you remove the pillars, right? Let's say now you're down to a 3-legged or a 2-legged table. Someone has to hold it up, right? It's or maybe it's not level. It's wobbling. Nobody likes to sit at a table that's tilted or moving or wobbling.
Okay, why should, and my next question is, why should anybody accept your axioms? I don't accept that the universe is created.
Oh, thank you, Tony. I think it would be amazing if everybody did, but I recommend, and for them to consider doing what I did, just maybe go take another look.
Look at what?
All the evidence, perhaps. Again.
Okay, if they are dependent on evidence, then they're not axioms, are they?
No, I believe they are axioms, but what happens is people's sense of perception gets warped. Like, for instance, in the Ash conformity experiment, sometimes people would just conform to others because of actors lying, sometimes even peer pressure.
Yeah, I know, I am familiar with the experiment, but that doesn't change my question. If it can be argued for using evidence, if it is supported by evidence, then axiomatically it's not an axiom, right? An axiom is something that is treated as self-evident without any support. If you require external evidence in order to validate it, then it isn't an axiom.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll rephrase it to, well, maybe something absolute or a foundation or a pillar.
Okay, but you just said that in order to get to these pillars, people should look at the evidence. Doesn't that suggest that actually it's assessment of evidence that is your pillar, rather than these things that you've identified?
Well, thank you, Tony. Actually, I should rephrase. I would encourage them to maybe revisit all the evidence again and maybe explore avenues that they maybe have not done yet so far.
Okay, but what if, so this sorry if I'm monopolizing the conversation, but don't you then run into, what if somebody has explored the things that you suggested and come to a different conclusion?
That's fair enough. I believe, I think maybe when you see that the majority of people align with something, it's probably true. I mean, according to philosophynow.org, there's 4, remember we went over this, the 4 C's that will help you find truth. I think it was congruence. Yeah, I'll pull it up. But essentially, so when you see people align, that might be a key indicator that it's probably axiomatic or self-evident. For instance, across the world, it's random.
But that doesn't hold, because that's a self-defeating argument, because if we go back to, say, the 200 ADs, the majority of people didn't hold that Christianity was true. So now you're saying that the Christians were wrong because they weren't holding to a view that was held by the majority of the population.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Sorry. Yeah, I will have to rephrase my argument. Thank you.
I mean, you know, it's sort of my entire reason for being sort of on this server is to encourage the assessment of evidence, and to not to attack people's religious beliefs, because I was religious for 30 years and I believe that it can bring people great comfort. It could also bring people great distress, but what I would advise against is trying to interpret any religious text in a literal sense, because they contain a lot of stuff that seems clearly to me to be mythological, to be not based in historical events, but to be sort of myths that are explaining something that they observe, or that explain some theological point. The Book of Job, for instance, is clearly an answer to the question, why do bad things sometimes happen to good people? That seems to be what the Book of Job is all about. It's clearly, in my mind, written by a person responding to people in their congregation persistently pestering them about that question. And if you concede that a particular entry in a particular religious text was written with a particular thing in mind, I can go to the Book of Mormon. The first book in the Book of Mormon, God commands what's-his-face to kill somebody. And when what's-his-face goes, but killing people is bad, God goes, well, you know, I told you to do it. Shut up and do it. And that's clearly an author who wants the adherents of their religion not to question divine authority, right? If I can read a part of a religious text and I can see what the author was trying to do to their audience, doesn't that suggest that it's a person that has authored the book?
Absolutely. Well stated, PhD Tony. I recommend everybody take what Tony just stated to heart and keep that in mind if they continue to search for God or whatever they are pursuing. Thank you. And you're right, especially about holy scripts, because there are many different holy texts out there, like the Quran and the others. Thank you.
Yeah, in the Quran, there's a particular. The Quran is the other classic example, because there was a case where Muhammad was hanging out with a Coptic slave girl that his most senior wife disapproved of, and forbade him from hanging out with the Coptic slave girl. But one of his other wives caught him in flagrante, so to speak, and went and told the first wife. And there's an entry, I've forgotten what the technical name is in the Quran, but there's an entry in the Quran about how if Muhammad's wives keep on giving him a hard time, they will be smitten into the fires of eternal perdition and replaced with good wives, which kind of undermines the claim that the Quran is entirely divine revelation and might actually coincide with Muhammad's particular priorities.
Yes.
But we can see this. But we can see this in the Bible as well. We can see biblical books that were written to benefit particular groups and institutions. Do you not agree that that is the case?
I agree with you.
Okay, so and this is the central point that I want to make. You should be careful about trying to interpret the Bible as literal truth. It's clearly, some portions of the Bible are clearly written with an agenda, trying to manipulate people into various courses of action. So, you know, my only argument here is against sort of a fundamentalist and uncritical interpretation of biblical literature. Anyway.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm a huge
and
fan of Tony. You have a vast knowledge. I was truly surprised your knowledge on the topic. Thank you.
yeah, because like the agnostics would say the globe is true, and the Christians who acknowledge the evidence acknowledge that the globe Earth is true. But somehow, if the globe believing Christian is trying to say also that Christianity is helpful, but they've got a group of people saying flat Earth is helpful and almost is on par with a God belief, they would interpret that as a corruption of the Christianity, because the reality of the world is recognized by the agnostic and the believer, yet somehow there's a particular interpretation of the text that allows the flat earther to go, well, the description of the ancient text supersedes the vast amounts of evidence that we've gathered over the last 1.5 to 3,000 years.
Absolutely. Oh, but and actually that goes back to the table analogy or metaphor that I was trying to share with you guys. So imagine someone takes away one leg, a three-legged table still stands, right? So let's just remove creation or keep creation, but have it as the globe. That's not salvation. That's not what's going to lead someone to repentance. It's the following axioms that are very important, right? The rules, because when there is a creator, I mean, I would do this if I was a creator. I would create rules to protect everybody that I created, right? And then sometimes when there's like in our justice system, we have rules and then we have judgment. And then thankfully there's even mercy through the judges here.
Right.
So the Bible tries to say there's mercy from the creator himself. But thank you.
And when somebody who's agnostic hears someone call them a demon or satanic or the organizations they trust and could even be a member of themselves, thinking, I do really good work in my organization, and you're calling it satanic, for the agnostic who's doing some really good work in their field in geodesy or spacecraft and doing the best work that they can with the knowledge that they've come to learn over the years and put into practice, that's just really hurtful for their amount of education and professional reputation as a very astute learner who's taken their mental skills and made them practical skills as well.
No, you raise a great point. Also, let's say if it was a church, which should be doing what the Bible teaches, like Christianity, Jesus taught, but then that particular one church, isolated church, goes on, maybe does or is involved in some sort of heinous crimes. That, I guess, in one case, people within that organization, they're not guilty. It's just maybe some individuals, where maybe that individual made it inverted it, made it from a Christ-like to maybe some sort of satanic abuse area, right? So I get what you're saying, but with all due respect, sometimes when someone has evidence of some sort of large, dangerous entity or organization, I think it's up to it's a responsibility just to at least warn them and provide evidence, not just make bold claims. But thank you, and I appreciate that. I'd say this with all due respect.
Yeah, I doubt that NASA is satanic. Like, maybe there might be a few members who have a religious orientation that isn't the same as yours. And there are probably many agnostics who are undecided and plenty of atheists who go, no, I'm just here for the cool rocket stuff. And then I die. Like that's like, enjoy the moment. And it's a fantastic level of aptitude that these humans have. And I wouldn't want to say, like, if there's some weird, dodgy person in the past that is saying anything about the instrumentation, the methods that are used to obtain measurements, the precise engineering, like, these guys are working hard to make sure their devices are like accurate every time. Like, the fact that I did a research of how they've made the kilogram, like, based on the amount of atoms in a particular substance. It's not based on like a cube of water at a certain degree. It's like we're finding something more reliable and more reliable every time. And it's just fascinating that.
Sorry, just to correct you there, I don't think weight is defined in terms of matter anymore. I think it's defined in terms of let me look it up, but I think it's got something to do with the Planck constant.
Yeah, like how they measure moles in a particular volume has something to do with that. But it's
Yeah,
like
I think it's the amount of material that can be lifted by that can be moved under certain circumstances by a particular wavelength. I'll have to look at.
Yeah, and like Tony says, if there's a more precise way to figure out what mass is using other ways that are more electronic or material based, we're just finding a more and more precise way to go. Like, okay, here's a meter long ruler. This is what it is for everyone. Feel free to share this standard around, and let's just compare things to this canon. So what's really helpful about these precise things is they help us navigate the world on a very small scale. Like some of the guys were talking about, like basically keeping atoms suspended between laser beams in a grid and being able to detect stuff. That's way beyond me, but it's fascinating to hear. But it's really cool to know that from like something as large as the Earth and beyond, we can think about like an astronomical unit, and then we can go down all the way to like, you know, what's inside water, H2O, what's inside the hydrogen. You know, we split the atom. Like we're really trying to find the most accurate way to describe things to a point. And once we reach that point, we go, let's describe how these inner things work. Like when we're talking about the orbital stuff of like what atoms are doing, we're going, well, it's not gravity happening there. It's like a strong nucleus force or a weak nuclear force. And we're using that context to describe that micro level, where on a macro level of like me putting my backside on some scales, I probably won't be using the same kind of math that's used for quantum, like atomic calculations. It's just like, this is what's practical for this application.
Is Eden still here?
Yeah, I was just taking a snack, some fresh
Right,
organic
dude.
peanut butter.
Yeah,
listening.
I just wanted to say before I jump off that last thing I said to you is that I do believe in divine inspiration, but I think that should add a caveat to that, which is that does open the door to potentially dangerous shit, right? Because then all of a sudden we can have a vicar to God, right? And
Great point. You're right.
to me, that's quite dangerous.
It can be, and many people are victimized.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd advocate for going inside yourself, and you can come to truth. That's in my opinion. That's I think Jesus put it best when he said something like, "The kingdom of God is within," and that's absolutely true. So
That's amazing.
yeah,
What a man.
I kind of see these. There's been lots of mystics throughout time. Oh, I think that's Rob trying to get in.
Is that the new headset? Oh, darn.
So
the kingdom of God is at hand.
Oh,
right.
okay.
No,
I don't know what that meant, Aramaic or Greek. So that's what we would do then, is check the Aramaic and Greek interpretation of that word at hand that he used. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Your mic still sounds terrible, by the way. But I
Sorry.
remember getting. It's
That's
okay,
okay.
it's okay, dude. I got in between a huge debate. This is a long time ago now, between two. They really knew the stuff, and I remember making the point then that Jesus said something like, "The kingdom of heaven is within." I thought he said, and one of them quickly corrected me and went, "If you go to the Hebrew, the correct word is God." I was like, "Oh, okay." So
Is my mic any better now, people?
It's a bit better, Rob.
Yes,
It's
sir.
bit
A
better.
little bit better.
Hey, sorry, it's the best I can do right now. I'm sorry.
Just to respond to Andy, I'm just reading a book called The Invention of God that examines the different terms that are used to refer to God and sort of their historical origin. And one of the things that is clear is that editors have gone through and have basically copy pasted out certain phrases and replaced them with other phrases. There's in particular, they've tried to replace the tetragrammaton wherever they're able, the YHWH. And this guy makes a very strong case for the pronunciation of that actually being Yahoo or Yahoo, rather than Yahweh. But a lot of editors of a lot of books in the Bible went through and removed it, and so you've got cases in the original Hebrew or Aramaic where it says Elyon is Elyon. Rather than Yahweh is or Yahoo or Yahoo is Elyon. So you need to be very careful when you're looking at the Bible about sort of the fact that our oldest versions have already show very strong evidence for having been edited. In particular, when which words they use to represent God and what context they use them in. When something says, God is God, that could well be because they've edited out one version of the name. The argument being that theologically God doesn't need a name. God doesn't need a name because he's the only God, which contradicts a lot of entries in the Bible. But originally, God very much had a name because he was one of many gods.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, what I was kind of just trying to make the point that there's a stillness inside each and every one of us that we can access, but we have to get past the minutia, not minutia, sorry, the thoughts kind of obscure it, and that's one of the things about drinking. Funnily enough, Tony, is that what nobody will ever talk about. There's several reasons why it's pleasant. At first, that's one of the main reasons I'd say that nobody's ever talking about it. That's because the mind stream just completely slows down, and then they just feel so peaceful. Nobody ever talks about that. They should do. But you can
actually,
do that
Jesus,
without, you can do
that was his
without
first
the
miracle,
alcohol.
making wine.
You can do that without the alcohol. I'm living proof of that, by the way. And
amazing.
And so I kind of just see all these folks, Meister Eckhart, I would say, Jesus certainly, but I see these as mystics. They come to, convey truth, a message to the world, and that can be changed. I would completely agree with you, Tony. To suit someone's agenda, absolutely. If that's what you're putting forward, I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to say, but I'm saying that. For instance, I'm just riffing now, and I've said loads of little things where the North or Lion or somebody they'll just quote a passage from the Bible, and it lines up, it mirrors what I was just saying, riffing, and you find that a lot. You'll find that with the Tao Te Ching, for instance. You'll read a passage and you go, "Oh, that's lots of different words, but it's saying exactly the same thing as the Bible."
Yeah.
And so
that is actually a key to success for any religion, is that its core text has to be flexible enough and broad-reaching enough that everybody can read it and find bits of the text that resonate with them. And this is why in a lot of religious texts you find overlap like that. And religious texts that can't do that, that don't have sufficient overlap that people can find, they get outcompeted by the ones where the religious text does. And they vanish into obscurity. So what you're sort of pointing out there is kind of it's an indication of enough commonality between people that there are enough people who want to see these things in their religious texts that they get put in the religious texts. I don't see it as necessarily as evidence of divine inspiration, but it is a very important indicator to me that all people are people, and we have many of the same concerns and many of the same thought processes, and many of the same things occur to us. And this is why different texts, the Tao Te Ching, the Quran, the Rig Vedas, etc. This is why they have a lot of themes that sort of overlap, or at least that's my understanding. That's my interpretation of what's happened there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the thing is, as well, though, we have entirely different epistemology, right? So we're always going to end up in a situation where we're just not going to agree. So, from my opinion, as far as I'm concerned, that's where my discernment comes in.
Yep.
Right.
And that's fine. And I just want to say, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to say that when you say that there is a spark of the divine within everyone, I interpret that as saying all humans are worthwhile, right? Or at least the vast majority of them. I mean, there are individual humans we can say are monstrous or have turned themselves into monsters or have been turned into monsters. But in general, there's a commonality to humans, and every human is worthy of respect, support, and affection. And that's what when you say there's a divine spark in every human, that's what I interpret you to be saying.
That's great. Yeah. What do you think to what did Dostoevsky say? I can't remember. It's something like, "Without God, all things are permitted." So
I would say that isn't true. Like I mean, I feel much less conflicted having given up my religion because I'm responsible for being a nice person. I'm responsible for treating the person around me well. I don't need to fear God in order to do that. I don't permit myself to do those things because I don't think I should do those things. I don't care what other people think, and I don't care if there's a God who thinks I should do that. I'm responsible, and I'm going to try, and I fail often, but I'm going to try as being a good as person as I can, which sort of ends up in the same place. But I kind of feel that if you're doing it because God says not to, that adds an extra layer in there that I don't necessarily agree with, if that makes any sense.
I agree with you, Tony. But
it does make sense. But I just think that I'm looking around right now and I'm seeing people falling apart, and I think they need guidance. So I'd rather have them have this thing, even if I don't even necessarily, even if I just think, oh, it's all made up anyway, it's all nonsense, it's all this, it's all that. I'd rather have them this solid framework to live in the world and give them guiding principles.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, Andy and PhD Tony, are you guys both familiar with the age of? It was the two movements in France during the when I think it was called the Cult of Reason, and then following that it was called the Cult of the Supreme Being. That's a pretty interesting idea.
I am familiar with that, and I mean, there are people, sort of. The thing is that a coldly rational being is inhuman, right? This is somebody who has no empathy. This is somebody who has no ability to understand or sympathize with the rationale, the pain of others. All that is important, all that they can genuinely experience, is their own pain, and their own, association of their own desires. And such a creature, and they do exist. They take, badly damaged, or even just sort of naturally damaged, people with badly damaged neurologies do end up in this place, where they see no reason other than society will punish them for doing these things. And so the claim that we should all just be coldly rational is one I disagree with. I feel that we should have empathy for the people around us, and that is inherently an irrational thing. But I think that it acts to the betterment of society and to the benefit of society's members. And that's what I regard as, my target. And that's what I want to achieve, is a benefit for society and for the members of society.
Amazing. Thank you, Tony. Likewise. Try to leave this place a little bit nicer than when we inherited it.
Yeah, and this leads into another thing. There was an early attempt, I've studied historiography formally. I know these claims must seem implausible when I claim that I've done this or I've written papers on that, but I've led a very eclectic life. But there was a movement in the early 20th century that attempted to what they thought they were doing was bringing science into political and social exercises. And this was used to justify such things as eugenics. This was used to justify various racial programs, racial eradication in some senses, the enforced sterilization of native populations, this sort of bullshit. And it's a misrepresentation of science that is what science says. Science is a tool. Science is not telling you what you should do. Science is only providing you tools with how you should do it. What you should do should conform with your moral compass and with societal norms. It should be ethical, and it should be to the benefit of others. And people trying to say, look, I'm just being irrational. I'm just being rational here, and your feelings don't have any part in this discussion. Nobody's feelings have any validity. I'm just going to talk about facts. That sort of person is extraordinarily dangerous, because what they're saying is that they consider themselves free to act without due regard for the negative consequences of what they're doing on others, and that makes them, borderline sociopathic by choice, not because of harm that they've experienced. Sorry. I do go
also, I would say that if you're speaking from a position of having all knowledge, you're replacing that divine place. Like, I wouldn't be able to be qualified to speak on every subject because I don't have that omniscient position.
Who's making the claim they got all knowledge?
Well, just speaking about facts as if like they're always true. Like it's different. It's different. Like from saying 1 + 1 = 2, because we're using the axioms of mathematics to get there. But if you say this particular thing absolutely did happen, you have to be really sure about like how you can back that up.
I agree with you, Oblate, because I believe in the biblical cosmology model, but I literally haven't seen it with firsthand experience, right? So that. Yes, I have a lot of faith, so I haven't seen it. So sometimes it's like you'll have 90% of the evidence or 99% of the evidence. But some things we just, like even, right? I don't think anyone here has had firsthand experience. So it's somewhat, we have faith. But with a high confidence level.
I'll tell you this, Ian. The thing is, oh, sorry, Blake, you go. If you want to reply to it.
I was going to say, for the things that like are physical and measurable, we've made great progress. Like first we were able to measure a foot and then an inch and keep on going smaller. Like we're down at atoms and subatomic particles now. Like, our journey may be over or not. I'm not sure, but we keep on researching what we're currently good at, and it seems like the world's really operating in a certain way. Especially like if you were in Tony's field of excellence, where he was working with geography, maybe they had to talk about, like, we're finding a fossil, do we need to tell anyone about that? Like, I have to consider that, like, in these professional industries, people need to communicate to other professionals to say, we've found something.
Was that a deliberate insult, or was that just an accident?
I didn't think it was an accident, Tony. I just think you're
No,
qualified enough.
so the field that I work in is geophysics. It's not geography. Yeah. So I'm calling it. People call me a geologist or a geographer when they want to piss me off. I have friends who do that all the time. So I'm just.
With geophysics, would you encounter fossils, or is that just more like you're just dealing with the math of like what the substances do over distance?
So not so much fossils in my area. Some of them, I guess, are fossilized. But my particular area is the study of paleo sea level change. So that was my original field of study. I've moved on to satellite gravimetry more recently. But we would look at sea level indicators, sort of geomorphological or biological indicators that show that there was an increase or a decrease in sea level at a particular, and then we would apply geochronological techniques. But we're mostly talking about the last few thousand years. So last 10 to 20, 30, 40, sometimes as far back as 100,000 years. So some of the stuff we deal with is fossilized material, but a lot of it is just organic material that's in situ, like a bone on a beach. If we find a whale bone on a beach, that indicates that beach was at around sea level when the whale was washed up on the beach.
And when you're talking about paleo sea levels and biology, I assume that involved understanding that real creatures were in this situation so long ago due to the knowledge of that geology and the timeframes that you would be more familiar with.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just distracted. Somebody just told me that they think I advocate for the genocide of Europeans in the chat. So that seems a bit weird.
Disregard what people think.
Yeah, because of what brief stuff I've seen from you, like you're quite able to know that you've researched these paleo sea levels, and that would have involved like notifying someone that like there's probably going to be fossils here, and would you like them, kind of thing.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, so you can go up to Sweden, for instance, and you can dig into a hill or something, and you'll find a thick layer of clay that will corresponds to a sea level horizon, and you can date the diatoms that are in that clay, or the or the other organisms that are in that clay, and you'll get a clear indication of sort of a sea level horizon. I forget what the name of the layer is, but there's a particular layer of mud, I think, that was sort of spread all over the Baltic region. So anyway, yes, I do do that.
I'm just sorry that I didn't describe your qualifications as adequately as I needed to, because I had a
no, that's okay. It's just it was just a gentle nudge. I sort of a lot of people think that I'm a geologist because I work in earth science. Geologists hate geophysicists, and the contempt is returned, and we've got nothing to do with geography. We have something to do with physical geography, but geography is more about people than it is about and countries and that sort of thing.
What's the rub in that?
What's the what?
What is the rub there? Why is there friction between you and geologists?
So geologists look at rocks and they categorize the rocks and they try and come up with a story for how the rocks got to be like they are. And geophysicists look at structures in the earth, and we try and determine the physics of how that happens. And often the two disciplines find themselves in conflict. The geologists will come up with a story for what happened, and the geophysicists will go, okay, make that consistent with the laws of physics, and then we'll believe you. And so a lot of geologists and a lot of geologists and geophysicists find themselves on the opposite ends of arguments, with the geologist saying, look, this is clearly what happened based on the rocks, and the geophysicist is saying, well, not according to the laws of physics it isn't, so maybe come up with a better story. Yeah, it's
similar to the Grand Canyon discussion of how windy the Grand Canyon is. If the flow was faster, they'd be less bendy. They'd be more. Yeah, cool.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Also, we can actually date the Grand Canyon. So there's a dating technique called cosmogenic exposure age dating, which will tell you how long a rock, when cosmic rays hit a rock, they create exotic isotopes inside the rock. So by looking at how much of these isotopes is accumulated, we can tell how long the rock has been exposed to cosmic rays. And we can apply this to rocks at the surface of the Grand Canyon, and we can apply this to rocks deep in the Grand Canyon, and we can show that there are many millions of years between them. At the surface, it's about 10 millions. About 80% down, they're about 2 million years old. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there because sort of the curviness or otherwise is a good argument that it was a gradual process, but the fact is that we can date the rocks in these processes.
So, what's your opinion of the Grand Canyon? What do you think happened?
So it's a gradual. It's clearly the product of a very gradual erosion process. Now there used to be an inland sea, that sort of established this, I think, back in the day. Again, you're moving out of my area of discipline. But I can tell you that sort of at that period, there was an inland sea that sort of led to the original erosion events, and it just got deeper and deeper. Once you've got the original riverbed, then subsequent courses tend to follow down it, and eventually you build up a wall, and now the river is trapped. It can't really go anywhere else. It can't be diverted by a significant flooding event or whatever.
I guess that echoes my sentiment for how practical the physics of it is noticeable when we can keep on making our kilogram a bit more accurate, telling us how long a second is very accurately. It just gives credit to these experts in their field who are willing to dig down and look at the physics of what's happening behind the scenes. And it's just, I think, a credit to the people who find these particular high skill and high intellectual fields to go yeah, I think I can make a machine that will find me a result very reliably. And if I don't do it, I'm damaging the field. So let's make the best kind of devices possible.
Yeah, I think that's a very, I think that's a good attitude, is that we should try and make our understanding of the world around us as accurate as we can.
Yes. The sharper your tool, the more you can potentially do.
So with your image that you posted there, Eden, what is that saying in that?
Oh yeah, thank you, Leftlane. So essentially, there's the conventional paradigm where the rock was deposited, and then it cemented, right? And then the folds occurred over time through immense heat and pressure. So that's the current paradigm. So essentially, deposited, cemented, and then folded. But there were some scientists, two in particular, that had a hypothesis after making an observation. They believed that the folds actually occurred before cementation. So that the new order would be deposited, folded, and then cemented. So they hypothesized that if the layer in the fold would have evidence of metamorphic change, right? Because whenever you have immense heat and pressure, that rock will transform on a molecular level.
Mhm.
And
Uh,
if it
well,
is potentially, but yeah, I think you PhD. Go ahead.
Okay, what you meant to say was crystalline level, not a molecular level.
Oh yes, thank you, sir.
But my next, I have a question. Where were these results published?
I can provide the citation. I think I've done it a few times. I'll need a moment. I've never saved it. I'll need a moment for that. They claim it's peer reviewed, but probably very select. So I admit that.
I'd like to know the journal in which it was published.
Okay. I don't believe it is.
You don't believe that it's published in a journal?
No, not at the moment. No, they're self-publishing, I guess.
All right. So in that context, it seems to me unlikely that the evidence that they present in their conclusion that they have reached is going to get past peer review. In other words, peer reviewers are going to attack their argument and are going to come up with other mechanisms that will explain the result consistent with established theory. And I will make the point here. I will make several points here. A lot of something that gets past peer review isn't necessarily correct. It may be overturned by later findings. The reviewers may have missed some significant errors in what happened. There are a number of ways in which getting past peer review doesn't guarantee the veracity of your finding. So just because something is peer reviewed doesn't make it correct. But if something can't get past peer review, that makes it well, until it gets past peer review, we don't even need to care whether or not it's true or not. That being said, there are problems with the peer review process. My particular group came up with a very novel technique for analyzing satellite gravity data, and whenever we tried to publish, we'd always get at least one reviewer, and normally two, who was saying this is just not how this is just not how this analysis is done, and we don't think these results are valid. And we actually had to sort of go to the science team, get the head of the science team to do the exact same analysis as we had. He had to visit our group for like 3 months and learn our techniques, go back, program them himself, and do the same analysis before we could get anybody to believe that that our results were valid. And once he presented his findings, all of a sudden we could get published. So it can happen that you have a valid technique, but that it takes time for for it to be accepted by reviewers. And I've been on the receiving end of that a lot of times. So the fact that it hasn't gotten past peer review yet isn't necessarily saying that it's wrong. But until it does get past peer review, it's not going to receive the level of scrutiny and attention that will really destruction test the idea. So presenting it as though it's a finalized idea, as though it is actually established science, I think that's a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah. It would definitely have to be replicated to make sure. I know it's going to require thin manufacture sections of the rocks, but yeah. Oh, and they also did perform they did utilize the electromagnet microscope. They had some rocks coated with a thin layer of gold, and then it analyzed it. The results were pretty interesting.
Okay, and I mean, all of these techniques are sort of I think that they're well established in sort of petrophysics, in the analysis of crystal formations. You can, but again, until sort of it has, if it hasn't been submitted for independent peer review, then it hasn't really been destruction tested. And if it hasn't really been destruction tested, then the veracity of their reasoning, they're claiming that they can do this, and other people may say, sure, you can, but here's this other test that would clearly be able to distinguish whether or not it was pre or post sedimentation. And here are these other criteria that your study hasn't considered in this analysis. And that's where I suspect the science is actually going to sort of where this result might fall over. But anyway.
Thank you. Geology is pretty interesting. Another great science or field, in my opinion. But yeah, even geophysics.
Well, yeah. So what you're looking at there, I think, is petrophysics, and so it's the physics of rocks and rock formation, and it's its own distance.
Yeah.
It was once spectacular. There's a corridor down in the research school where there are warning lights on the outside. For when high pressure events are occurring inside, because the apparatus could just explode. And there was always one light that tickled me a little bit. When this light is flashing, the corridor is filling with poisonous gas. And I never saw that light flash, and I'm very grateful that it didn't.
Oh, thank goodness, yes. Pressure.
So when I'm looking through the resources on something like JSTOR, are they just papers, or are they peer reviewed and have survived publication?
Some of them. So when you're looking at JSTOR, I think most of them are peer reviewed. Most JSTOR, but not all of them. That's my understanding. Let me just check that. And whether or not they remain, yeah, okay, that is correct. It turns out when I do a search, nearly all of the journals collected in JSTOR are peer reviewed, but they also contain primary sources and content much older than today's peer reviewed process. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily make it still valid.
You'd be able to use it to defend your case because someone else agrees with you, sort of like a citing sources mechanism.
Yeah, that's right. And then it will come up to the citing literature. Has the citing literature sort of overturned this result? Do they still use some of the result but not other parts of the result? There, sort of something can still be considered a valuable part of the literature without being accepted in its entirety. Even Einstein's work is accepted as is accepted in principle, but some of it is no longer. For instance, the back and forth about the dark energy constant. The universal expansion rate. He changed his mind a few times throughout the literature, and also you'll often find that today we have a lot better notation for stuff. So even that can change papers significantly. It's a lot clearer to read scientific papers with good notation, and certainly Einstein was using crappy notation because he was the first person to do this. And now there are a lot better notational conventions.
Yeah, when I was reading some of the JSTOR articles and backtracking some of their sources, I was kind of doing it as a novice, but I was appreciating how like people like double checking on each other, go like, oh hey mate, you missed on something here, or you got it right here. Like, sure, your paper's about 98%, but can you work on that next bit? That's a totally kind of different reading to like a blog or Richard Carrier acting as he's performing a peer review of somebody else. So it's just interesting to read the difference in the language of like what's happening there.
Yeah, it's sort of people don't necessarily understand, and why would they? They're not academics. They don't necessarily understand the intrinsic nature of the peer review process, how it works, and sort of how even after sort of even after being published, things, events may overtake the paper. And this is sort of eye-opening when you first get into academia. I remember reading one of Feynman's notebooks, well, lecture notes, and he said, he was explaining sort of the status of science, and he got to a point where he said, we don't understand what causes earthquakes. And it just struck me as weird. One of the greatest scientists in history saying that they don't know anything about earthquakes. And it took me a while to put that in historical context, because at the time that he was writing, we didn't have the theory of plate tectonics, and we didn't have the evidence for it. And so, our knowledge is constantly being updated, and things that were said that were perfectly accurate at the time turn out not to be accurate now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I was watching somebody try and quote mine Feynman's work to say like F equals ma is false, but they're talking in the context of like the quantum atom world, where like throwing a ball off a cliff isn't using the kind of deep, complicated math that's in the quantum realm. So it's just like, yeah, it's useful to a point. That doesn't mean it's false. And just in the context of Feynman's own work, you go, oh, he's just talking about a particular thing and like where it's not appropriate to use, and you can appreciate the nuance rather than just looking at the quote mine and going, yeah, see, Feynman agrees. Force equals ma false. Yeah, it's just very disingenuous. And I thought, okay, why did he say that? It's just, like earthquakes. Yeah. But
Yeah, it's quite weird. From a relativistic sense, F equals ma only really applies if you define acceleration as what's measured by accelerometers. But that's not normally how it's defined. It's defined in terms of rate of change of velocity, and velocity is frame of reference dependent. So in relativistic terms, F equals ma is, is sort of a fiction that it holds even when you're in an accelerating reference frame. But a relativist would disagree that that's actually a force, because that isn't actually an acceleration. It's weird because I come from a mathematical thing. So to me, acceleration is the second time derivative of displacement. That's what acceleration is. But to a physicist, that's not what it is. It's what's measured by an accelerometer. And so you end up sort of talking at cross purposes, engineers and general relativists and that sort of thing.
Yeah, because of the scale of the project they're working on. Like building a 10-pin bowling ball alley and just going, you roll the ball and hit the pins is different than particle accelerators. It's
yeah.
I just thought it was very dishonest to try and quote Feynman to somehow say it's false. Like it's clearly useful within a context.
Again, I think, sort of this is the conversation we had with Tuakna. On some level, I think, yes, they know that they're aware that there's some form of dishonesty going on here, that they're being very selective in how they quote the material that they're referencing. But at the same time, their cognitive dissonance shields them from the fact that this is, not an honest representation of the work, or at least for some of them. Their cognitive dissonance is powerful enough that they can do this and not believe that they're doing anything dishonest.
Or they're Dunning-Kruger, yeah.
Dunning-Kruger. I have a friend who cites me as a case example of Dunning-Kruger from the other end of the spectrum. So the other end of Dunning-Kruger is that sort of people at the other end of the spectrum think that everything is easy, and the things that are actually complicated to understand are actually easy to understand. And he accuses me of having this problem all the time, that I don't dumb down my explanations enough for average or below average people to sort of catch up.
That's interesting. But yeah, great for sorry, go ahead.
I thought the inverse was like not being as confident as your expertise allows you to be, whereas the person might be unqualified and unlearned but very confident in your wrongness. The other end would be you're correct but not as confident.
Well, you're correct but not as confident, but you're also correct, but you don't think you know that much more or are capable of knowing that much more than other people. So you expect that other people have just as easy a time as you of comprehending these things, and it's not true. I often present what I think are relevant arguments, and everybody in the room will just look at me and like, how is that in any way relevant to what we're discussing? And I have to sort of be more explicit about it happens in group meetings all the time, where I say something and people will look at me and go, okay, what's your point? So yeah, it has multiple dimensions.
Yeah, definitely find that in social settings where you've picked up on something and you can extrapolate like where you think they may have come from and where they're going. And it's really interesting when I'm talking to people who are smarter than myself, which I love just hanging around. Like one of my ex soccer team members was a cardiac surgeon, and like just the stuff that he was doing like at work is like, yeah, I'm just going to have a nice weekend and kick around the ball. So it's just like, yeah, you can be a multifaceted being and enjoy so many both professionally and social things. And yeah, some people have more ease with the social stuff, but others are like, yeah, oh yeah, I'm sort of, what is it? Like you have a feeling that you're not as good as you really are. I'm trying to remember the phrase.
My high school
there's
had a
imposter
communications
syndrome.
class. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Tony.
Oh, there's a thing called imposter syndrome where you are sort of an expert in your field and highly regarded by your peers, but you feel like an imposter. You feel like you're not as
That's
smart.
probably the one. Yeah.
I mean,
Sorry,
that
carry
would
on.
make sense. Each field, imagine all the knowledge out there that's maybe still has to be covered or verified and accepted. I mean, each field has a vast amount of information. So I could see how someone would feel that way.
Well, I mean, it is one of the weaknesses of sort of modern science is the push towards specialization, where people specialize in their discipline to the point that where that discipline meets other disciplines, they just make simplistic assumptions about the other disciplines because they don't know any better. And if you're trying to cross, sort of. And they don't even know enough to understand how ignorant they are about the other discipline, which is always the way that ignorance works. So we do find that sometimes it's a problem in scientific literature, and indeed this was exploited by that guy, the German guy with the organic superconductor things. He had a lot of co-authors who didn't really understand what he was doing, and he was able to bullshit them for years. And because they just didn't understand what he was up to.
Interesting.
Yeah, Sean, what was his name? Schon, O with an umlaut. So Schön or something like that. Like he was on the fast track for a Nobel Prize before people put together that he was actually fabricating his results.
Oh, darn.
And he was, he was again, it was replicability. The other groups were just unable to replicate his results, and people noticed some irregularities in his publications. There were figures that he reused, and there were diagrams that didn't seem to agree with his descriptions of what was going on. So, yeah, eventually it was uncovered that he just made up all of his results. But it took years to capture him, and he was considered incredibly successful. He very successfully navigated how to get away with fraud. If somebody told him that he had made some sort of mistake or needed to do something, he would listen quietly and respond. And next time he wrote a paper, it would address the criticisms. So he was just writing fiction for an audience. And he got, he was, as I say, exceptionally prominent, very successful, winning awards until it all came crashing down. Because some graduate students noticed some shonky figures in some of his papers.
Interesting.
Yeah, and if he ever did something legitimate, his illegitimate actions undermine that other successes he may have had. It's just a shame.
Yeah, well, I mean, his PhD got taken off him, which is an extraordinary thing. PhDs are very seldom taken off people once they've been awarded.
I suppose it's bound to happen. Do you think a code of ethics would maybe discourage that, or is that just unnecessary?
No, well, I mean, every scientist understands that just making shit up is bad, right? That's not how science is done. It's never been how science is done, and it makes science completely valueless if that's how you're going to approach it. So it's sort of like saying killing other scientists is bad. maybe don't do that. Like, we don't have we don't get schooled in ethics. We don't have formal ethics training, or at least I didn't when I was an undergraduate or a postgraduate.
Likewise.
But if you're caught plagiarizing, or fabricating, then it's an extremely serious piece of academic fraud. And the term academic fraud, does exist. People sort of know loosely what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What was interesting was like when I was looking at those early 1700s attempts to measure the equator and such, is like it's a little bit related to Rene Descartes, who's more famous for his, I think, therefore I am quote, than his other achievements. So it seems like specialization back in the day wasn't a thing. People were diving into so many different realms of philosophy, theology, mathematics, this, that, and the other, music. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very so one of my favorite examples is a chap by the name of Young, whose name is preserved in Young's modulus, which is a measure of the elastic properties of a material. I think he did some work on refractive properties, and but also played a pivotal role in the translation of the Rosetta Stone. I saw a biography of him entitled "The Man Who Knew Everything." At the time, people's interests were vastly more generalized than they are today. And indeed, one of my great science heroes is a guy by the name of Julius Sumner Miller. He was of the opinion that we were producing generation after generation of scientists who were just ignorant about history, ignorant about society, ignorant about the context in which they were doing their science. They knew their discipline back to front, but he considered them sort of too ignorant to be able to meaningfully contribute. Maybe he was just being a contrarian or an angry old guy. But I think that there's some truth to his perspective that a lot of scientists are allowed to persist in an ivory tower without being forced to sort of look at the historical and social context that they're operating in. Feynman famously said that philosophy is as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds. I think he might have pissed off Julius Sumner Miller by saying that, because there are certainly philosophical perspectives, valuable philosophical perspectives to how something is known, how something can be established as fact, etc. Anyway, I might go and stop dominating this conversation.
No, it's always great when you're here, Tony. My experience.
Oh well, I'm very often a cranky old fart, so you're being very kind. Okay, talk to you guys later.
Okay, later.
Right. We'll wind you up next time.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, since it's quiet, I have a question for you guys. I was just trying to visualize in my head, right? So the sun, let's say it's going around the great attractor. I wonder is the sun? I guess they say it's going on a plane, right? Is the plane horizontal? You guys think?
Okay, so the Great Attractor is different from the center of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is a spiral with several arms. So the sun would orbit the Milky Way. They think it's going around once every 250 million years, give or take. So that's where this ridiculously huge number of so many kilometers per hour comes in. It's similar to the Earth rotation. Sure, it's rotating 1,030 miles per hour. Past what? And that's the question that, like, I often ask somebody who's doubtful about the spheres. Like, if we're saying it's rotating once per day, but also saying it's going 1,000 and, let's say, 30, 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
What is it going past? And if you know that it's doing both things, like once every 24 hours, nobody looks at a plane and thinks, oh, that's going round in circles for an entire day. It's got to pick up fuel and land. Like, and that's what's so weird about the speed of sound argument. You're looking at the plane go past you. Okay, if the Earth's revolving, it's revolving past something at the surface. What is that thing? Is it like something real? Is it like a geometric line running from the center of the sun through the center of Earth and beyond? Like, you got to ask that question. So I had a look, and it's pretty much what I described.
Yeah. So what do you think about the universe, though? Let's say, the sun. Let's say it's going around through the Milky Way as you described. Is it going horizontal in your opinion?
Like the Milky Way is like a fuzzy kind of dinner plate, and towards the middle it gets a little bit more. It's got a little bit more material and galaxies in it. So as it sort of comes a little bit sparse where we are on the intergalactic spiral arm, that disk has a general rotation to it. Now the scientists have calculated or measured somehow that the Earth is kind of like doing a subtle wave pattern as it goes round, and even that wave pattern is on a slight tilt. So even if it's got a slight elliptical orbit for the Milky Way, it's got a slight tilt, and it's sort of waving along that tilt. Like, it'd be so subtle on sort of a diagram scale, but on a galactic scale, you could say it could be a light year or something. Like, it's just like understanding scale. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah. Thank you. Have you ever here at our local science center? They have this observation where you can put a penny down this little ramp, and then it'll just go around this great circle until it reaches an area at the center where it'll fall and just collect, and then people can do it again, and you just can see it going on its track around the through while it goes downward, so it changes in elevation. Do you think that happens with the sun as well? Do you think it's like horizontal with these waves all the time, or do you think it's maybe horizontal but going down, or what do you think? Any thoughts?
Yeah. Like, for if you had things like, if you've got the ecliptic plane where all the sun's planets are circling around with it, if you were somewhere above that, you'd fall like that coin to the Earth. So when you're on more or less the same plane, you got the orbits running fast enough that they never sink into that coin deposit hole. So got to remember that there's a little bit of friction between the wall of that funnel, and the coin is getting less and less over time. But because there's so little things to bump into space, like there's nothing really slowing the Earth down. And for the yearly orbit, I haven't learned yet if it's slowing down or speeding up. I just know that generally, because it's not a perfect circle, at one side of the circle, it's like an egg. You trace your finger around the more curvier end, it takes more time. You run your finger around the slightly pointier end, it takes less time. But
yeah, Vicky, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's not analogous to what I was trying to convey. I was trying to think about the gravity well. So, like, I wonder the gravity well and the objects that go around it. Let's say on its orbit. I wonder if whatever's in creating that gravity well is going, let's say, traversing on a plane, a horizontal plane, or if it's traversing.
I think it's all central towards the center, like Earth. So let's say you've got a golf ball and you put like a golf tee on top. That's like a little funnel shape focused towards that golf ball. Now surround the golf ball with those tees all pointing inwards. You got like almost a sphere of gravity wells going closer and closer to the center. And so that might help, like the difference of like when people put a ball on the sheet, they describe a gravity well. But in a three-dimensional sense, it would be like covering a golf ball with all those golf tees with their points towards the center, and things would be attracted to the center. And what stops the moon from going to the center is it's skimming by, and it's not given enough force to fall to the ground. Like the rock analogy of if you threw it so fast, you could catch it behind you, kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I'm trying to think about the fabric of space and time, right? So let's say if there's these orbital planes, I'm trying to wonder if it's actual, like technically, an orbital plane, or if there is movement on the other axis as well. If it's not just, let's say, on the x-axis, maybe there's an elevation or a rise or a lowering. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. So even though Earth is tilted at like 23 degrees at the moment, the orbital angle, depending on how you angle it, might be I think it's about 5 degrees to the sun's equator. So where the Earth orbits isn't related to like what the sun actually spins itself. So it's like a spinning top, and the other spinning top very far away from it is just spinning at 25 degrees constantly.
Yeah. Oh, but I'm trying to. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think about the Earth. I'm sorry, the sun. If it's on its orbital path, right? I wonder if it's falling or if it's just on a horizontal plane of it, like an orbit.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of describing earlier. Like you've got like a sort of wrinkly rubber band around the Milky Way, and the sun's just traveling around that wrinkly rubber band over the course of like 250 million years. Or 250,000. I've forgotten the exact figure, but it's huge.
Yeah.
Long term.
I'm just trying to like imagine. Is it sitting in like a fabric, like a literal, like some sort of fabric where it remains on the plane, or if it's the universe is so large that these objects are also falling, like Earth is falling in a sense.
Similar to the sun to the galactic point, Earth is to the sun's central point. So Earth itself has the Earth, Sun, Pluto, Jupiter system is like a sort of plane, but all the planets are sort of offset to each other, where the ellipses are on slightly different angles to each other. So what we've done as humans is said, you know what defines the elliptic plane? the Earth-Sun relationship, and we can compare the angles to all each other. But if you took like them all as an average, the Earth would be on a slightly tilted rubber band. Mercury would be on another one, but in general, they approximate from like Neptune inwards to be within like 10 degrees of each other. So yeah, they're not all like on this flat like plane. The elliptical plane has the planets slightly above, slightly below, depending on like the planet we're talking about. And it was incredibly difficult for Newton and all that to look at. I think it was Mercury or something, because it's got a little bit of a more pronounced ellipse, and they couldn't quite figure it out. And what they needed to do was go for the more space-time description, because the main difference, and this is a very big simplification, like if E equals mc squared for Einstein, E equals m infinity would be Newton, because he thought gravity operated instantaneously, whereas like Einstein and all that discovered that gravity was acting over time. So it was just a finite time. It just happens to be a ridiculously huge number. But it's not infinite. So it's not instantaneous communication of gravity distant. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting, for sure. Thank you. Love science.
Yes. So it's really cool to sort of figure out that, like, even though you call it heliocentric, that's just a reference frame to, like, you could call it a Milky Way centric universe or a
Yes.
greater attractor centric. Like, I don't think the position of where we are on Earth changes our importance to each other. Like, I can still treat you with respect regardless of your location, but we wouldn't have to be in, let's say, a Jerusalem or a Mecca Pacific location to have that respect.
Absolutely. That was actually mentioned in the Bible too. I think there was a time when Jesus was, I think his disciples went away to get food, and he was at the well of Jacob, and a female Samaritan and him had a conversation, and she was like, "Where do we have to worship? I heard we have to go to the temple." And Jesus told her there'll be a time where no one will have to worship at the temple. They can worship where they are, something along those lines. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Makes sense.
Yeah, and the stars, as they saw them, they may not have like figured out like Mercury was a planet very earlier on, or that Venus, Mars, and Saturn were, like, especially Jupiter. Like, it's one of the brighter things that reflect the sun. It's just like, yeah, what is that? And it seems like all the other bright lights are going circular around us, but these other couple are going in an arc, retrograding backwards a little bit, and then retrograding forwards again. So they thought, like, if we're in the center, we're going to have to imagine some sort of like mini circles that run around the circles that surround Earth. So they were looking at mechanistically, and they thought, like, oh, it's like, what's causing that object we call Jupiter to do that? And when they were thinking, well, what if we're not in the center? It started to click. Like, I don't have to have weird and wonderful circling gears in the universe, which look pretty. It just means that, yeah, we've got things that are approximately circular, spanning outwards away from the sun, and the Earth is the third one in succession.
It's kind of ironic that, in a way, like, the original idea of like planetary motion depended on circles because they thought a circle was like God's perfect shape.
Yeah, and even to like some of the ancients, they thought like the sphere, it's like an extension of that, only in 3D. It just has this like poetic shape to it. Like it's not that easy to build a perfect sphere, but you grab a cube, it's just like 6 times, got it done. Like
Yeah, but do you know what really is practical? A circular table that's level, right, where everyone's equal. Like you can have a flat level table that's
Yeah.
particular circular.
Knights of the Round Table. Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Or the Flat Earth Round Table. I watched that the other day with the crew. I think Flatzoid was on it. Just interesting to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, we're thinking about starting an incorporation. We're gonna get it incorporated and then maybe produce flat Earth models for historical purposes. Try to get them in the Ivy League or elementary schools, etc. I think it'll be
like the many ways that humanity has mapped the world over time. Like you just have like, I wouldn't call it a postage stamp. Let's say you got the entire lands of Egypt and the people living there watch the sun go over and then watch the sun go under, and it makes sense. Yeah, an underworld makes sense, but how big could that be? And they would call them antipodians. They thought of a people that would live on the underside of where they were living. They were experiencing day, but these antipodians were experiencing night. So they had these like theories of like people on the other side, just like in the underworld or something.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, taking back the SE, I'm sorry. Did you say that you're trying to get the flat Earth into American education system?
Yes, even if it's just for historical purposes.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I don't know how to feel about that. Even okay. Oh.
Like
I mean, just to mention it, or like just like. Okay. I mean, at that point, we might as well like mention UFOs and the Bigfoot in history books at that point, right?
No,
Yeah,
not
like
necessarily.
Wikipedia,
But
there are people who go like, this is what a select group of people thought, and like somebody created the Bigfoot, and some people believed it was real. Like it's something that happened in history, and it's just interesting to look at like humans would think about the Bermuda Triangle, or humans would think about this, but they also thought about the things that were reliable as well. So humanity as itself was a mixture of people who believed a little bit of weird things and a little bit of true things, same at the same time. So I'd say like, yeah, Robotham and Gleason were historical figures. They were attempting to make their idea of the world rational, but upon investigation, like the Bedford level experiment, we could find that if we use 2 points instead of 3, we can just get a little bit more data. Because if humanity wasn't admitting their mistakes, they may not have been learning from them. So I think there's a benefit of learning. Yeah.
I understand certain mistakes being like for example, when Christopher Columbus tried to go to the north, he went to the wrong continent and then he ended up calling North America, India, because that's where it was. These mistakes, those are mistakes that are, famous. I think we can, I guess, learn from or mention, but things that are so scientifically disproven, such as the flat Earth or Bigfoot, don't need to be more than a sentence or two, if that at all. I don't know. It's just I'm just I'm trying to find the purpose of why.
Yeah, it's been like 300 years, and you still have people referring to them as Indians. Like, this was like a 300-year-old meme, and it's not dying. Just call them
it's never
Apache
gonna
or
die.
Navajo.
I know. I just like to say Native American, but to this day, because I'm a white Caucasian in California, people are never going to stop calling Native Americans Indians. Even Native Americans call other Native Americans Indians, and it's wild. So something like that, I guess, would be, I guess, kind of relevant. Like, hey, this is Christopher Columbus made this mistake, but even today, but I don't see the relevance of going line by line about like even the sillier memes, such as like Bigfoot or like the Loch Ness monster. I don't think that those things have any place in American history, even for a sentence or two.
But what about if they like, I think I agree with you, but so I'm somewhat playing devil's advocate here, but don't you still need to mention it, like, if it's a big part of people's lives? So if it's like in the Rockies where they kept claiming they saw Bigfoot, then it's like, well, because I think mythology, I used to be closer to your view, where like, if it's untrue, get it the fuck out of the books. But then I was like, actually, we don't know what's in the books is necessarily all that true. And isn't the context, the social, cultural context of those storytelling actually a significant part of the history, even if the stories they're telling are false?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a cultural way, I guess I think I was like saying, why is this a part of history if it's so untrue and illogical? But in the context of culture, yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, we can mention these things in like the cultural kind of way, and just to like put like I don't know the history of Abraham Lincoln next to the flat Earth or something is just kind of offensive to me. But I hear what you're saying. Okay.
And if you take it to ancient Greece, like, I don't think any of us believe Medusa was a real woman with real snakes that stared at people and turned them into stone. But we know of the story because, like, sometimes it can be a valuable lesson. Like,
well, what lesson would that be? I'm not trying to be a smartass either.
if you need to overcome evil face to face and you can't look at its face, there's always a workaround.
There you go.
Do you guys feel that you could go into the most evil places in the world and be okay?
No.
I don't know. I'm still not a believer in evil. I think mental disorder exists. But I think generally, like, I've found some memes that I totally forgot what we're talking about. I just read a message and mind blanked. Can you go into evil places? That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I went into prisons and I met some people who'd done some really messed up stuff. And while I think like they get a lot of bumps to the head, so CTE, chronic traumatic, like just too many bumps to the head, can damage people's ability to self-regulate, which is quite often the front part of their brain. I don't think that, just evil exists. I think that people can be a little bit selfish, but they're all about the same selfishness. It's just that some people are born into exceptionally shitty conditions or with exceptionally shitty neurology, and the best choice they have available is like, in their head is like, should I punch that woman or should I stay strung out for another day? And to them, what seems like the best choice is to go and punch someone. But I don't think just evil by itself is a made up construct to help us make sense of the fact that people are disturbed in that way.
Yeah, great point. I guess we would have to maybe say isolate the two individuals versus maybe an organization that with a evil intent. Like they literally, maybe formulate some sort of what would be considered evil. So it may be secret. I believe that actually exists, but
Wouldn't the organization be built out of individuals though? So all you'd be finding is possible organizations that somehow employ the same kind of mental condition to say, yeah, I've got a screw loose and I feel like, deceiving people is fun. I know the earth is a particular shape. I'm going to deceive the rest of the world into another shape because it's fun. And somehow the few select individuals will crack the code because I've left some secrets in my deception so they should figure it out.
Well, I was thinking more like, let's say you have a cartel that wants to, it's illegal to sell heroin. Let's say a group of individuals have access to manufacturing heroin, realize that there are enormous profits to be gained, so they create a organization where they have to, like you said, hire individuals that maybe are, like you said. But I'm saying the cartel's mission would be essentially going against laws. So in one sense, but potentially evil in many people's eyes, especially those maybe who have been affected by it in one sense or another, and maybe try to go raise awareness to others. But that's what I was referring to more in a sense, like organization with an intent rather than just individuals. Because you can have a boardroom of people with, let's say, ill intent that have maybe, I'm not saying this happens, I'm just saying hypothetically, there could be a situation where, like we've seen in the movies, right? You have a group of individuals that they want to go against society, or they have to do something that is against society norms, so it's a secret, and then it goes from there. But thank you.
What's it called when somebody's got to write their final thing? Dissertation?
That seems about right. I'll have to double check. It's been a while. Yeah, that's right. For a PhD, supposedly. Usually required for your PhD. Involves an original research, in-depth analysis, and a comprehensive exploration of a chosen topic, contributing to the existing body of knowledge in that field. And these are typically more extensive than the master thesis. Maybe 150 to 300 pages.
Well, Melodic is very upset for me suggesting that a person with an IQ of 45 would stand a far lower chance, it would be nigh on impossible for them to get a degree, master's, or specifically, we're debating our PhD. Melodic said that somebody with an IQ of 145 would have equal probability of getting a degree as somebody with an IQ of just 45.
Oh, wow. That's a
So
claim.
45 is like somebody's got to help you do your laundry. They probably have to tell you to change your clothes. It's like having a toddler, really. Kids, where do kids get to an IQ of 45?
You know, it's interesting you say this because I think it was just earlier today. There was a guy in the video claimed he had the highest IQ at 210. I forgot his name, but he was being asked about God's existence. But
Yeah, interesting.
It's so
I
bizarre.
find that hard to believe what Melodic is proposing. I mean, generally, I guess IQ could be correlated to age, but then we had children who are, spectacular. I mean, young and just have an incredible ability. Oh wow, I'm reading here 40 to 54 is a moderate mental disability.
Yeah, as in they will not even get a job. There is a chance, I think, moderate. I would need to look more into it. But I've been in sheltered workshops, and as I said, I did workshops in prison. Lots of people in both of those places with very low IQs. But the sheltered workshops will get something normally you could have one full IQ person be like, get the rubber mold out of the thing, let it cool for a bit, then take it over here and spray it with this thing and then put it on the shelf to dry. Something that one person could do quite quickly. They might pay 3 people with a moderate mental disability, or maybe it's slightly higher, like 60, 70 IQ, maybe 80. Maybe not as high as 80. I think when it gets close to 80, you're pretty much able to get a normal job. But at these middling to low ranges, you get 3 of them to do the one person's task. But it's, it can be workable because you pay them a third as much. It just sort of gives them some pocket money and reduces the burden on the state a bit. Yeah. But yeah, they can't do much.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably have some sort of potentially an amazing ability in some sort of other area, maybe music or who knows, right? Potentially, but yeah, in regards to maybe being able to complete a master's course and then get a PhD after that.
As a dissertation, you've got to advance the forefront of science, don't you? You've got to do a proper red hot crack at doing your own science. Whereas at least in a master's and a degree, you're just really regurgitating stuff. Still, you're not advancing the stuff worth regurgitating.
Yeah.
And then you've got to survive that peer review process of all the giants in the industry who think they've done it before you. And even after that, they might agree with you, but you might have got it slightly wrong and get fact checked 50 years later. Like I was watching a bit of Numberphile when they're like I used to like tilings and shapes. I used to do them on the computer, and somebody thought, oh, can I make one singular shape that will, tile the field? And yeah, Penrose got close with his tiles, just using 2 shapes, and they thought, oh, can we reduce it to 1? And yeah, they just kept on working on it and had to write a paper to go yeah, it tiles a field, and if you lift it up and rotate it, you won't find the same thing ever again. Just the amount of words you had to use to describe, yeah, it won't happen.
Can you show me the thing I'm not following? Can you show me what should I search for? I've got my tab open so I can understand. Penrose or tiling?
They called it mono tile, and you could look for
aperiodic monotiling. Aperiodic monotiling.
Yeah. And they found a particular shape. It was like a hat or a t-shirt, but it involved reflecting it over. And some people said that didn't count because that felt like 2 shapes still. So they basically modified that so it wasn't reflecting. So it had chirality. So you'd have a left-handed shape and it would tessellate the field. And that exact same shape flipped, it would tessellate the field.
Okay, so this is the kind of thing you're talking about. These funny, what does it look like? A wishbone or something? A hat?
Yeah, the hat or the T-shirt upside down. Yeah, that was found to have the reflective one in it. So you'll see that over time, that T-shirt reflects front to back. Yep. So what they basically
Okay. So it tessellates, but without repeating a pattern like everything else does.
yes, like a simple chessboard, very repetitive. But this you'd lift up and move, and you couldn't place it down again, so it matched. So the guy who figured out the thing that didn't reflect basically used that hat shape, made all the sides equilateral, but he added a little S curve in each of those sides, and so that gave it its direction. So it would be a left-handed one, and it was incompatible with any other shape, even at the right-hand shape that it was making if you reflected it. Yeah, they called it the vampire tile temporarily because it was a tile that was successful without reflection. But yeah.
I have a question for you guys. No pressure since it's quiet. Let's say somehow you thought you were contacted by a creator or God and he told you to kill someone. Would you do it?
I'd think I was crazy, and I would immediately present myself to a psychiatric.
Exactly. Yeah, that someone starts
agree.
walking in my head telling me to kill someone, I'm going to the mental hospital. I don't think I'm going to listen.
Okay, thank
Who
you for
would say
answering.
yes?
What would you say, Eden?
No, I've been asked this because I've been asking people as well. Like, we're trying to determine someone's where they get their morality from. So sometimes it goes to the question: would you take someone's life, and what's the price? And I think someone was entertaining the idea of a quadrillion plus dollars, and because he said he could take that money and then better the world, and so he would sacrifice someone to better the world. And then I wanted to ask him, would it be okay? This came to me afterwards. I wanted to if I see him, I'll ask him, is it okay if someone chooses him to be the one that is sacrificed? Would he be okay with that? But yeah, so
Say that again. Say that again.
okay, so I was asking people, would they take an innocent person's life for money, and if so, what is their cost? And then I
Right,
believe
I
there was
see.
two people that said they would do it. One for quadrillions, because he said he would actually try to better the world. He may have been joking, but I was trying to see if he was serious. But I think, and then essentially someone asked me, I think we were getting into the idea of God. Yeah, so I think someone asked me if God appeared to me and told me to take someone's life. I told them no. And they were shocked. They were like, "What? You'd be a bad Christian." I'm like, "No, I was arguing that God, or the Christian God anyways, wouldn't instruct that. And then even if he
Right.
did, I wouldn't do it."
But
But
do
he
you
did
think
before.
the Christian God did do that though? Like I think the Christian God has demanded the killing of an individual and of large groups of individuals quite a few times.
I guess the Old Testament God, perhaps, yes. But I think, let's say if we just fast forward to the teachings of Jesus and the clarification,
because Jesus was telling us through the parables, like the unmerciful servant or the unforgiving servant, and then the golden rule and forgiving our brothers and not, he who lives by the sword dies by the sword. Essentially, don't even hate your brother without cause. And
I'm curious, you say even if it was God, you wouldn't do it. Like if you knew it was God telling you this, you still wouldn't do it?
That's right, I wouldn't, because I would, like you guys think, I'm literally insane. I would think, why would no? There's no way the God, because I believe in. Okay, I
But in the
believe that.
hypothetical, you know that it is God, right? You know you're not insane.
No, why would no? I wouldn't do it. I would rather just be punished for not sacrificing an innocent person. No way. I would literally think like you guys think, that I'm insane. Because in my opinion, there is gods, but I think there's an ultimate God, and I think that ultimate God is like the ultimate version of everything great. And
So
he's
I guess
he's
they're
told
asking, if this is a great God, why did he command Abraham to sacrifice his son?
I don't think he was. Yeah, great point. I from a Jewish standpoint, I'm not sure. I'm not Jew. I'm like an outsider, but I think the story goes that he was trying to find someone that would listen to him, potentially at all costs. But he knew he would never do that. In fact, he had a better plan. He would give his own son.
But Abraham didn't know that.
I know. So I think maybe he was looking for someone that was just saying, or if you're like if we're saying a God appears right in front of us, and he says he's trying to prove himself, and people who've been believing in a God finally have that experience. They're like, oh my God, he's right in front of me, and then he's making commands. I guess it wouldn't surprise me that people would want to try to do it, but they would probably go against. It wouldn't be easy. Right? Just like you guys are saying, if God went in front of me right now and told me to kill someone innocent, there's no way.
Well, why innocent?
I have a hypothesis that may or may not work for that scenario. Because in some of those ancient cultures, somebody would like sacrifice somebody to a volcano. Somebody would get this idea that I need to sacrifice something to work. So if Abraham
Yes.
is,
And did you know?
I think Abraham may have not originally been an Israelite who believed in Yahweh, but it sounds like his solution was to listen to a voice in his head or something and go up and, like, the story goes, like, he held the knife back. So even though Abraham was willing to follow a voice of God, the actions of God were different because it was some sort of example of, like, if you hear something wrong and try and do something wrong, I'll stop you. And then the agnostic goes, well, there was this guy who tried to, like, shoot my wife. Why didn't, like, God hold back the trigger, just like he held back Abraham's dagger? And that's where the new discussion begins.
Great point. Yes, yeah. I was gonna add one more thing, but yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Oh yeah, so even in the Old Testament, actually, the Creator, you mentioned sacrifice. I mean, back then, I think sacrifice was heavy in the air, right? In ancient Greece and in Jerusalem or all over the lands, people were sacrificing to the Creator, thinking, "Oh, maybe we can gain His favor, right? Let's get the virgin or whatever madness." But I think essentially, in the Old Testament, the Creator went to a prophet. His name was Jeremiah, and he instructed. This was after Moses. He instructed the king to stop sacrificing the innocent and follow the commandments. So I guess it would be argued from a believer that even in the Old Testament, the Creator wanted people to follow the commandments and stop sacrifices. It wasn't just in the New Testament.
I still think it's a valid question to say, like, if God can stop Abraham thrusting a knife into his own son, why wasn't he there for me? in my dire circumstance. And that's, I think, why a lot of people might go like, if this God is really interested in intervening against evil, fighting evil, warding away Satan or whatever it is, like, where was he then? That's the question they ask, I guess.
A great point, but this is outlined in the prodigal son in this parable when Jesus was telling people, okay, so there was two children. One son decided to stay, but one, I guess the younger, wanted his inheritance early and wanted to go into the city, right? So the father, in his wisdom, anticipated that no matter what he would do, the son would either steal and run away. So he decided to give him what he wanted, give him the inheritance and let him explore the city, right? So despite his heartache, imagine what you would have to go through to your own son doing that to you. Betrayal. And his brother was angry about that. But anyways, they gave him the money and he let him go. So essentially the story is when he was out away from his father's protection, that's when he was abused and taken from and taken advantage of because he was an outsider, right? Now he didn't know the customs and rules, so they could take advantage of him, maybe financially. And then eventually he ran out of his money and he's working as a slave feeding pigs, and he realized, wow, his dad's servants sleep better than he did, so he does. And now that's when he decided to go home and get under, I guess, his protection. But so along those lines, you know what I mean? Where he realized, well, he wanted to go back. So I think something like that is happening. There's people who left the protection of God, unfortunately, unwillingly, or willingly, and maybe unwillingly. But the creator, in my opinion, provided a book and instructions for protection, and it's free. He made it free. The King James Bible is public domain, and it's outlined what we can do. We can put on the full armor of the Lord, which I believe works, and I can provide evidence of that.
Yeah, for the agnostic, I would say, like, the question is, where's my road to Damascus experience? How come it's not public? Like, it seems like it's a personal experience at the moment, and you've still got a God that will say, the prodigal son will go out into wilderness, and I won't hold the knives or whips from being thrown at this prodigal son, so he's encouraged to go back to his dad. Like, it's still a bit problematic.
I know what you mean. But what would you do? Like, what if no matter what you try, he doesn't want your help. He wants to leave. He wants the city. He wants the girls. He wants everything that you probably know better. I mean, like, I guess you can run in the city and then maybe embarrass him, and like, I don't know if he'll appreciate that. He'd probably gain more hatred. But I know what you mean. You raised a great point, but that was just my offer of a rebuttal.
Yeah, from a parent-son kind of relationship, you sometimes have to just let go and say, make your own mistakes. I've tried to educate you and protect you as much as you can, but if you really want to go out there and risk seeing what the real world is like, you're going to be most likely either successful and grow up to be your own man who can defend himself, or running back home because it's too much for you.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
I don't see why you wouldn't kill the guy if God told you to.
Would you?
If God told, I mean, yeah, of course. God tells you to do something, you do it. I don't see why that's.
So you want everyone to do that then? I mean, you want 100% of society just to say, okay, I'm going to do it, God.
No, God tells you to do something, like, personally. He comes to you personally, where there's no doubt that it's not God. I don't understand the reasoning
I wouldn't want to serve a God that wants to kill innocent person. That was my initial argument.
So you would no longer believe in that God?
So you're serving
No,
a
because
God
I would.
that's done that.
If that was the ultimate God, no. Just. I mean, you have to empathize with me, right? There's other atheists who said they would never worship God because of whatever reasons. And I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to worship a God that wants me to murder someone innocent.
Sure, but atheists are generally approaching that as he doesn't exist.
Force anyone. I mean, I understand maybe some people would want everyone to just do whatever God says, but it's kind of like in wartime. Let's say if someone's telling you to do something against the code, I mean, you could do it, but I think that it's imperative that people not take certain actions.
I mean, I agree with that,
I
but
think
in
God.
wartime, those are just other people, right? We're not talking about a perfect being with perfect knowledge who knows. I mean, obviously, if he's telling you to kill this person, there's a plan there, right? It might not even be an evil person, but there's God's plan, which you're, in theory, meant to be serving.
He'll have to find someone else because I would never do that.
Yeah, I think like you're
shouldn't
familiar
be in
with the
God's
story
plan
of
to.
the story of Nineveh. Basically, one guy negotiates. What if there's 50 good people, or 10, or 5? You know, just hold back your justice, God. It's like, yeah, it seems like you have the opportunity to debate on how many good people are necessary in a city to save that city.
I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, and that wasn't the only time he was negotiated with either. But I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, is that shouldn't be okay. Like, Eden's coming at this kind of from an agnostic atheist point of view, in that even if God did say that, it wouldn't be the just thing to do. And I agree with that, but I just find that strange coming from a Christian perspective, I suppose. Like, the Christian perspective, I would imagine, ought to be,
yes,
if the perfect being tells me to do something, I don't have the wherewithal to question his judgment.
No, this is very true because I've actually spoken with people who are in the army, like not just in America, but I think one was in Israel, and no, it was another nation. But he said that he would kill because of God's will. So yes, there are going to be people who believe in God that will kill because they think it's God's will.
Amazing. I don't think a God would ever ask me to kill someone else. If he does, then they're not my God. They never were.
Yeah, and if that
go
God,
out and kill this infant, are you joking me? That just tells me that you were never God to begin with. So.
but see that especially if you're the same God who said, "Thou shalt not kill." If you're the same God telling me to kill, who are you?
But you're also the same God that said, kill every single member of this neighboring tribe, kill your own son, kill all those who, blah blah blah, who killed himself the entire population of the world save 8 people. Like, I don't see how this is out of character for this being. Like, all of a sudden he's murder averse, not murder, but he's so averse to death. Like, why it doesn't seem out of character, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't see how we're so surprised that this God would ask this of a person.
I look at it like this now. Maybe just as a computer or a state-of-the-art laptop is infected with malware or misinformation, we're not going to take the laptop and just smash it or yell at it. We simply just have to update the operating system or the definitions. So maybe that's what the creator wants. He doesn't want to smash us into smithereens.
Sure, but that doesn't really go against what I said. Like, you can still update it, but
I think I'm answering just like on an isolated question kind of thing. Like, if a God told me to kill an infant, would you do it? Absolutely not. And I would walk away from that God and never turn back. But I know what you're saying in the history of the Bible. you know, I mean, I haven't read the Bible, but didn't he cause the flood that wiped out the entire earth? So, I mean, that's, you know, but just like on an isolated event, no, I can do it. But,
Yeah, thankfully, you said you hadn't read the Bible, and that's okay. I would encourage reading it. It is the most popular book of all time. Sorry, the best-selling book of all time. Thankfully, if you complete it, when we get to the end, it actually instructs us not to harm anyone. We're supposed to be merciful.
As a general rule, sure. But if he gives a direct commandment to you individually, I don't know. I still can't square that. Like,
Well,
as a,
I think he could do it. I don't think he would need us to take that sort of step.
but that's always been the case. He always had the ability to do it, but he's always called on someone. Not always, but he's sometimes called on his flock to do things for him.
That's the demiurge, bro.
Yeah, the
Not
Moses thing is just
Bible.
wild.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I can appreciate somebody saying, "I would do it," but I would never expect him to ask that of me. But saying I just wouldn't do it, I wouldn't deny that God, after having served him all this time, I don't know, he's just shown a different side to me, and now I just like
I've seen
goes crazy
too.
or
Well, sorry, bro. Yeah. Well, I would just justify by this. I just wouldn't ever want to experience or give anyone that experience or take away their experience, even if that means being judged or punished.
Manufact told him he actually did answer you. He said he'd tell that God, you do it. Yeah.
He can find this creator could find someone else or do it himself.
the level of backhand for talking back to a divine being, I don't know if I would risk that. Like,
That's
good on
you and
you,
your
I
divine being,
guess.
bro.
You're right. I mean,
That's like
wouldn't God
generations of
ask a woman
punishment.
to sacrifice their baby to him? Or what was that story? To show God the like love, you have to sacrifice your own child. Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough. I feel like I'm a spiritual person, but reading the Bible and listening to that nonsense it can be really hard. It can be very conflicting because I'll open up the book and on any random page, it's like let's pour fire from the sky onto this one tribe and melt them into the earth. It's like I don't know. It's so hard to be a Christian, I think.
No,
it
not
is
really,
difficult.
actually.
Absolutely.
Not
Bugs, do you think? How would you rate the Earth's current state of affairs? Would you think it's perfect and optimized, ideal, or do you think we have a lot of work to do, or do you think we're almost there, or what do you think?
B minus.
I mean, like in like a humanity kind of sense, like the whole planet. I think we have a lot of work to do. It's pretty evident, pretty clear.
Thank you. I agree. How would you get everything in order? If let's say you were given power, you were the president of the United States. How would you get everything in order?
And I haven't really prepared myself for this question, but it would be tough. But the first thing I would do is I want to reach out to countries that are like quarreling with one another, and I would do my best to like we need to find some common ground on all these issues that you guys have. Like I would educate myself in those cultures. But it's tough because then I'm sacrificing time that can be spent on my own country, my own education system. So it's a big question, and I don't have 30 minutes to answer. But
Sorry, I know. Thank you, Bug. Something to think
Yeah.
about. Or what about, because I've heard people ask this by believers. They've been asked, if you were the creator, what would you do? How would you get everyone to follow your rules? Because some people just don't want to follow rules. They think they have to break the rules.
But man, I well, give me a minute and I'll come back. That's a big question.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually really easy.
Oh, welcome, JL. Okay.
So, how do you get everybody to follow the rules if you're God?
Yes.
You just make them you just make them so that following the rules that not following the rules is logically impossible.
Be one way to go about it, I suppose.
Yeah. Free will is not, I mean, there's nothing that necessitates anything must necessarily have free will in any of the logic because you're God. Any of the logical parameters surrounding what free will specifically is are determined by you subjectively. There is no objective mind independent standard for what free will must necessarily be. So free will doesn't even come into the equation. If you want agents that follow you and you don't want them to not follow you, then just make agents that follow you. And for the agents that are following you, the question of free will never comes into the equation because it's not an issue.
Okay, I have a question, JL. Let's say this is a maniacal god and he forces you to worship him. Would you want that?
Forces me to worship him against my choice, or makes me so that there is no choice but to worship him. Am I made to worship it, or it's simply trying to force me against my will?
I guess that's a good point. It would be the latter, I suppose. Yeah.
Right. So, like, if you think about it in concepts of set theory, you have the God set and you have the not God set. Everything that is not God exists in the not God set. And if the God set pre-exists the not God set, then the God set necessarily at one point was the only thing that existed. So when concepts like morality, free will, when these concepts are bandied about, there's nothing external of the God to reference to give them any content or coherency. So they are, by definition, whatever the God declares them to be. But because the God doesn't reference anything, those things are completely and entirely subjective. They don't have to be any one particular way because there's no mind-independent standard to reference for what they must necessarily be. So any, parameterable or any parameters or any relationship parameters between things, like I've heard theists, I've heard Christians argue that evil is necessary for the existence of free will. But that doesn't make any sense because that would indicate that there's a mind-independent standard for what free will must necessarily be external of the God that would dictate that it must create evil for there to also be free will.
I agree.
But that's not the case. So that's simply a human convention that's being backmapped onto the God in order to make sense of why bad things happen to good people and why bad people get away with things sometimes. So if we look at it from set theory, just addressing the God category alone, whatever it does because it wants to do it, not because it must necessarily do anything. And if it doesn't want to do it, then it won't do it at all. So in that respect, if it wants agents that follow it, then it can just make agents that follow it.
Am I understanding you?
Uh-huh.
Am I understanding you correctly that you're saying that there's a standard of free will, like the standard of morality, that could be defined differently?
I'm saying that if we're talking about the God category, and the God category, there's nothing externally existing of it that it references to give mental content or coherency. So these things are whatever it itself is subjectively and arbitrarily determining them to be. It's like, this is what morality is. Well, is that a mind-independent distinction or is that a subjective distinction? It's subjective, subjective to God, because there's nothing external to reference for whatever it may be. Like, for example,
I don't know if I agree with that.
if the God is the only, well, how about this? If the God is the only thing that exists, okay, the only thing, and it makes the statement, and it makes the statement, I am good.
Jen, hold on.
He's not.
Huh?
I'm telling Jen to hold on.
Oh. And so God makes the statement, I am good. What is it that is not good that is necessary to give good its coherency and content?
I agree with that in terms of morality, but some things I feel like aren't so loosely defined that you could just make them whatever, even if you start from basic, like, we're creating the world, here's how I'm going to create it, and here's what these things are. I feel like even that would be enough to redefine.
Well said. If I can just interject.
Well,
for 10 seconds,
that's when we're talking about the differentiation between being mind independent and mind dependent.
10 seconds.
If there was a mind independent standard for what free will must necessarily be, then that thing must be independent of God's mind. If
Okay,
God's mind is the only thing that exists, then any distinctions it makes are necessarily dependent upon upon its own mind, which means these things are necessarily
can I
subjective,
actually
right?
address what you're
So in
putting
that
forward?
respect, whatever parameters dictate what free will is in the scope of humanity, those things are arbitrarily and subjectively determined, or basically dictated by the God. And they're just that way because it happens to want them to be that way. It technically, the free will could be any way it wants it to be. It doesn't need evil
Can
for
I now
free will to
interject
exist.
here,
So,
please?
you know,
Can I
obviously,
now
then the entailment of
interject?
that is that evil exists because the God wants it to exist.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but I want to
Right.
interject. I'd like to respond.
This is kind of
to
like an
all that
offshoot of
stuff
my own
by saying
of my
this.
own person, my own
Right, hold
take
now,
on
come
my kind
on.
of like.
Hold on, JL.
Come on.
Hold on, JL. Okay, go ahead, Jin.
Fucking hell, man. Thank you. You allowed him to go on for too long. Now remember this. God, as you put it, has given us the ability to either do good or do bad. That's your free will there. Okay? So all that shit you said was totally irrelevant to what I just said. God gave
No.
us
No, it wasn't.
to do good or to do bad. That's
Great.
what
What
your
dic-
free will is there to.
Great. What is it that dictated to God that entities must have free will under these parameters?
God has created that situation.
Hello?
No, I said, what is it that dictated to God that it must necessarily be that way?
God
Nothing.
created that situation.
The answer is nothing.
That we have the possibility to do good
Why?
or to do bad. So you can enter the
Why?
good zone or
No,
you can enter
Jan,
the
I'm
bad
asking
zone.
you.
Because those
I'm asking you
situations
why.
exist.
You don't need to
they
keep.
exist.
You don't need to keep repeating yourself. I'm asking you why.
I do.
I'm asking you why.
Acknowledging. You're acknowledging. You're not acknowledging. I'm telling you why. Because they exist. Those situations actually exist. To do good and to do bad is a
Right.
reality, a real thing.
Why do
Thank
those
you.
situations? Yeah,
That's
but
what-
why do the parameters
God
that allow?
created those situations.
But Jen, why do the
created that
parameters?
in us.
But
God
Jen,
has given
why?
us- God has
Jen, you
given us
keep
that
Jen.
essence.
You stop repeating yourself. I've heard you. Why do the parameters that allow for the
Well, you're
logical
repeating your
possibility?
why questions.
Jen, why do the
You are
parameters?
correct. You are
Jen,
repeating
sorry.
your
Why do the
questions.
circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of
repeating
these
your why
actions and out?
questions.
Jen, you've got to let me finish the question, dude. It's in response to your statement. Why do the
repeating your why
conditions?
questions.
Why do the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of these actions and outcomes exist when nothing dictates to the God that they must necessarily exist?
You're not adhering to the reality we actually live. That's what you're not adhering to the reality that we're living in. The possibility to do good and to do bad is within us, and that's your freedom of choice.
Jen, can you answer the question I just
You
asked?
do good, bad. Now you do.
Do you understand the question he's asking?
Omni, he's roboting out.
That's your freedom of choice.
If he's not going to engage, if he's just going to run his mouth, then there's no point in talking to him.
All
I'm
right,
just going to
hold on a second. I'm monitoring for clarity. Jen, you hear me? Can you hear me, Jen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you?
I can hear you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Can you state the question that JL was asking?
Yeah, he asked why is the situation that I mentioned free will? Why does it exist?
No, that's not what I
What he's
asked.
asking. Telling him
I don't think
because
so.
No, Jen, that's not what I asked.
Okay, so
okay, thank you.
All right.
Why do the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of these actions and outcomes exist when nothing dictates to the God that they must necessarily exist?
I think you're looking at it in the wrong way because God has created us on this earth, and now you're asking why do these situations exist?
No,
yes.
Now you're asking.
Well, sort of. I'm asking. No, I'm not looking at it from the wrong way.
You're asking.
No, Jen, I'm not looking at them from the wrong way. I'm doing an internal critique of the God category as defined. So, if the God exists and nothing external of the God exists to act as a referent for anything, then why do the circumstances, the necessary circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes and evil actions exist when nothing dictates to God that those circumstances must exist?
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, you're ignoring the fact that we have life on Earth, the tree, the weather, the season, the snow, the ice. These are essence. These are.
I can try and answer that.
The thing God has created. That's hang on. So I'm finished.
I
So you
volunteer
can
to
ramble on,
answer as well.
ladies and gentlemen. I tried to answer, and now you're interrupting my answer. Listen to my answer. Thank you. Just listen.
I don't think you're actually answering.
He's not answering. He's not answering it. So
Jen,
not
I'm
to mention,
sorry.
not to mention, he keeps
The
breaking
reason-
up. So
come on,
if somebody else
lady,
wants to
can I
take,
not finish
if
what
another
I'm
believer
saying?
wants to take a stab at it, I'd be more than happy to hear
Just
him.
started 2 words. 2 words out. 2 words out. Can I answer now? Thank you.
You can
ladies and
try,
gentlemen.
but
Say
be
it.
quick, because
Well,
I don't
that's
think
the
you're
people just
actually
keep
answering.
interrupting.
Hey, don't talk over me now.
I
So
am answering
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you give it a
on-
shot. But if you're not answering, it's not gonna go on that long.
You're
Go ahead.
interrupting. Look at this. Desperate people. Right. The reason we know God exists is because we look around, ladies and gentlemen. Self. That's the existence of God. The fact that we're living on the earth. No man made it. So there's no question there is a God, a creator.
No, that's begging the question.
Now, the idea, the reason why we have freedom
That's
of
begging the
choice,
question. Your reasoning is circular.
down to God's endowment on the human.
You're begging the question, Jen. Your reasoning is
Hold on,
circular.
JL, hold on.
So
Hold
we
on
have
a
that
second.
brain. He gave us a brain to think. And
So-
you do bad things, they're your consequences.
Jen, I'm sorry, but
What I'm
this is
trying
not
to
this
do-
is actually
I'm-
not
what I-
an answer to
I'm
the
gonna turn
question
it down.
JL is raising. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Not remotely.
Yeah.
So if I can put my Christian hat on for a moment, I would have argued back in the day that God isn't perfectly free to make the world any which way he wants, but that he is bound by some sort of, not exactly logical constrictions, but some sort of constrictions of the kinds of worlds that could be made, would necessitate that this is potentially the best of all worlds, right? That there's some sort of give and take in how the world could be constructed, that things maybe break down in meaning if they're too perfect, or things don't have the moral, let's say, consideration if they're not made in a particular way, that God has sort of free access to all the ingredients, but has to put them together in some particular way, which might necessitate the need for free will for anything to have like a spiritual meaning, so to speak.
Exactly.
Well, I can conceptualize a better world than this one.
Yeah,
Well,
so can I.
ultimately,
So can I. Yes, I agree with that.
That world might not be possible, right? Like
No,
if you
it's
say
it's well,
it's
it's
better.
no, it's possible so long as there's no logical contradiction entailed by it. And considering that I'm the one that dictates the relational parameters between all the terms that I'm using, there is no, because I technically would be God in this scenario. There is no logical contradiction there.
No, you wouldn't
So
be
it's
God.
not.
That would be
Remember,
an abomination
the defining
to
characteristics
make
that,
that
that we give these words, those don't apply to God. So when we say free will is X, when humans are doing that, that human-derived definition does not apply to God itself. So it is literally is whatever the God wants it to be.
God
So
has
literally, I
endowed
can
us
create a
with that
world
quality.
in which
There-
all
there's
agents.
2 answers that I'd like to supply.
I can create a
Go
world
ahead.
in which all agents
Ladies and gentlemen.
in which all agents exist eternally, that there is no pain, no sickness, no death, that there is free will, there is always the free choice to make any good option. Okay, there is no pain, sickness,
That's
death,
correct.
disease, decay, whatever. Okay, and this goes on eternally, and that agents within that can opt out of that system at any time they want.
Can you?
That might not be a
Okay,
better
okay,
world.
okay, okay. Can you let us
How so?
respond? Let us respond. You're not letting us respond. You're going on
How is not a
like an
better world?
express train. Right. Now, hang on. With
I mean,
the
I was
free will
hoping for
thing,
a
and
fun.
let me address the pain thing.
Yeah.
You can have a perfect world, but if you fall down.
Oh yeah,
you
I'm
may
sorry. A
feel
parameter
pain.
that I usually add to that is
Oh,
everyone
you're-
knowing
can I not
everything
speak
that
now?
I know
Hello?
and understanding everything
You're going
that
up
I
again.
understand.
Omnivore. The guy's going
Jen,
up again.
Jen, hold on a second.
I want to
Hold on a second.
respond.
Jen, oh wait,
I
JL,
want to
wait.
respond.
Okay,
I'm not
so
talking.
Jen, wait, Jen, I'm gonna let you respond, but if it's just you know, you don't like that he said it and you don't
I'm
agree
going
with
to
it.
respond, Omnivore. I've got to respond. The guy is
Ladies
going
and
on
gentlemen.
at 10 to the dozen and he's making so many points that he's making, but we need to be able to respond to it. He's not an authority on anything, so he's got to allow other people to get in. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that with the free will, with the thing about pain that you mentioned, okay, you don't have an authority on pain. Pain is there, so we know what pain is. That's a creation from God. You fall down, you feel pain. Next time, be careful, okay? What are you talking about?
Not necessary. Nothing dictates to the God that it must be that
Unfortunately,
way.
You're not talking about reality now. Now you're not being real.
You're right.
You're
I'm talking
not
about a
being real.
hypothetical. I'm
You're not
talking
being
about a
realistic.
hypothetical better world that if I were God, I could create.
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna.
sure.
All right,
That's
all right.
fairly-
I'm gonna moderate for
Thank you.
clarity. So, Jen,
Thank you.
do you? So
Yeah.
when he says that, he points out that God could make it any way that God wants it. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that at all. But God
Okay,
has made it.
wait,
Hang
hold
let
on.
me finish. Please let me finish.
I'm moderating for clarity, but go ahead. You got a little
5
bit
seconds.
of time.
Yeah, for only 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds. God created, as far as I'm concerned, for us human beings, a perfect earth. As far as I'm concerned, and it's us to live on it and coexist as best we can. Carry on. Please.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
but there's a problem with that. Just a really quick rebuttal. Nothing is perfect because perfect denotes immutability, that it cannot change, because something that is perfect cannot improve, and something that is perfect cannot improve, and something that is perfect cannot. It does not have any features of it that can be exploited
I'm
in order
gonna
to
need
make
to
it work.
respond to that. I'm going to need
I'm
to
not
respond
done,
to that.
Jin.
I'm going to need to
Jin,
respond.
shut up. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna turn you down.
Yeah, let me
I'm
finish.
not gonna yell.
Hold on a
let him
second.
finish the
I need
statement.
to
So
respond to that.
something that is
All right.
perfect cannot
I'm gonna need
change.
to respond
It
to that.
cannot
Okay,
change
yeah,
in
we
any
got
way.
it.
It
We got
cannot. It cannot improve, and it cannot get worse. If
So I
if
have
there
a
are
question.
features of a
Right,
thing, if there are
unfortunately,
features of a thing that
please
allow it to be,
allow me
just
to
server mute him,
respond.
Omni, just server
Well,
mute
I
him.
have a question for you, Jen.
No,
Okay, I'm not fucking
here.
done
You're
yet.
going on too long.
Just fucking server mute him.
No, you're going on too long. He's going on
So,
too long. So you don't.
Thing about being perfect.
Right.
Something that is perfect cannot
Thank you. So
improve
it's
in any
my
way,
turn now.
and it
It's my
cannot
turn
get
now.
worse in any way or
It's my
degrade in any
turn.
way, because any system that has a feature in it that can be exploited to make it worse means that it was not perfect to begin with. So
Yeah,
if something is
I
perfect, it
totally
cannot
got it.
change.
I totally got it. Can
Okay.
things be differently perfect?
The bastard. Right.
Can things be differently
Excuse me,
perfect?
I totally
What do
resent.
you mean what do you mean differently
Right,
perfect? Perfect
I
is a state.
resent.
A state of unchangingness.
Perfect
What
and a
time of that-
Perfection. There is no different states of perfection.
again, I'm
Perfection
not
simply
allowed to
means
speak
it
here,
cannot
but-
change